Dun, 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 dun. What up, y'all? This your, excuse me, shit. What up, y'all? It's your boy Killer B, goddamn Witchfinder General. Man, oh man, here we go again. Death threats, gang violence.
Excuse me, shit. What up, y'all? It's your boy Killer B.
Motherfucker, shut up. Death threats, gang violence, motherfucking voodoo curses, motherfucking butthurt, gay lovers and shit, fucking racists, all types of fucking crazy shit, all in one goddamn day. In less than 24 hours and shit. And shout out to Rob Rack and shit. Shout out to Rob Rack for letting me on this show today. The fuck up old boy Judah Nazareth. Shout out to Amber for coming on there, I guess, in my defense, but not really. She did something. Amber was just being Amber. Yeah, I had Amber over there. And what else? What other type of fucking? Some more fucking. We're gonna get it all in today, and well, all in tonight. It's midnight to 12:14, and spank the shit out of these motherfuckers. I got some funny ass shit I gotta share with y'all. I'm just gonna show you how much of a fraud these people that claim themselves Israelites, that claim to be rabbis, that claim to be whatever, as Judah Nazareth would say. But we're gonna get into this bitch. We're gonna fuck some motherfuckers up. What up, Loki? What up? Yeah, you missed a lot and shit. Fuck, we had I'm about to throw you up in the mix too and shit. You about to get a little taste of what Killer B, the Killer B life is all about and stuff. I'm gonna get you all set up pretty soon and shit. You know what I'm saying? Get your own flamethrower. Start burning these motherfuckers up. So we're going to get into this track by Josh called, as I pull it up, I'm going to tell y'all this. Called Free Your Mind. That was it. Free Your Mind. That's what y'all niggas need to do. Free your motherfucking minds. Shit, if you don't, Witchfinder General, we need to burn your ass up. All right, so here we go, y'all. I'm going to drop this link in a minute. Let's go. Come on now. Each and every girl is about to stay. Constitution tell me I can do what I wanna do. When it comes to your power,
country so westernized, blessed to see the blue of the skies. Ancient as some artifacts, hear the trumpet blow on the track. Done with the dirt nap, mind designed like some flats. Turn your heels into flats, avoid Masonic lodge traps. Get out of Dodge fast, before a mind relapse like rewinding runners. Steady into depth of the stunner. Jesus really did a number, I can never wonder. Tropic heat of the summer, when we leave it's a bummer. Don't forget the law, I got some tumbler. Sometimes she's known as a plumper. Just some more work for the plumber. Yahweh shot the hunter, teach Esau a lesson. Dumb if you refuse blessing. Just finished angel wrestling. McGregor said he's the best thing. Can't duck the sword swing.
Oh, Siberian's got his cruiser sounds back. Siberian's got his cruiser sounds
Me and your ears have a fling. Niggas hate to show love, scared to even look above. They're looking for me on a rug, flying through the air on some drugs. Ego caught a nudge, heathens can't seem to budge. While they looking for the grudge, it's a haunted house enough. Just your show host McGruff. They say he's showing age, more like machine showing rage. It's a pity, house of conscious shitty. I hope you didn't think they missed me. Better off with lip frisbee. On the motherland, keeping busy. Wearing skirts, getting jiggy. Raising pigs like you Libby. With Jewish humor like you Ibby. Dogs, I'm steady sicking. Even made an angel move quickly. Go from joke to hope like Bill Bixby. To stay weekly shopping thrifty. With a basket wheat sifting.
about to rock like a banana.
Davidic house taken for a joke. That's why the nation broke. Forgot Satan dwells in the smoke. And that noonday growth. Here's the watchman with the rope. Wheels spin on the spoke. Torrential down for your soul. Constitution stolen quote. Obama shirts with the hope. With the underprivileged in they soul. Take a toke before you know. Plant it on you with some dope. Will he ever stop a rhyme? No. It's the ghost of fresh folks past. Stock market crash. Drop press folks cash. Never ask what he do his duty for. Confused blacks worship Jesus Lucifer. Must have forgot this the motherfucking sword. Oh, now he bored. Nevertheless, devils confess. They feel they gotta get it off their chest. They not blessed.
Shout out to all my supporters. You know what I'm about. Y'all know what my job is. God damn. They can't fuck with you, boy. They can't fuck with you, boy. You can't do nothing. Like old dirty shit. Can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. If you want to die, you gotta take my sperm. The other way to die is eat a can of worms. Bitches want to fuck me every day and give me back the money. What up, Naggy?
Yo, what's up, Killer?
Yeah, man. Hell of a day today, right? Starting from
yeah, the shit jumped off. You know, it's crazy. I made a bit of a mistake though. I got mad at Judah.
Yeah, I know how things go and shit. Sometimes you can't hold you cool and shit like you want to and shit. Sometimes
it's like, yeah, but you know what I realize now? I realize that was probably something I shouldn't have done, but it's just something he said did crack me up though. Like when I had time to think about it, it's like everything this man says is a lie. We know this.
Yep.
But he, remember when I said this guy pretends to be straight?
Yo, that was some ill shit, Niggy.
I know, but I got to make a point with this. Sometimes he'll tell on himself, and he does it very often these days. But he did it today, and I'll tell you where. He mentioned the whole underwear thing, and he said, "Why are you wearing little boys' underwear?" That's something I've heard in only certain circles. Most normal people don't think that way.
Right.
But Judah Nazareth, he ain't no normal person. You feel me?
Yeah,
so Judah Nazareth knows things like those are little tropes you hear in the wedgie community. So Judah Nazareth has done his research. Judah Nazareth is he's a researcher, you see. So he'll do the digging on something. So if you say something like, yeah, I know all these tricks in skateboarding, he'll look them up. He'll see videos on how to do them, and then he'll pretend like he was doing them his whole life.
Yeah.
So now with this, he can't do that. So he has to just say things so that people will hear them and go, "Wow, Negi's a weirdo. He wears little kid underwear." And that's total BS.
Yep. That's what he does.
But I was right. Judah is pretending to be straight because if I make an OnlyFans, I do have an OnlyFans, by the way, but if I put something on there that is pretty normal, he's gonna be angry. He's gonna be like, "Where's the weird shit?" So Judah nasty.
Like today, I tried to be calm, civil and shit. I could have went raw. I try to explain to the people, man. Then I forgot what kind of crowd it is and shit, and what they into, know what I mean? So
it's. I was in the chat, and there were people there that were hardcore Judah Nazareth supporters.
Yep.
And Judah was telling me I should get a woman, but you know the sad thing is he doesn't know if I know any women, and there actually are women who are interested in me. You can I can actually give you names.
Man, and I seen them. I seen them. I know what you're talking about too. I'm like, well, goddamn, thank you. Yep.
Yeah. There's plenty of women who have expressed interest in me. It's just the thing with me is I don't really. I'm like someone who doesn't really go after people like that. So
right. I understand.
So it's hard for someone like Judah to understand because Judah always is doing that kind of weird, creepy stuff.
Yep.
I don't. So
gotta sit in that house with that thing, fucking parquet mouth, butter with butter mouth and shit.
Yeah.
Her name.
I'm not gonna say anything more. I said enough, but you know, Judah's a weirdo. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, man, it's like that shit is just fucking just bugged the fuck out. And it's always bugged out that other people don't get it, but they do get it. Like, know what I'm saying? They just like hearing this motherfucker say dumb shit. Like, that's what a lot of it is. Like, a lot of these motherfuckers.
I mean, I had to cuss out this one dude named Dan, whatever, Dan something.
Yeah.
Because he was asking me about Judah's wickedness, but he was asking me in a way that showed me he didn't really want to learn. Right. He was just asking me like in a way that showed he didn't believe a word that I was saying.
Yeah, and we're gonna get out of him first. We're gonna get him out of the place, right? This man, his name is Dan. Dan. What the fuck is his name? It's Dan Yala something. He also goes by a name of Pinches.
Yeah. I don't think that's him, but Pinas is the guy that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Pinches and Dan.
The Kabbalistic rabbi. I know what you mean. Yeah.
You hear me? They're the same people.
Yeah, they're the same. Oh, I didn't know that.
Because I met Pianches first, and then I heard him
Loki wants in. Can you let Loki in?
Oh, okay, my bad. I ain't looking at the screen. Oh, my bad, Loki. What up, Loki? What's up, Loki? All right, he might have stepped away. Motherfuckers take it all goddamn day. But yeah, my bad. I wasn't looking at the screen to see that she was up in. Yeah, so like I met him first, and I overheard that he was related to that badass little kid, named Raphael, something like that, right? And he goes around and saying all types of racist shit, people niggas and monkeys. Like he came on my inbox talking about, are you Haitian? Or if you're Haitian, you eat bananas, you're a monkey. And like all this crazy stuff. I'm just like, yo, who the hell is this? Then I found out it was a little kid, right? So someone throws me in a group, and this little kid is up in there just saying all types of reckless shit. And then I heard him say, this person is my uncle, right? This person, Dan. So I saw Dan's administrator. I saw he had like a Hebrew Israelite name. So I messaged him privately. I'm like, yo, man, like, this your nephew? Like, you allow him to like be up in here and like talking like that? I'm like, you don't try to teach him better or say anything to him about that? He goes like, he's uncontrollable. Like me saying like his parents can't even control him either. Like he just does what he wants. And that he's a big kid. He's supposed to be a big 6'4", like 10th grader or whatever. Like fucking people up. And like the kid tells about his parents in the chat, called his mother a bitch, fucking, because she won't let him use the phone and like seeing all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, yo, you got family members that are Torah based or whatever, and they don't teach you better. Like, know what I mean? That's just weird. So I told her, I'm like, yo, he'll go out in the street and talk like that, and somebody will knock his head off, like, for that. Like, know what I mean? So you should try to teach him better so the streets won't show him better. Know what I mean? Because like little kids be getting into shit be happening to little kids, like, right? And just like a regular ghetto dweller would do, was get offended that for something that's their fault, for one. I'm being kind. I'm looking out for the boy out of love, even though he's saying all types of racist ass shit. Like, know what I mean? I still got love for the kid, like for him to know better, right? And it's his parents and relatives thing to teach him better. So, right? He goes on and tells him like he do what he want. He can hold his own. I'm like, hold his own? You're telling me it's all good he do because he can hold his own? Oh, his family are gang members. I'm like, what does that have to do anything to? But like last time I checked, anybody can get it. Anybody. Gang members get it. You know what I'm saying? All walks of life. So you can talk all hard and stuff, but anything can happen to you. That's just crazy. So I was blown away about his reaction. And then it came out, and I'm like, wait a minute. Peach is supposed to be related to this kid, and now this Dan is related to the kid. So I asked him, I'm like, yo, you know Peach? He said, yeah, that's me. I got 2 accounts and shit. I'm like, well, goddamn. I'm like, that's kind of fucked up. What else, Amiris? I see you. And I'm like, yo, that's kind of fucked up. That, like, y'all Torah people supposed to be Torah followers, and y'all allowing this kid to act this way, which is basically like almost a death sentence. Like, because he can go out in the street and really get hurt. And then who they going to blame? They're going to blame society or blame the police. You know what I'm saying? Instead of blaming themselves, right? So I try to reason with this dude, like, and try to explain it. But you know what the ghetto dwellers do? When they get mad, they want to create a situation that causes, well, I'll fight you. You ever said some shit like you didn't even say nothing wrong to a person, but they try to twist your words to make it violent, or make a violent situation? Because
yeah. Once in a while, I've said something, and the other person took it the wrong way.
Right, and so he tried to say that I threatened the boy. I'm like, where did I ever say that? You can't produce nothing to say that I said that. Like, I'm telling you to talk to this kid, right? Because what he's doing is wrong. And if he's a young kid, that could really have a big thing on his life. Wind up in jail or even worse. Know
Who we talking about? Who we talking about, Willis? We're talking about Terry Smoot.
No, we can get to Terry Smoot.
Black bastard. Let me at him.
We can get to Terry Smoot. Hold on.
Right,
man, I like that enthusiasm, but hold back for a minute.
all right.
Yeah. So we so the day went on, and now he wants to join with Judah Nazareth to come up against me. I'm just like, nigga, you're gonna lose. Nigga, like, you catching the L right now. Judah is setting you up for failure. Judah is like what we used to call Judah. He walks people in the walls. He tells people that you can do it, you can do this, and then you try it and shit, and you fail, and you turn around, Judah gone. So I'm like, yo, Judah's using you like he uses everybody. He's about to fail. Chuck, cool your boots, nigga. So this morning I wake up.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick on that? Judah does that. Like he'll send this one dude, Avanya, to go debate somebody, and then the guy will crash and burn. And speaking of that dude, to show how stupid this dude is, you know what he just said today?
What?
He said I'm a Canaanite. He called me a Canaanite.
Unbelievable.
So that guy is so dumb, he'll actually believe that, but he'll also believe that he can debate somebody.
Yeah.
So he'll go into a debate, and then he'll get washed, and then Judah will be like, he'll like completely pull back and just be like, yeah, you won't even acknowledge that the guy got beat. He'll pretend like that didn't happen, because the next time he does it to somebody, he'll do the same thing. He'll be like, oh yeah, never mind.
Yep. Wait, Loki? Oh, Loki dropped out. I got you, Loki. Yeah. So,
okay, it's working now.
Okay.
Can I intervene for just a moment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course.
So when y'all started on live, I jumped back over on Rob's channel, man, and Rob's actually, you know, as far as me and him is concerned, Rob is pretty cool. Yeah. And I welcome y'all to go back and watch the very, very end of his stream. Yeah. Where it was just me and him shooting shit. You know, he gave me a huge fucking shout out, and I can only respect that. I'm talking huge. Yeah.
Well, here's the issue that I have with Rob now. I unsubscribed to his channel because he let Judah go on there and just just act a fool. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me.
It's good entertainment, man.
Hey,
you
maybe
know,
he was trying to like drain his energy or something like that. You know, sometimes drama's fun. You know,
I mean, it's what. That's right, Lucky. And what's so crazy is we had that Mister guy. He incited Judah, and Rob let that play out. And then shit, they incited me whenever fucking Smoot jumped on. You know what I'm saying? I got pissed listening to all that fucking bickering.
Let me finish this thing up.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. Okay. I'm sorry.
So now I got the choker now. Fucking so this morning I wake up. This guy's talking about I'm gay. 7 o'clock in the goddamn morning. I'm like, now the dude is threatened. Oh, yeah. The dude threatened me with black magic, right? You know I'm ancient and my family past is voodoo. I'm like, okay, and right? And he's like, oh, our family are Trinitarios and shit, and we'll come kill you. I'm like, okay. Like, know what I mean? Like, last time I checked, like, real motherfuckers don't say shit. They just go do it. Like, they don't say nothing. Now, you're incriminating yourself. Now, you get yourself into a RICO fucking charge and shit by you being out here running your mouth. Then you turn around and say, I'm not a gang member. My brother and family and the shit is, right? I'm like, so you're incriminating them now, right? Now, he says that he'll come kill me and he'll get away with it. I'm like, oh, so you collect the crazy check. That's why you're out here all day and shit. You collect the check, right? So I said, I understand now. Now I understand everything. Because he told me he was in a Jewish rabbi, like Jewish group, right? Israelite group that observes the Torah. And he told me the guy's name. It was some like African dude, right? I looked him up. Then on the other screen account, on his other account, he's a Kabbalist, right? And that he's a rabbi student and that he learns from Hasidic Jews, right? I'm like, that's kind of strange and shit. Like, you know what I mean? That's a little different stories you're telling me there. Then he's telling me about voodoo. He's going to curse me with voodoo and then kill me. All this shit, right? I'm just like, since when a rabbi, somebody's going to be a rabbi, be an upright person within that book, and you're talking about all this shit, right? So it comes to all the pass, right? I'm still, the whole time he's threatening me, I'm still trying to be simple with it, get him to understand. But he didn't want that. But that was crazy.
It's funny you say that too, because like if you get initiated in like say like one path, why go to the other one? Shouldn't the path that you're already starting with work for you?
Right. But he also told me that he's a Mason and that he wouldn't tell me his lodge number. I know that, right? And he made me proud to tell him what lodge they're in. He told me he's a Rosicrucian. He's in some Haitian order. He's in all these groups, right? But he acts like that. What type of man that follows the Torah? What type of man that say he's a traveler, he's a Mason, that conducts himself the way that he did? So right there, and he's a Kabbalist, right? Kabbalist is about ascending yourself and becoming a perfect person, like almost like a perfect person, right? It's self-improvement. So if you're involved with all these things, and I see this, what you're showing is not any of that stuff. I've been surrounded by Masons my whole life. All my parents are Masons, Eastern Star. They don't conduct themselves that way. You would never hear them conduct themselves that way. You wouldn't hear anybody that follows Torah, a Jewish, especially a Hasidic Jew, fucking carrying himself that way, right? So fast forward to the day, get this over with. To the day, he goes to say, I'm gay. And he got a video on me, which was a video Yara Ben Liar made and shit, right? Where he took some of my voice from a video and put it over it. And they had some dude, they put my logo over his face and try to say it was me. But everybody want to see my face, right? But they got the video. If they got the video of me, they should already have my face. And my whole body is in the video, right? If that's me. So why don't you show the person's face, right? So I'm like, dude, you're making a big mistake. Like, you can lose. Like, right? What's going on? I'm tired. I don't want to hear this shit. I go to Facebook. I just scroll through his profile. I come across
Oh, you already know you don't want me to go after their ass.
Oh, don't worry about that, Loki. I'm about to put you in the mix. You about to be 5-star.
Lucky, you will be christened.
Yup. I know Chris was christened today. I mean, Siberius was today.
Oh man, I'm all the way. I'm balls deep now.
Right. So
nothing but the nuts hanging out.
We're gonna show you what this so-called rabbi, what this rabbi is all about, right? So I scrolled through his profile, and this is what I came across. Now I'm gonna explain this to y'all, right? I'm gonna explain this to y'all, right? And we can see his name here. His name is Danyala, right? Benjamin, right? Benjamin, right? Of the tribe of Benjamin, Danyala, tribe of Benjamin L. So he thinks he's a Moor too. That's a whole nother story.
Man, he looks like Pharrell Williams, but fuckboy version.
That's not him. That's not him. This is a video that he was watching, right?
I should slap his ass just for fronting like he's Pharrell, but he's not.
All right. This man was born a woman, right? Okay, that's his post from YouTube. What I hate about my bottom surgery. The honest truth about what I hate about my bottom surgery, right?
You know, that sounds messed up. Shoot. I'm sure he's going to get it fixed. Just hold on, people. But in the meantime, what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about this rabbi looking up whatever that is?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, cool.
Here we go. Let me get the screen share back up again. All right, boom. So
I mean, you could have just did like what do you call it, the Cheerio challenge.
Now, this is how I'm going to explain this, right? You go on Facebook, you share people's shares, you share people's stuff and whatnot, right? Now, he didn't get this from a share from Facebook. He got this from his YouTube. And this is a direct share from YouTube. Now, what we all know about YouTube is the algorithms, right? What your interests are, the things you watch, the things you look up, the things you search, is the results of your recommended videos and stuff that comes up in your YouTube feed, right? Now, what I find strange is that this is a direct share. The man, woman, whatever you want to call him, is Dominican, just like him, right? And this is a direct share. So what he wrote up here, you can't tell this from the top. You can't tell that from the title, but you can tell from his post here. Said this man is born a woman. So he watched the video, right? He watched the video. Now, I want to know what Torah observer will be looking at transsexuals on the internet, right? I ain't got no problem if you do. I ain't got no problem with that. But if you're a Torah follower and you look at everybody else for being wicked and shit, what are you doing on this? And how did this get into your feed to watch that? It's either you searched for transsexuals or that was your normal things that you watch on your YouTube. And you just made a little boo-boo and shared it. But most people don't think that way. Most people don't think that. But I'm a technical person, so I understand all these things, right? So this was in your heart. And like I told you when we first met, that you say you're a Kabbalist, you say you're a student rabbi, but I said, I don't see the Torah in you. by the way you conduct yourself and the things that come forth out of your mouth. I don't see it in you. So this morning, his ass got dragged like there was no tomorrow. So that's the name right there. The other one is Peaches or whatever, right? I ain't feel like spelling that on the title. So I just put the other one in there. And I just find that very strange. So you got some motherfucking explaining to do now. And he got mad, he got bad, he's gonna curse us, he's gonna come kill us. The machetes, remember Negi? He was showing us the machetes and all this shit, right? He's supposed to be
yeah. He was pulling out machetes and like acting tough, and he just, I don't know, it's just stupid.
Yeah, right. And we heard stories about the Trinitarios gang in New York City, how they killed that innocent boy because
he went into like a place that you get like snacks and drinks and stuff.
He went into bodega.
Bodega, right? That's it, bodega.
Yep, he went into bodega to ask for help because it was after. He didn't do nothing. And the man like, well, goddamn, I don't want that shit up in here. And somebody came in there and they dragged him out from behind that man's counter and they repeatedly hacked him to death with machetes. If I can, I'll pull up the
comment. Did you enjoy your time with Judah Nazareth? ? LOL. Still thinking about finishing that temple web page you were working so hard on? ? LOL.
Did you enjoy? Oh, that's Lamad ass. Did you enjoy your time with Judah Nazareth? Still thinking about finishing that Temple Man web page you were working on so hard. I know what you're trying to get at. Yeah, at the beginning, I did enjoy my time over there at Torah Nights. Right? And that Temple Man website, that web page website, which I did a lot of work on, and it was genius. Like that shit was genius. Compared to
can I answer that? Can I answer that question real quick? Because I have a simple answer to that. When I was with Judah and the Torah Knights, I got a lot of stress from those people.
Yep.
I mean, I got a lot of grief from those people. There were some bad things. I mean, it was almost not worth it. But the
good things were the other people, not Judah Nazareth. The good things were the community that we've created, right?
Yeah, that's it.
That was the best part about it. Was people like we consider ourselves brothers, sisters, or whatever, friends, however you want to say it. That was the best part about it. But we all had a goal was to learn, right? And the lessons never came. It was just being led on. It was like you spoon feeding somebody, right? You get a drop out of the spoon, then you snatch the spoon away, right? And it was a reason. It wasn't because he wasn't worthy. It wasn't because we didn't understand what he did give us, right? What it was is that he didn't know what he was going to teach at all. He was winging it. Just like now, he's supposed to be supporting Africa or something like that. And I said, he's doing that because he can't talk that Temple Man shit no more. Yep, it was. What did you say? You was happy in Torah Nights, Lamont? What did you say that? You come on. Here's the link.
Yeah, Killer. It's so funny because we destroyed that Temple Man. Now he can't use it.
Yeah, he can't. He can't even mention that shit no more.
Because even though he would say that I'm wrong for how I explained it, he still won't use it because he knows I'm right.
Yeah.
Jump on, Lamont.
Yeah.
Don't be a hoe. Jump on.
Yeah, so like, this
Only if you want to be a hoe.
He's out the group. He's the end of the story. If you want to keep this shit going, I can too. And I'll do it worse than Judah Nazareth. So let's get his ass off the page. No, that's not his name and shit. I'll get fucking.
Anyway. I got cringe just looking at it.
Yeah, so he's out of the way. Temple Man is God. What's up, Lamont?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Nothing much.
Hey, Shalom, Lamad. Long time no see.
What's up, Negi?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Howdy, Lamad.
What's up?
This is my boy Loki, and Siberius is out here too.
Oh, what's up, man? What's up?
What's going on?
Lamad was one of
chilling, sitting back smoking a blunt.
Oh, Lamad is the homie?
Watching the witches burn.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Sorry, Lamont.
Oh, it's all good.
How
Didn't
long
mean
you?
to call you a hoe.
What was that?
I said I didn't mean to call you a hoe, man. I thought you was the enemy.
Oh, it's all right, man.
I said, you said don't be a hoe on here, and I was like,
Only if you want to be a hoe.
Yeah.
What was your question, Killer?
Yeah. How long you was in Tornado? You was in there for about what, like 4 years, I think, maybe.
Oh no, it was I got in touch with it 2016. You know what was funny? Negi was the first person I spoke to on Facebook, and I was like, "Oh, what is this Torah Nights, man? What is this Torah Nights? Can I join?" And then Negi was like, "Yes, you can. Just don't be a snake."
Which, you know, makes me want to ask a question.
I don't know.
Because, you know,
I don't know why I remember.
And I'm still new
I don't know
to
why I
this.
remember like little details and tidbits.
What
like
was
that. Do you
the
remember
lore?
that conversation?
What made a lot of you want to join Torah Nights?
Well, what made us want to join? Because we were arguing and contending with all the camps, and it was so interesting. And I personally had a sense of superiority when like all these IUIC guys or GMS guys or GOCC guys would try to like talk down on us. We would have this like sense of superiority, like, no, some bullshit.
Yeah, and we would just take over people's like fucking comment boards.
Oh yeah. We used to like swarm on people on YouTube.
So the Torah people broke the very first rule in the 48 Laws of Power: don't outshine the master.
Well, who was the master?
Hey, you know, I want to answer that question real quick. You know, what got me into Torah Nights? I thought Judah was teaching esoteric teachings with the Bible. And that's what got me into Torah Nights. But
okay,
also
that makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
I thought he was crazy. I thought he was genuinely crazy, but it took a while.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting because what got me to like join into was the fact that I was looking through the entire Old Testament. I was looking for JC in the entire Old Testament. I was scouring through YouTube videos, and I was trying to get like a YouTuber that point out the name JC in the Old Testament. Back when I didn't really read, I was not reading anything back in those days. I was like figuring stuff out, and then when I joined, I was like, oh, this is the only dude who's saying that he's pretty much confirming that JC is not in the Old Testament. And then there were a few others, but he was the most vocal out of everybody, you know? So that's what made me want to join and then learn more stuff. And then we were like smashing on people in the comment section because all these camps, they were like militant and they were like talk down to people, you know. And then we were in the comment board and we were asking simple questions and they were confounded. That's what made me, it was like a drug for me. Like when it came to like,
it definitely was. And for me, I was in the cult, the Hebrew Israelite cult, many different groups out of the whole entirety of the cult and shit. And I was done with it. I done saw all the bullshit that these motherfuckers do. I was done with it. And I was like, yo, this other shit out there. There's something else out there. Right? So I was getting into a lot of the Egyptian shit, a lot of esoteric stuff. And I was trying to understand, but I didn't really understand it because it was foreign to me. It's totally foreign to me. And then I found like Pascal Beverly Randolph. I was like, okay, I can read this and like understand what the fuck he's saying rather than like trying to get some the Libra 777 or like, you know what I mean? Some shit like that. Like that's just like Chinese to me, right? So I saw Judah's video and I'm like, I ain't never saw somebody break down the Old Testament like that. I was like, oh shit. Like, so I wanted to learn more. Like, in fact, so I hit him up and stuff. He made a couple more videos and I followed him and stuff. And joined the group, like Lamont said, it's like we're like a gang. So like if you had a problem, say with me, and you going back and forth in the comments, Lamont will come, Negi will come, Judah will come, fucking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more members. And now what you gonna do? Even if you write.
So to get this straight, when he was, reading and and quoting these things out of the Old Testament, basically what he was doing was he was discrediting, every, like priest or pastor or whatever you want to call its knowledge.
Yes. Yes, that
okay,
was
yeah, I fucking hate that because
that was his gimmick.
Me, Siberius, we already know that there's people on YouTube that be discrediting people and they don't really know what the hell they're talking about. Especially when people become more experienced or something like that on this path. It can be very damaging when somebody comes up with like a different perspective like that. It's like mind control. You know what I mean?
Well,
just tell somebody they're doing something wrong.
That was the gimmick because everybody was teaching JC and Bahashim Yahawashai and all this stuff. And there was a little bit, there's not too many people who were against it. So that was kind of what like made it intoxicating. Like this small group of people on the internet smashing on these camps all over. Like because I remember also when I was making videos, there was some dude in England who made a video with my name in the title, like Lamar, and I'm like, dude, who is this dude in England, like making videos and shit? So that was the intoxicating part, where like that. Okay, Judah was more like a one-trick pony. Mm-hmm. He was able to like get people to understand that JC's not in the Old Testament. Like that was his trick or one-trick pony gimmick, and that was the shit where like everybody could get it. Like, oh, it don't matter if you were old, like all these revered cult leaders and shit, like Nathaniel and shit. And we would feel like, man, these motherfuckers is on some bullshit. So that was kind of why what kept me interested.
It's almost like saying about Sarah. I don't know too much about it, but I was gonna say it and get y'all to maybe understand it. Say, magic is done this way. You have to do your banishing ritual, and you have to do all these rituals before you do the main thing or whatever, right? And here comes Tiberius, like, yo, fuck all that shit. This all you got to do, right? But the whole cult world does it that way.
Hey,
no, you do it like this.
This guy right here. Hear this name, Fag Sauce. His name is Fag Sauce.
That would be called him. That's oh. That's yeah, they just be bugging. Like these motherfuckers is crazy.
That's someone making fun of Chris, but it's no big deal. He's just someone that trolls on Judah's channel. But yeah.
Yeah, when we do
that's cool. Hell yeah.
Yes. It's like that. So now all the people that have been doing magic all these years doing it that way, they're like, oh shit. So I was doing this bullshit for nothing. You know what I mean? I was doing all this shit. And like, I'm like, nah, you got this, all you gotta do. And that's what he did. All these people was following, say, the New Testament, and he said, no, that's just satanic. That's Luciferian, Jesus penis. Like, know what I mean? And he would make these catch stick in your head. So now you're even seeing the vile, like, faggot ass shit that he's saying. Jesus penis. No, don't say that. That's Jesus penis.
Yeah, Killer. That was one thing that was really weird. He would zoom in on a picture of a crucifix and he'd show like the abs and he
the abs would be the dick and balls.
You saw that. It looks like a dick sticking out of the sheet that Jesus is wearing on the cross. That's just crazy as shit. That's crazy as shit. So we saw that, and you're like, well, goddamn, that shit is a fucking dick coming out that motherfucker. Like, you're like, oh shit. Then he'll show a statue, a baby. You know how they got Jesus with children around them?
Yeah.
And it would be a little kid pulling up the motherfucking sheet the motherfucker got on him, and look like the kid is sucking his dick. Like, that shit is crazy. And he would things, and we'd be like, yo, what the fuck? And like, he was showing those pictures, and you're like, God damn, he's so fucking this.
Yeah.
A lot of those statues didn't have anything to do with Christianity, and like it was all about your research day. And this showed the people that just listen to what somebody says, and the people that actually listen to what they say and then go look it up and make their decision.
Well, hey, fellas, I gotta jump off here. I'm starting to fall asleep. I gotta go to bed.
Hey, Siberius, can
real
you
quick.
explain to me what happened on the chat though? Because remember?
Yes.
Yeah. Before I go to bed, I can do that. So, yeah, it was an epic showdown, man. You know, it was an epic fucking showdown. Judah and Killer on the same platform. A guy named Rob Rack, and then I jumped on, and Nagy jumped on, and then some of Judah's henchmen jumped on. One guy named Terry Smoot. You know, and it was just a big fucking showdown.
So basically, if we're getting on my sense. So basically, like it was different because he was at the wrong place at the right time. I mean, the wrong place, at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Right place, wrong time. Yeah.
Yeah, right place
Judah
for us.
was at the right place, wrong time.
Yep. Siberius and shit, he was like, yo, I'll fuck you up. Like, you couldn't hear nobody.
Yeah.
No, I
They're
have a
talking about
feeling.
fighting.
I don't want to, brag or anything like that, but I have a feeling, not 100% sure too, because things do go on. He could be off YouTube eventually.
I have a feeling too, Lucky. Why don't you share with me some pictures after this?
Pictures of what?
I want to see some pictures. You know what I'm saying?
Pictures
What symbols were used?
Oh yeah, I can do that in the private chat right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. In
the
the
very
Voodoo
first
Cartel.
letter in my name, right? Actually.
Okay.
I flipped it upside down. The one that looks like a check mark.
Yeah.
That's called the goose right there.
Yeah, that's water, right?
Yeah, water, well.
Ah, okay.
And
Me
now
like
that rune
it.
right there, basically, when you reverse that shit, it basically it's hard to cast a curse on somebody. Say like if it's general. Say like if you're just trying to get revenge on somebody. A lot of times it's hard to cast a curse on somebody and make it, because I see when I'm cursing somebody, I'm trying to curse them for, even after they die and they reincarnate, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want the motherfucker to suffer for like a billion years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Extra shit.
But okay. So basically, the reason why I like that one, Siberius, is it's just very simple, and it gives what the person needs. That's fucked with you. It gives them depression. It makes them suicidal. And it makes them like literally rot and deteriorate. You know what I mean? You know how like water rots.
But doesn't it affect you? Don't you have to pay a price when you do that to someone?
Well, see, what you gotta understand is, I only been doing magic, like hardcore for about 3 years, okay? But I've been studying the occult, for 10 years. You know what I mean? Ever since I was like 15 years old. One thing I've noticed about people who get into the stuff and they're beginners, they usually have a lot more energy. And sometimes the beginners are the best people to go to when it comes to shit like hex work and stuff like that, because beginners have a lot of energy and they really don't know the consequences of it. And yeah, the consequence of doing something like that is that it drains you.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah.
You know what I also learned about love spells? Love spells drains you and leaves you like really tired as fuck. And like there's like
this.
calamity.
I'm not gonna say I did anything. I'm not gonna say that I did it, because we all know, you know what I mean, as a group we all know. And the thing is, whenever you tell somebody they're cursed, a lot of times, man, like usually it goes into your subconscious and and stuff like that, and you kind of believe it. It's kind of fucked. It's kind of like a mind fuck. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
And there's some I will say this, man. There's some charlatans and there's some very manipulative people that can make you believe that somebody's fucked you up and they really haven't.
Right. Well, hey, guys, I got to jump off. I'm too tired to even have this conversation. Y'all know this is my shit, but I'm fucking tired, son.
All right, Joe.
Good night.
All right, man. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Hell yeah, man. Peace.
Make sure y'all put that info in the chat for me later.
No, but no, I completely understand it because I mean,
now hold on.
And the thing is, the results.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a goddamn minute. Lamont, you said, yeah, I know what you mean. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, because I've experienced people doing these things towards me.
Oh, okay. I thought you was doing something. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I've for example, there was this girl. I told you about her like a year ago, and she kept popping up in my head, and it was uncontrollable. Like her face.
I have a similar story, but go on.
Yeah, her face kept popping up in her head, in my head, on some like it was like on an acid trip clarity, you know, like it would just pop up, and then I would see her face and other people's faces in public. And then I would just drive my car. I would see her face, and I would see her face in a billboard. I would see her face, and it was to the point where it was insanity. And I never had this experience before in my life, but I was assuming she was casting spells because there's no reason why I would be going about my business and then I see her face. You know what I mean? Like it's just not something I've never done that in my life where I just imagine people's faces in my head throughout my day. It was just a very bizarre experience where it just kept happening and happening and happening. And it's
mean, we do fall in love and we do imagine and we do see the person, but I see where you're coming from. It was something that was intense. It couldn't be explained.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
it was
all the way from your root sacral chakra up was, to your, crown chakra was being attacked.
Who knows? But I mean, it dissipated. Like with time, it goes away. But it was really intense, and I kept trying to figure it out. And then I was telling him about it. He was saying that I was crazy. He was saying I was a crazy conspiracy nut.
How many years ago was that, man?
It was about a year and a half ago.
Oh man, yeah. See, what happened one time? I blocked this chick off Facebook that I was fucking with, and literally like a year later, which isn't normal. It's not normal to kind of like have feelings for people online. You know what I mean? Right. A lot of times, especially if you fell in love with like a chick before, you know what I mean? Like you made out, like she got your windpipe. You know what I mean? Right. Like obviously, you know what it feels like, and this chick, like basically, that I blocked a year later, I started getting these weird, like guilty feelings and like taboos and fantasies about her and shit like that. And like I didn't understand what was going on at the time. And yeah,
what was she doing?
Fucking love magic or some shit.
She was doing something?
Yeah.
Oh, so see, it's real. See? Yeah, that shit's real.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like when I got into the conversation earlier, a lot of people out here, they try to confuse you and they try to hide, like when you're talking about the Old Testament earlier. And that's the thing, to say that, like these things can't be understood. These things can't be explained. If like somebody casts them on you, that's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
We all have, like intuition. We all have the ability. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some really stupid people out here. They probably wouldn't know, but yeah, you see where I'm coming from.
Right. Let's spin this back to the subject. Maggie Springfield. Yeah. Maggie, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
Yeah. What? Anything you else you had to say about today's like thing and with youth houses? And then
just
all this magic lovemaking shit.
It was just weird because one thing when you hear Judah talk, he's telling lies, but what's funny is my experience has taught me to look into people in a different way. Like when people say really weird, deviant stuff, sometimes it's because they're talking about themselves, even when they talk about other people.
Yeah.
And I've also known some people that were some real weirdos. So I have reason to be concerned about Judah. because it's like this guy does not see anything wrong with himself. He only sees what other people do.
Lamont wants to be Harry Potter.
He thinks he's like a perfectly, you know, good Torah keeper when he's not.
Yeah, and that was my main thing. I didn't get a chance to say it the way I wanted to say it because I was trying to explain the whole thing. What it was, oh, you make a million videos on Judah Nazareth. Fucking, you obsessed with Judah Nazareth? No, not at all. I could care. You always saying Judah Nazareth is gay. I don't care if he's gay. If he is, that's good for him. And shit. I hope he lives a good life being gay.
Can someone mute their mic? I'm getting little noises, and it's kind of like
mine's been muted though. Yeah, mine's muted.
I don't know who's.
But
I hear some snap crackle popping.
Yeah, that's it. Snap crackle pop. Can you?
Now Lamar playing a motherfucking video game.
But just look at this comment right here. Can any one of you tell if someone sacrificed your soul to the job? You know what a job is, right? It's basically like a demon in Haitian voodoo.
No, I never did that shit.
I just know this is a troll that usually goes on Judah's channel, but
Lord Lovesmith?
No, Canaanite Chris.
Lord Lovesmith, I never seen here before.
Yeah, this guy. That's the one I was talking about.
We'll get into that. Let's finish this thing up first. We get into that. Yeah, what I was saying, I didn't get a chance really to basically say, like, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit that he does, right? My main goal is to wake up people about the cults and show them the dangers of the cult. You're not a troll. Okay, man. Thanks for coming by, though, definitely. We get to your question in a little bit. I didn't get the chance to basically tell the people, I'm like, yo, my goal, the only reason I do these videos is to wake people up about the dangers of being in cults. And that could be applied to Loki showed me about a cult of magicians. There's all different types of cults out there, but they all have the same playbook. I watched that video Loki sent me, and I was like, God damn, this is exactly
about the cabal, the cable gate.
Yeah. And I'm like, I have to show these things to show how insincere the so-called leader is about what he's teaching. So if you're supposed to be a rabbi, you're supposed to be a Torah teacher, you're supposed to be an upright person, and you're supposed to live upright and be fair and be righteous, like, know what I mean? And you're condemning people for the things that you're doing. So I don't care if somebody likes men or like women or whatever, they bi or whatever, transsexual, I don't care.
Oh yeah, these groups, there's no rules, you know, or any justice or anything. It's like the leader's the only one who has power. It's ran like Hitler. Right,
exactly. But it's so subtle at first. It's subtle. When you come in, everyone loves you. Everyone loves you when you come in. I dropped the link for you. Everybody loves you when you come in. And then when you go or ask a question outside, now Josh, this would be a perfect time for Josh to come in here. Because I know Josh remember this shit. This is the first time I ever see Josh just go nuts on a motherfucker. When that dude, Michael, I believe, and he was talking all that Freemasonry stuff, he kept asking us about that. And we went nuts on it. Like, we was on some straight cult shit. Like, we really on some straight cult shit. Why are you asking this to you down with the motherfucking people? That's it, like, right? And
yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah. That whole crazy witchcraft spell jumps on. That crazy witchcraft spell jumps on everybody. That's the thing.
And we drilled the shit out of this motherfucker. I never seen Josh like that ever, right? And I joined in. I was like, shit, we fucking this thing up and shit. So it's like, it's called love bombing. So here's the biggest cult. Yeah, this biggest cult, they have the ability to program some thoughts and actions into your subconscious mind. Yeah, and these groups are the same thing. So you come in there, Jesus penis. So now, how can you say Jesus? You can't even say Jesus without saying Jesus penis. I can't even think of Jesus now without thinking about Judah Nazareth and that shit. It get burned into your brain, like, right? So the love bomb. So when you go anything outside of the group, You got enforcers. The forcers are the first one to come to you. The enforcer, me, Killer B. Neggy, why you got that magic shit on your Facebook? Why you got this? Or why is this dude believing in this and we believe in that? And now before all that, the love bomb, you don't put everybody else out of the way. Your family doesn't matter anymore. Your kid, you're like, if they're not believers, they're gonna die. They're gonna die, and you accept that they're gonna die because they don't listen, right? Now, when you do something wrong, now they already set you up. You all by yourself. The only thing you got is the cult. So when you say the wrong thing, cack, and they hit you so hard that you're like, God damn, oh my God, I'm either going to hell, or these niggas are gonna stop fucking with me, and I'm not gonna have any more information to become one of God's people. So you're gonna die again.
Oh, you know what's so funny, Killer? You know what Judah said when I left in the video he made right after I left?
What?
He said I was going to hell.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to say. And what did he do? He cursed us all to die for all our kids, and he got up on Rod Rack shit and said, I never said that.
Oh yeah, he lied. That was part of the witchcraft he did on Rob Rack's channel. He was doing heavy witchcraft on Rob Rack's channel.
Loki can
quick. And that's so fucking stupid that he comes in here and tries to curse y'all because all you have to do is basically curse him back, you know what I mean? And like by him, losing his motherfucking cool and shit like that, saying he's cursing y'all motherfuckers, he's also putting his kid in jeopardy too, because what if we retaliate? That's very fucking irresponsible.
Yeah. So that's the type of person he is. Now, we already know that he doesn't care about his family. He said the family don't even care about him. So that's a prime reason why he would do it and push his family right there in front. This man said, I asked for naked pics of his children. And I asked him on the show, he wouldn't answer it. I got the screenshot right here. You saying that. Right here, you saying that. So you refuse to show the evidence. So that makes you, and this is worse. It's worse than me saying it and not having evidence. It's worse than Josh saying it and not having evidence. It's worse than Loki. It's worse than Negi. It's worse than Lamont and not having the evidence. But he's supposed to be a leader. He's supposed to be a pillar of the community. He's supposed to be a teacher of the Torah and hold it up, be an upright person. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm gonna put my Cuban chain on, to bow. You know what I mean? ain't nobody gonna be cursed here.
So, know what I mean? So it's worse when he does it because he's not supposed to do it. Know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be able to check himself. If he has his cube all crispy and sharp, he should automatically know what to do and what not to do. If his cube is so sharp, if his cube is so refined, if his actions are all square and perfect, he wouldn't be caught doing any of this thing. Like I said about the Danya Allah dude, right? He fucking said he was a rabbi student. How the fuck are you a Kabbalist and a rabbi student and you act the way and you threatening motherfuckers with gang violence and voodoo? Please explain that motherfucker to me. Like, know what I'm saying? And this man sat up on that screen and lied. So when you go into these cults, you think everything's all sweet and gravy and cool. I told the Puerto Rican Israelites, the Hispanic Israelites, I just call them Puerto Rican. I call all the Spanish Puerto Rican. Right? That's how we do it. Right?
It's like, I said before, like if you initiate into something, it doesn't mean you can't study other stuff. It doesn't mean you can't practice it.
Right.
It just means don't claim, two sets. Don't claim, like, for example, don't claim you're a boat core and then claim, what do you call it? You're a Vitki, or something like that. You're going to piss a lot of people off. Like, okay, if you don't know what Vitki is, basically a male Viking sorcerer.
Yeah.
Don't claim
you're
I
just want to say what's up.
Shit like that. Don't mean you
I just want to say what's up to Josh. Yeah, what's up, Josh? Shalom.
Yo, what's up, Nikki? Peace to everybody on the panel. What's up, Lamar?
The fuck is you doing, nigga? You trying to make another fucking video for Judah Nazareth?
Temple Man is God.
What the hell?
The fuck, nigga? What you trying to do over here and shit? Gotta
get dressed, boy.
Get crazy. Okay. Josh, you remember that day when we went off on that dude?
Man, I'd have to be under a spell. I don't remember going off on that dude, but it probably was because I was under some deep spell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Judah Nazareth spell.
And because it's real fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And like I remember going off on Negi too. You know what I'm saying?
So, yeah. Can I say something on that? Because I actually think you were justified in what you said, and now I agree with you. That's the ultimate irony. Is now I agree with the statement you made. You said, I'm gonna say it low, just because I don't want a lot of people to hear. But you said fuck Crowley, and I agree. I agree.
Oh
fuck
yeah,
Crowley.
word. Yeah.
But the thing is, when you said it, I wasn't ready to hear it. So. I kind of left, and Judah made you apologize. That was kind of messed up, but you know.
Did you guys say Crowley?
I wanted to cuss his ass out, but I was trying to be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, just
I
because
understand.
it's that spell though. I want to go into that for a second because it's like that spell because it's like in any normal situation, then I would have I don't even care. You know, especially whenever you're feeling it like, yo, I need to just spit this fire out, right? And then but then if Judah's like, yo, man, you need to chill out on that dude or something, then it's like, oh, right when I'm about to spit at him, it's like it's like he feeds on what you imagine him to be in his greatest potential, right? Like he feeds on that shit because in our heads at that time, it's like, yo, I imagine him surely he isn't this stupid, right? Or something like that. Like you just second guess yourself. Like surely it knows what's happening right now. And then you wait for it and it never shows up. It never appears. And then you start to get more grounded and realize, yo, this motherfucker is some you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. And it's just so ironic that that now I completely agree with what you said.
Right on.
I had to actually repent of all that involvement that I had with that crap. I had to repent of that.
Yeah. I remember that. But remember I was telling you about that too, man. Like
I mean, the thing is,
I was deep into that before too.
I mean, I understand, yeah, but the thing is, what I'm not lying about that. I had to repent, and when I repented, I sent Judah a message. I was like, I just repented for all that wickedness. And the thing is, he saw it. He saw that message, but when I left, he started using it against me.
That's what they do. They use everything they can, and they learn about you when you come in. They try to learn. You remember what Judah did when Ron Harrell, I think it was Ira, fucking who else? There was a couple more heads. Who were the other dudes' names and shit? I forgot, but it was like Izar or something like that. It was like 5 of them.
Oh yeah. I know who you mean. Ira.
Right. From ISUPK, right?
They came from Sakari. Yeah, they did their testimonies. So a lot of the brothers bugged the fuck out in their heads and shit. Like one of them was like they said he was like a warlock or something, like with the whole wicked thing, right? And he was just telling us some crazy shit. I was like, God damn, this brother's kind of out there. But anyway, you got to learn where all of them came from and their story. And that's what the Coda do. They'll have you do that. And with that, now they know what type of person you are. What makes you mad? What makes you happy? And they use that as tools to control you. So they'll say, oh, Negi, maybe you had some issue where somebody was messing with your kid or some shit, right? And they'll say, oh, Negi like washing boys and shit. Like, know what I mean? or they'll do something like I just use that for example, and it'll paint a picture of that person in that dude's head, and it could be a lot.
Yeah, exactly. They'll make the person look as bad as they need to make them look in that moment.
Yeah. So now that's a mental note that person got. So every time he hear you and see your face, that thing goes off in their heads. Oh, that's that motherfucker.
Oh yeah. So they'll think I'm like some kind of like creep, weirdo, boy lover type thing.
They'll tolerate you there. But because I remember a whole bunch of times I was stick up for Negi, because Negi might do some crazy shit and somebody will say something about it. And next thing you know, the whole motherfucking group jumps on Negi. And I'm like, this shit ain't got nothing to do with none of y'all motherfuckers. What the fuck y'all mad about? Like, you know what I mean? But it be the shit that Judah done put in their head. So they sitting there, they can't wait to get on Negi. Or they can't wait to get on Killer B. Or they can't wait to get on Job. Right? So Judah puts all the little things. He goes to each person. What you think about him? Blah, blah, blah. He said, know what he said to me the other day? He said this. Like, know what I mean? So now you got that mental note in the back of their head.
That's right.
Know what I mean? And he'll let it marinate. It might be 3 years. And he'll go use it. He'll go cash it in. And by then, it's like a savings bond. He told you in 2013, but that motherfucker matured in 2016. And now he coming to cash in on it. It's time for Trey Tell to leave. It's time for Negi to leave. He done exhausted his whatever I needed him for. It's been exhausted. So now we can get rid of him and bring in the next one. Because Negi now will cause the other ones to think like Negi. Know what I'm saying? So now they're gonna think like Negi. Just like when he did a Rabbi David Israel. He wasn't a real rabbi. We just called him that. But he said some real shit. He was like, yo, why the fuck shit with why we gotta talk about fucking the Islam motherfuckers? Why we gotta have them over here? They don't give a fuck about us, right? And he was right, and I agree with the motherfucker. So Judah, like the next day, makes the video, Rabbi Israel, the fucking tranny man, he's a fucking homosexual, all this shit. And I'm like, where the fuck did that shit come from? Yeah, that nigga would say some crazy shit. That motherfucker turned any conversation into talking about trannies. Like, that shit was crazy as shit. And that shit was funny as shit that he did that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, really? You kicking this dude out? Like, I'm like, how the fuck you kicking him out? Like, for what? Like, yeah, he said that dumbass shit. Like, but so what? He the one made tour nights. We wouldn't be on this live stream right now if it wasn't for David Israel. He the one that first started the live stream. We wouldn't know nothing about that. Well, we know about it by now, but like, you know what I'm saying? I think we might have been the first motherfuckers live streaming back then. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because there wasn't nobody live streaming. ISUPK, I think, was doing that shit. Like, but for classes and shit. But not just going on and talking shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And what he did to David Israel was the same shit. He played all that motherfucking tolerant trainings and shit. And then what David Israel was, he showed an opinion. But Judah don't like the opinion because that takes the superiority away from it and starts to share it. So it's like one person got all the leadership points, right? Now, if David Israel makes a good idea, now that takes 5 points off of Judah and gives it to David Israel, right? And now David Israel might say something to me, and I'm like, yo, that's a sound like a good idea, but would be even better if we do this. Now this takes 5 points from Judah Nazareth and gives it to Killer B. And next thing you know, the power points are start to being spread without the group, right? So now Judah Nazareth doesn't have much of a say or much of a much power in the group anymore. Now Judah did the disguise and say that Tour Knights don't have a leader, but it did. It did from the beginning to the end. You know what I'm saying? And
No. The Most High was the leader, man. Don't you remember?
You say the Most High is the leader. He kicking people out the group. I said, how the fuck can you get kicked out of and the first person I got on that tried it was Quina. From that point, I knew him and Quina was doing some shit behind the scenes that we didn't know about. Quina was like, he suspended somebody. I'm like, suspended? How the fuck you gonna say, who the fuck is you? Like, to suspend somebody? I got at him about that shit. Who the fuck are you to talk about he's suspended? Like, motherfucker, this ain't no motherfucking West Camp and shit. Like, the fuck out of here. And then, Judah started taking his shit from him. Judah wanted all the leadership. It's supposed to have been them two running. That's what it's supposed to have been, them two running. But Judah saw, I could just take this whole shit for myself. So what did he do? He got on a live stream. I think I got the video where he first said it about Quina. He said, well, his name was Quadash back then. He was Quadash back then. And he said, I don't know what's up with Quadash, man. He's not doing nothing. And Quadash went crazy. He's like, what the fuck you mean I ain't doing nothing? And Quadash was in the chat, like going crazy on motherfuckers and shit. Like he was fighting, like he was one of those real motherfuckers that come and we jumping them. Like, right? So Quadash got kind of pissed and like said, hey, this nigga trying to push me out. Shit. Let me stir up some shit myself and get this nigga the fuck up out of here. So he did that video. Look, he changed the temple man to purple and black because he worships Satan. And everybody was like, oh shit. And like he did all this big shit. And I was like, yo, why can't y'all work this out? Like, this is crazy. Just like, nah, fuck him and all this shit. Because Judah wanted all the control.
Wait, you talking about in the earlier days when Quina and Judah were not beefing and then they started beefing?
Yeah.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Set it off. Judah the one that made the comment saying Quadash wasn't doing nothing. Knowing Quadash was gonna feel some type of way. And he commented in the comments like, what do you mean? Like, I'm always in the comment boards fucking niggas up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This was before live streaming, right? This was just uploading shit.
It was before live streaming. You're right. That was before David Israel and shit. And no, it was before David Israel. And he told this thing how Judah was using subliminal shit in his music. I want to talk to Loki about that in a little bit. Oh, Loki about? All right, you come back in a little bit, Loki. We're about to wrap it up and shit. Let's get back on over. What I was gonna say? About the music being subliminal and like all this other shit. And that shit was crazy. Like it didn't make no sense to me. I was like, why you know this within 2 or 3 days? You figured all this out in 2 or 3 days? Or are you actually telling the truth because you were in on it too? You know what I'm saying? Because you were in on it too. So were you just telling the truth about what Judah was doing?
Or were you participating?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I always thought that, before I joined Torah Nights, I always had an idea that Quina and Judah were like two co-conspirators. Like they came together and they were like, hey man, we should start a cult. We should start a group. And then like shit went left at some point, and then one side went with Quina and the other side went with Judah.
Yeah. So like nobody really went. The only people that went with Quadash were the people that weren't in the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all the people that really didn't know who the fuck the motherfucker.
Like they was brand new to Quina.
Yeah.
He was still Kadash then though.
Yeah, he was like, Kadash. Yeah, and then he changed his name when Quina took. There was another dude. He had the name Quina, so he changed.
Because his name was Quadash first.
Yeah.
Then he changed it to Quina because it was Quadash first. Oh, that shit was crazy. But hey man, it is what it is. That was funny though on Raw Rack. show today. That shit was funny. Our rap was cool for that. But what else I was gonna say? I don't know. You got anything else to add to this bullshit?
And nothing. I just wanted to talk about how Judah lied and how he did what he normally do. You know.
What he always does.
What he always does. You know, even lying on me because I left the group. I'm now fair game.
Yep. That motherfucker.
He does that to everybody.
Well, check this out. So, you know, during that time, whenever I would be listening to his tracks, because I first, I guess you might say, caught wind of Judah from SoundCloud, right? And I was like, yo, that's an ill track, right? And then so I would email him and I'd be like, yo, send me this track, etc. And but then he would send me alternate tracks, right? And I'd be like, nah, I don't want that track because it's whack, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't like, but then he'd be like, still trying to send it. Like, the tripped out thing about it is he'd be like, nah, man, this is like the ill math behind this track is that no one can catch the tempo of it, or like, it's just so out there. And I'm like, nah, this shit it's not rhymable to, so it's whack. Like, I guess you're trying to make some ill instrumental, I guess, perhaps, but, and then it's because what that reminded me of is what you was just talking about when Kadash ended up becoming Kana, but during that time he was really bashing on those hypnotic tracks and crazy tracks that he was putting out, and that was during that time too, you know.
Yeah. That fucking that on the grid hi hat.
On the grid. Yep. Exactly. On the grid.
Damn, those stock ass drums.
Yup. He swear he know what he doing too. That shit crazy.
And then come to find out, his wife was the one making the majority of them. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, yo, I forgot. Yo, you right? Because the videos back in the day said music by Love Sugar, right?
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh damn! I offended her by accident.
Music by Love Sugar.
He said.
So that nigga don't even make goddamn beats.
No, he don't make beats. He don't make beats.
Wow.
Yeah.
He doesn't do shit.
No, he doesn't do shit. Exactly. Yeah, he doesn't do shit. But that's why I keep saying, man, like, he's in way over his head, because she was making those tracks a while back, but it's like, I remember I keep saying, like, he's involved with the entity that's beyond himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, when he's out there dealing with the Japan culture, but I keep trying to tell folks, man, Japan is post-apocalyptic. They're the only society that exists that's post-apocalyptic. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, because after the atomic bomb, they experienced very much so a post-apocalyptic society.
Exactly. And
two bombs. Two bombs
too. And not only does that change the people, but it changes their very DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like, DNA.
I really do understand what you're saying, because one of the things. Have you ever seen the movie Akira?
Oh yeah.
Because in the movie Akira, it starts off with an explosion. You can definitely tell the psyche of Japan has been messed with. There's another anime that's just as famous. It's called Barefoot Gen, and it starts off with an atomic bomb. That's common throughout. That's common throughout anime.
Oh yeah, there she go. But peep this out. Let me finish this up real quick, and then y'all can jump on Akira, right? So check it out. This is what I keep saying about him, because this is where he messed up, right? Is he thought that he was going to kind of like weasel his way into that family and into like living real easy, right? Right. So he made himself out there, but now he's found that it isn't the family, it's more of the entity, right? He's trapped now. He's trapped in the most worst way, to where they've already duplicated him 3 times, right? He's got 3 kids. So like they've already taken from him 3 times that he can't escape. And that's the most hellish nightmare that he didn't suspect to happen to him, was that he can't escape that family and he can't escape that culture, not even if he wanted to, because now they've been changed on a subatomic level to where they deal with the DNA. So they done got his DNA 3 times over. If he leaves, he's gonna die. Bet that. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
I mean, yeah, that is really crazy, but you know what else is crazy? The Japanese were fundamentally changed on a psychological level by that nuclear bomb twice.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. It's an atom bomb, bro. It takes you back to the essence, to the DNA. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you've ever seen one of those, that's almost like a mini act of creation.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Like you remember if you've ever read Genesis, which I'm sure we've all read Genesis many times, but the first thing that is said is "Let there be light," or as it goes, "Or Yehi or."
You know another thing too, he, like Josh said, he thought that was gonna be an easy ride. Like Loki broke down to me yesterday how he never worked for anything, so he schemed his way through life. Like, remember, he was home. He said he was homeless. His parents got taken away from him. Parents crackheads, right? And all these things that caused them to be a street person. So a street person does anything they can to survive. So they'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal, they'll kill. You know what I'm saying? They do all these things to get by because no one's giving me nothing, right? So they'll manipulate somebody and give them a sad story, so they'll give them some money. Or he'll do this, so they give him this. Like, you know what I mean? We gave him our time. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
It was a free ride. Oh, this girl, she in an Ivy League school. Like, you know what I'm saying? And she got her master's. And shit, fuck that. I'm fucking this bitch. I asked him on the show. I said, why you ain't shoot up the club and none of these bitches? All these pictures he showed all these women. I said, them old ass motherfucking pictures. Nigga, this shit's from the 80s. A bitch wearing a straight up 80s blouse and shit. Like, no,
you saw them pictures too.
Yeah. I'm like, yo, motherfucker, them shits like when Rob Rack said them shits. He said them shits are old as fuck.
Oh, you know what I said when he showed those pictures? I said, how many of them are dead?
Yep, exactly.
And I just want to say good night and shalom. I got to get off.
Yeah, one of them looked like a dude too. He tried to slip that one up in there and shit. One of them looked like a dude.
Yeah. I saw that, but I got to get off. Shalom. See you guys next time.
See you later,
keep burning them witches up.
You know it. So
burn their asses up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they like that. Yo, Nagy been fighting, yo. Nagy been throwing down with motherfuckers, yo. For real. Believe me when I tell you, yo. Nagy be talking that shit. Like, me and Nagy on some, like, old school tour night shit right now. Like, we really are. Like, we've been fucking motherfuckers up for, like, the last, like, fucking week. Been fucking motherfuckers up with the comic books and shit. Nothing bad as shit. Nagy just, yeah, fuck y'all motherfuckers and shit like that. It's like, fuck you fucking idiot. But Judith Nazareth thought he was getting a free ride with I. So it's like, shit.
Exactly.
Pregnant?
Yep.
I'm about to go to Japan, nigga. I'm about to be paid, right? And guess what happened? He went there and he saw what Littlewood Jackie really was. It's like China. Like, I saw people in China, right? And I saw like how they don't live like us. Like the motherfuckers gonna be going to the mall and shit and shopping for all this shit. Not normal motherfuckers, like, you know what I mean? Like you see those pictures? I be looking at how the people live in the house and the family be looking. Those motherfuckers is like so like motherfuckers live out in the rice paddies type shit. They be wearing like shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like they go clothes shopping at Dollar General. Like, don't say yeah, that's some bullshit. Like they look like, you know what I mean? Like real Japanese motherfuckers. Not no Americanized Japanese mother. They look like real Japanese motherfuckers. Like from back in the day. Like country motherfuckers. And he got a taste of that. And he's like, oh shit. Maybe this was a bad move. Maybe this was the wrong move. And now he's stuck with it. He's stuck with it. And then you went there and shit. Thought he was gonna see a goddamn anime chick. He got there and got fucking goddamn parquet mouth. Fucking Aisato. Butter. Parquet.
Yeah, man. I just think that like this is the thing that if anybody really knows Japanese culture, like knows that, then that's whenever I started poking holes through the shit that he was talking about, because I know real Japanese culture. You know what I'm saying? Just like I know, right? You see what I'm saying? So like, it's the same thing, man. Like he just, like you said, it's a very strange thing, man, and people really need to peep it. That imagine this, yo. Imagine that the only freedom that you get is that you're allowed time to go onto YouTube and then just like live your imagination out and just do that, because that's all that he got. That's all that he's allowed. You ever notice that? Like,
yeah.
That's all that he's allowed, man. And that's why people shouldn't fuck around with sorcery, because you're gonna end up in the hell of your own creation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Looking real sad. Looking real sad. You know what I'm saying?
I see your point on that shit. Motherfuckers doing shit, they produce what they Like I can see that's what you're saying. Because you used to deal with a lot of that stuff. I remember you were telling me and shit. So like, yeah, you got a lot of knowledge on it. But
well, I'm just saying, like, it's a thing. It's hard for people to see, and so it's even harder for people to really feel the severity of his situation, because it's YouTube, right? All they see is YouTube, and all they see is like this clown talking shit, presenting to everybody that he's like some kind of like rabbi, you know, I don't know, high chief priest, bullshitter or something. And then like, but what they don't realize is that without YouTube, then he has nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing. No, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. He don't run nothing over there. Even Amber told me, he said that motherfucker don't even got a bank account. Don't even got a bank account here. So everything's on I. Talking about he got a business. Yep. That nigga dumb as fuck. How he running the business?
I mean, yeah, so I just think that everybody needs to take it as a good lesson from all the videos you've put out, all the receipts you got, you know.
I let nigga die now. I let a nigga die. I'm almost at that point. Let a nigga die. I'm like, yo, fuck it. Y'all don't got the videos, nigga. Like, how many more videos y'all want me to make before y'all get it? Like, all the niggas should have quit. ISUPK, GOCC, all the motherfuckers should be empty right now. Empty. They should have empty seats. That's why I'm like, shit. Like, fuck y'all motherfuckers and shit. Just die. We don't even have to worry about none of y'all motherfuckers. The code will be gone for sure. That nigga give you some Kool-Aid. Like I did that video a while back when I said, yo, this is why I do what I do. And I showed a picture of the Jim Jones shit. When all those dead bodies is laid out in the fucking fields. Bodies, children laying on their parents dead. Babies dead. All these people. How many people died? Let me see how many people died in Jim Jones.
Damn, yeah. How many? Like 5,000 or something like that?
Yo, it was a lot. We about to find out.
Yeah, so
how many
man?
Jim Jones?
How many?
What the fuck? I hate when talking to this shit and saying something else. How many people died in Jim Jones? Oh, should say
900 deaths. According to Time magazine, members of a U.S. military team prepare aluminum coffins for shipment to the United States, following the more than 900 deaths in the mass suicide staged in Jonestown by members of the People's Temple and their leader, the Reverend Jim Jones, Georgetown, Guyana, November.
That's tripped out.
Torah Temple. Torah Temple.
The Torah Temple.
See that shit? Y'all keep fucking around. Y'all keep playing. Y'all just keep on playing. Keep on playing. Keep on playing. I done told y'all motherfuckers. Niggas is hard-headed. Niggas is hard-headed as fuck. 900 motherfuckers that motherfucking killed, yo. They was all black motherfuckers. The majority of the motherfuckers is black. Jim Jones had mad black followers.
Yeah, calling them daddy and everything. It's a damn shame.
Daddy and everything. That nigga was fucking the bitches up in there. And know what Jim Jones was doing? Exactly what I was saying about Judah Nazareth. He was making motherfuckers sign contracts. Like the people that were close to him, he would give them something to sign that would say, I used to molest my daughter and shit when she was born and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? They'll make them sign some shit like that and make them sign it. So if they ever leave and talk some shit, he got that fucking letter with them admitting to doing this, doing whatever act. And that's what like IUIC was doing. They'll try to do the non-disclosure agreement. So if you leave, you can't say nothing legally about the group. So Judah's doing the same shit by asking motherfuckers their business and shit and keeping little tabs on them and shit like that. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy as fuck. And I stopped her whole ass and shit, sitting right next to that. I would say that's your husband and shit, but you should be able, you run the house. You run that shit. They wouldn't have shit without you. You should have enough sense to stop that man from what he's doing. Take that nigga's computer privileges away and get it to make him get a real job. Because that's the only reason y'all got that little thing there, because Judah ain't gonna work. And what you gonna do with him? Send him back into America? That's what really that shit all about. Judah don't got no skills to get no job nowhere. That motherfucker talk to fucking Japanese people. That's what he do. Don't teach him English. He just talk to them. They already know English. He just talks to them like American speaking. That's all he is. He's a voice box. That's all he is. On his job. That's all he is. And then they rent rooms, the motherfuckers. Well, I believe they all rent in a room. You saw he opened up the kid's room, right? Had the little toys and shit. That was a closet. He probably got the little motherfucker sleeping up in the closet. Remember they had that little ass apartment before when he first started making videos. That little grimy old apartment had all that shit all over the place.
Yeah.
You remember that apartment and shit? And then they went into a house. But got British shit in there. Ain't nobody from England. Ain't nobody from England. And that dude, that the transsexual dude, that's the owner of the motherfucking franchise. A guy did a video on it. I showed him motherfucking things. I forgot his name. Niggas think they slick. Can't hide from the wishbone in general. Fuck around with your ass. And I'm not doing it to get in his business. I'm getting it just to show people how insincere he is. That's all it is. So if you want to follow a person like that, that will persecute you, that will condemn you for doing all these things when he's doing them himself with no shame about it. It's one thing if a motherfucker get caught doing some shit. Even motherfucking even fucking what? Jimmy Swaggart motherfucker apologized to the motherfucking people, nigga. Remember he was fucking with some hoes or some shit? That was Jimmy Swaggart, right? That was fucking with some hoes that got caught. And shit, and that motherfucker went up on TV crying like a bitch. And then who was the other preacher that got caught messing with little boys and shit? That was Eddie Long, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's Jim Baker, Jimmy Swaggart, and Eddie Long.
Swaggart and Baker did it too, huh? Oh,
yeah. But Jim Baker, he was hooking up with his secretary or something. I think that's what it was.
God damn. Oh, look, I got it right here.
But she looked a whole lot better than his wife, man. I understand why he was having some issues.
Yeah, right?
Channel 5.
It was Jessica Hahn. That was her name, Jessica Hahn.
That was her, Jessica Hahn. Yeah, you're right. I remember that. Jessica Hahn. Watch this, y'all. Check this shit out. Why can't Judah Nazareth do this shit?
I have sinned against you, my Lord.
100% chance that she would not live.
Shit, I thought it was Jimmy Swaggart.
I never read one of his books yet that I didn't like.
The news continues with the night team. Ramona Logan, Mike Snyder.
Tears filled his eyes as Swaggart took the pulpit in Baton Rouge, Louisiana this morning to beg forgiveness. Channel 5's Kim Herrera reports tonight Swaggart is stepping down from his powerful TV ministry while the Assembly of God Church investigates him for having an affair with a prostitute.
It's Dallas, bro.
Top-rated preacher on TV. He leads a multi-million-dollar evangelical empire. Now he's confessed to a moral mistake, and he's pulling away from the pulpit for a while.
I have sinned against you, my Lord. And I would ask that your precious blood would wash and cleanse every stain until it is in the seas of God's forgetfulness. Thank you. Thank you. And God bless you.
And that's all it takes. Even if you go back to the bullshit, that's all it takes. You did not say, well, I would never do that. Why should I do that? Who the fuck are you, motherfucker? He said that out of his mouth. And he know he wrong. Judah ain't never thought about doing that. That never crossed his mind once. Now look at this man right here. Yeah, he had a lot to lose. He probably had to do that. He was like, fuck this, I ain't losing this guy this bread. Fuck that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That could be a reason, but also could be good. The man might be sincere. But you see all those followers and shit? According to that book, they supposed to forgive him, and they did. And now the man is supposed to walk upright from now on. And if he do it again, if he repent, they supposed to forgive him again. And after a while, motherfuckers like, yeah, fuck all shit. I did shit. I ain't repent my shit in front of all these niggas. Like, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker went in front of all these motherfuckers. Right? Even though he might be a piece of shit and he was faking this shit or whatever. This nigga would never do that shit. And no other cult leader would do it. What's the other nigga? Eddie Long and shit? Yeah, Eddie Long. Eddie Longstroke. Eddie Longstroke. Like, you know what I'm saying? Eddie Long.
What was Eddie Long out of Atlanta?
Yeah, in Atlanta. Yup. Look, nigga crying. That nigga died, though. That motherfucker died not too long for that shit. That nigga just deteriorated and shit. Somebody put some shit on his ass and shit.
Yeah.
That like Judah Nazareth and shit.
Yeah.
Nope, you got Judah Nazareth like a rotten banana right now. Judah Nazareth all set and shit. I might be doing the live stream and shit, telling us the news. Check out this. telling you straight up, we would have forgiven Judah Nazareth if that motherfucker repented for that shit. And that nigga too fucking hard-headed and stuff. Now look at it. Christians is real motherfuckers. You can do some crazy shit. A Christian will forgive your ass and shit if you repent. A Christian will forgive your motherfucking ass. This nigga was fucking. This nigga was fucking the teenage boys up in the church, dicking them down.
That was it. Oh, you know, brother, you know, not all of us has got the bravery as that brother right there. Not all of us are brave enough to go in front of a crowd and say how and express our sins. Bless the brother.
If you a preacher and shit, how many motherfuckers can go in front of all them? See all the motherfuckers and shit? You can go for all the motherfuckers like me. I'm fucking the little boys and shit. I ain't know why. I'm gonna see what they got to say. Just people up, they love them drag some shit out.
An extremely difficult time. For me, it's an extremely difficult time for my family. It's extremely difficult time for you, because many who called you and asked you questions and all of these kind of things, you ain't never got this many phone calls in your life. It's a time when you actually see the veil dropped and who's with you and who's not with you. So as a pastor, to make this statement, I want to help everybody. And the first thing, I just want to talk to you for about 10, 15 minutes. I want to thank all the pastors who left their churches, all my sons and daughters. It wouldn't be right without the happy preacher here. All my sons and daughters, pastors here, Bishop Murphy, Pastor Landers, Pastor William Murphy. I can go on and on out here. Pastor Davis and all. But
that was a complete waste. That was a complete waste. That was a fucking complete waste. But you know what they did when after his forgiveness, right? Lamont. I mean Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what they did to him, right? They put him in a motherfucking Torah. Lamont know that shit. I muted your mic, Lamont, you playing the motherfucking video game. But Lamont know about that shit. They wrapped him up in a motherfucking Torah. They took a real Torah.
Oh, the scroll. Yeah.
And they wrapped his ass up in that bitch. They wrapped his ass up in that motherfucker. Yup. That's a motherfucking bitch. Eddie Long scroll. You niggas is crazy though. It's just sick. But hey, people let it go on. They'll be abused, keep getting abused, and keep getting abused. We remember and some of these motherfuckers not right in the head. That's another thing. I'm gonna talk about that, and I'm gonna get up out of here. We had a lot of members that weren't too together in the head and shit. Like, this shit take control of them. Where they thought, hey, what's up, Malak? Sorry, man. But yeah, he was over there today and shit. I was shocked. I didn't even know you watched Rob back and shit. I see that dude Lil was over there too. So shout out to Lil. Are you in the UK too, Malak? But I was gonna say. Oh yeah, about the crazy motherfuckers, right? What's even dangerous is you could have somebody in the cult that has a mental illness, or something else could be going on with that person, and just from the cult leader spreading around rumors on people and stuff like that, you can become a victim of some of these people. Just like I talked about earlier today, that guy, like he basically admitted that he crazy, like has a bad mental illness, like when you can go do some shit and get away with it. You know what I'm saying? So people like that, you have to be careful, and a cult leader will use that. So if that person go kill somebody, he get away with scot free. The cult gonna step in the back, like, I didn't know that man had a mental illness. You know what I mean? And the man ain't gonna be alive or whatever to tell anything. And this motherfucker gonna be like, oh, I'm in this shit for the motherfucking Most High. What about the dude that was friends with Ron Harrell, with the Quadash dude, not Quadash, the other Quadash. They was friends with that nigga. They talked with that nigga on the phone and everything. The dude wanted him to come visit him. Wanted him to come visit in Texas or some shit. Said he was a chef. He would cook him food and all types of shit. Wanted three young men, I think it was 4 young men, to go to Texas to meet up with his brother on some friendly Israelite shit. And this man ended up almost 50 years old, gonna befriend a 20-year-old girl, 21-year-old girl, I think she was, and led her to his house. And then the girl got there and was like, oh shit, this shit ain't for me. And now the motherfucker calling them whores and all types of shit, and killed that woman and killed that girl because she didn't want to be with him. But according to the law, if you have sex with a woman, that's your wife. So he had sex with the woman. Now the woman ain't feeling him. She trying to find a way out. Now he says that she deserves death if she's gonna leave, because he don't want her to leave. Because according to the cult, you don't leave unless the man says you can leave. That's the only way. That is crazy, man. And the people, like, y'all can hear me? Let me make sure my shit good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right, cool. So these motherfuckers is nuts. And y'all sit there, y'all encourage a lot of these crazy motherfuckers. And the cult leaders love them because they keep everybody in line. They go all out. Look at the dude in GMS. Said, I can't wait till I fucking kill a black bitch like this. Remember that dude? Foaming at the mouth. The motherfucker be foaming out his mouth. No, he crazy. He take medication. The medication make him foam at the mouth and shit. I know a dude, like, he was all there. He took meds and shit, and the meds would make, like, he be talking to be mad foam around his mouth and shit. Like, know what I'm saying? And the motherfucker ain't all there in the head. And these motherfucking cult leaders put these motherfuckers on you. Like Judah Nasser tried. He said, go out there to Cleveland. I forgot what camp that was. And like, y'all motherfuckers need to stab this motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And this a motherfucker the heart. They'll really go out there and do that shit. There's a cult called. Did I put that in the chat, Josh? About the Cabal Gate?
Yeah. And man, that but yo, that on the real, like, they're really openly talking about the the spiritual things.
Yeah.
That on the I guess more so like the hidden aspects of all this Judah Natsara things. But it's the crazy thing about it is even with that, people don't want to listen, man. They don't believe that any of the shit that we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a damn shame, is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, but it's real, man. It's real. Yeah, that Cabal Gate. Exactly, man.
I want to do a whole show on that motherfucking shit.
Yeah, you should. You should. It's ill. It's ill. Like, I didn't at first. I was like, man, I was getting into it, but then later on, I was like, damn. Like,
yeah. That shit crazy as fuck, yo. That shit crazy as fuck. Ball game. And the motherfuckers were saying, yeah, how like they try to get the dude's woman and everything. Somebody had a girl.
Right.
Peter wanted the woman.
Just like Natsura was always trying to get every female that came up on the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like, it's a damn shame, man. Damn, now he's stuck with his mammy, Hadassah. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. No, and Hadassah might not be fucking with that nigga no more.
Good for her.
Yep. Good for her. But yeah, they were saying like how they had they call them tower watchers or some shit. Like they had the main dude that ran the cult, and then you had the people they call that watch the towers or something. The watchtowers. So there were some other people, I guess, that watched the group or whatever. I wish Loki was here and shit to explain that. He knows all about the motherfucker. So the dude, like the watchtowers went on some retreat or something to do some magical shit or whatever, right? And the leader was still there. Like he was left there by himself. And he made a new rule for the group that the rules of the group was like, if you join, you can if you do anything outside of the cult, they can kill you. Like they say, brand and hunt the person down. So say we in tour nights and we catch Lamad. I see Lamad turn his camera on by accident and he got a Bible on his bed. Know what I'm saying? We can send the motherfuckers out. Like it's everybody's obligation to go and attack Lamad and kill him till he dies and torment him. That's the rule.
I remember
when you join.
Yeah, he was, and then or there's like some other alternative where they literally like whip you 13 times with like barbs and razors or some ill shit. Like,
yeah, that's just bugged the fuck out. And then the dude, he changed it so the head leader has the choice to put a hit out on somebody for whatever reason he feels. That it doesn't have to be a reason. He could just say, go attack this person. And they have to go and do it. Or it'll be on them. It'll be on them. But motherfucker, like you said, yo, motherfuckers don't be hearing that shit. Oh, man. That shit was some illmatic shit, yo. That shit was some illmatic shit. They had a website called the Black Court. Let's see.
See that? Who's that in the chat? Malak?
Yeah.
He said Judah Naz ain't even that deep. Judah Naz stuff ain't even that deep. Shit.
Nah.
I guess.
That shit. He just put some shit together and shook the shit out of that camera. So we wouldn't fucking know what any of that shit was on that paper. You know how long I've been trying to figure out what the fuck he had on those papers, on the little charts and shit? You wouldn't believe how long I've been trying to fucking, you cross the screen and him shaking the camera, you still can't see that motherfucker.
Right? He like flies it over the paper.
Yup. Here's some of the rules. Some of the rules here. Cabal Gate. Y'all gonna learn something. Shit. Y'all keep fucking around and shit. I told y'all ass.
Yeah, no, Judah. Yeah, he's right. I mean, Judah is not as deep as that Cabal Gate shit. Nah,
Yeah.
for real. Like,
Big
but
shit.
but it's very similar though, and it's also in a different fashion though. It's not the
Right.
same type of energy. The Cabal Gate shit is more like is more conscious, like they're consciously aware. But like in Judah's case, it's more of an unconscious thing. So like it's even better that we expose that because it's the things that go on that people aren't aware of. Like the Cabal Gate, you can just listen to it and see that they're consciously aware of these things that they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they feel that, hey, that's what they're supposed to be doing to protect the craft and whatever. Reaffirming blood pact during the season of the witch. Where's the shit? Obedience to a superior disciple shall be endured when a request or order is given. Breaking of the chains of the abyss accepted. In the instance of the breaking of the chains, the disciple ordering such a demand is to be reported to a master Apotheus, right? Complete fealty shall be given to the 13 blighted lords, their spirits and demons in attendance, the ascended grand master, the master of the tower. Yeah, the masters of the towers of the Apotheus, right? No brother or sister disciple shall be named of any degree, rank, or title unless honored by the direct dissension of an unanimous vote by the master of the towers. I want to get to the shit to kill these.
Yeah, it was like the 9th rule or something that he alternate. You know what I mean? Like that he alternated or something like that.
The apostate will be named, branded. Yeah, that's it. The apostates will be named, branded, and marked according to a majority decision of fate by a council of masters of the towers of Apotheus, which must include the ascended grand master, direct order of the ascended grand master, as being charged by in 13. That apostate shall be excommunicated, that is entirely removed from the Cabal, forever cut off from the Cabal's activities, teachings, and communications with the disciples, or as deciding according to the council of the masters or by the ascended grand master. Let's see that.
And see, this is the thing about religions, right? And the thing about even the Torah and even so-called Jewish, culture or Jew culture or Hebrew culture, is that it's easy for someone in it to say, yeah, it's light. It has nothing to do with that. But that's not the truth, man. Because if you think about it, it has such a pull on you that you dedicate your life to the culture. So it's not the truth. It's not the truth in the sense that you can just write it off as it being unlike other things that people get caught up in. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's no different. It's no different. And that's the thing that I always see, that when people are real critical about one thing and not as critical to something else. You know what I mean?
Let's see some of this. What was the real one? First one that had, so they had a black people in it too. They had a black dude and a black lady.
Yeah, exactly. A black dude and a black lady. And imagine that, right? Like, it was becoming more powerful with them in it.
Yeah. Because the leader, I think, wanted the black chick. She was with somebody else, and the leader wanted it for himself. And I think he tried to kill the nigga or some shit. Let's see what this lady, because she talking about
Megs are on satanic purity and supremacy. Out of all of the mandates Eric made up over the years that triggered various departures of the Cabal membership, this is perhaps the one that drove away the greatest number of experienced members. That is, those of us who came to the Cabal already well-versed in the occult. who can see when someone is stretching the bounds of credibility.
See that? See, some people who came in this already knew about it. That's like me, right? Joining the tour nights, or joining. Well, I was always educated on the coach shit when I joined tour nights, but I already saw the shit in the One West shit that something was wrong. Like, I didn't call it a cult, but I knew something wasn't right. I didn't know really what cults were about, right? But like, I went into IUIC. I was already seasoned in the shit. So I'm looking at these niggas. I was like, this shit ain't according to the scriptures. This shit ain't right. Like, know what I mean?
Making questionable claims, indulging in alternative facts. Eric had recently finished reading a book called The Devil's Quran, published by Marinette Press, an Order of Angels publisher. Here he raves on about this book, and he talks about breeding into existence a master race who will conquer the earth, as well as other realms. The Devil's Quran became all but mandatory reading as it suddenly became interwoven with the Blighted Lords. Apparently now, Shaitan created the Blighted Lords, which was never mentioned before in the previous 5 years of published material. But many of us question the Muslim overtones of this sudden new direction. Kneel before the altar of Shaitan every day, declaration of him as the one true God, and any who disagree will be killed. This is the exact same behavior as Muslim fundamentalism, but with the name switched out for Shaitan instead of Allah. The 4 spirits that Eric quotes are supposedly from his gnosis, but this is actually a power move against Siva, or Peter. Peter had been practicing the occult almost twice as long as Eric has been alive, and knows the Arabic magics extremely well. Privately, he told Eric that the Devil's Quran was a fake occult text. Eric got upset and wrote this mandate. These quote-unquote gnosis entries are a lead-up to the last paragraph, where Eric prohibits working with anything other than what he approves of, under threat of apostasy and being hunted by reavers, and their soul will be torn apart by the blade of Immortakoth. Therefore,
See how that nigga did that shit to the motherfuckers? I don't be lying to y'all niggas. See that shit? You're not teaching what I'm teaching and shit. Go stab that nigga.
Right.
See that shit? He put 500 on my head. I don't know where you're gonna get $500 from, but you know what I'm saying? That shit crazy, yo.
See, and see, this is the thing. This is what I mean, is that these dudes in this cabal gate, right? They are knowingly, actively dealing with these forces. You know what I'm saying? But yet people will be so quick to write off someone like Nazura, who openly talks about these forces, right? And openly talks about, like, yeah, I'm going to conjure up this force, or this is a different type of force. And even like has the audacity to break down the creator of all things as some sort of force that you can manipulate. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing that people don't get. And I think a lot of people who just haven't been around as long as we have don't really understand that it's the same rhetoric that he uses as these guys who are consciously open to it, right?
Right. Unreal. Let's see what else is next.
Mandate charges us we must immediately turn away from all other faiths, pantheons, and outer spirits not entirely submissive to Shaitan. This means most certainly that we reject the mercenary pantheons such as the proud, egocentric Loa of voodoo, African tribal spirits, ancient deities of Celtic, Norse, or Asian background, and even the Exu who do not submit. And it must be done immediately. It has been mandated by Shaitan and Chernobog alike, and it must be adhered to. This article was essentially an elaborate way to get rid of Shiva for questioning Somnus's mandate to follow the Devil's Quran, as everyone knew that Shiva worked with the Voodoo Loa, the Celtic deities, the Norse pantheon, numerous Asian deities, most especially Kali, and the Exu. For 5 years, this was not a problem. Now, suddenly.
All right. Loki's back. What up, Loki? So yeah, I know you're the one that put me on to this topic here. So
yeah. That video, I didn't understand it at first, but see, once like I started talking to you and you started to explain to me, like I'm confused. I don't know what the fuck that shit meant, but like once like I got in your crew and I started learning about this Hebrew and Israelite stuff. Yeah. That like I saw that and I heard of like what the Cabal was, and who the leader of that group is and who the leader now is. And I'm like, it made sense.
Right. It's the same thing. It's like a carbon copy of Four Nights. But this is a little more extreme, but it's the same plate. It's the same blueprint. It's the same handbook. Just with some edits in it.
Right. And I'm going to reiterate, like, I just think people, they just don't understand, like, because I get it, right? Whenever, like when people are they feel the need that they need to connect with the Creator, right? Or need to connect with the Most High. They need to connect with that, connect with the Creator, I should say. Then, like, they're drawn towards wherever they're drawn towards. And the thing is that the moment that they start to think of the creation as a representation of the ineffable is the time where they go astray. But they don't get that. In fact, that's probably has gone over so many people's heads just by me saying just that little simple thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the moment that you start to attribute creation to like the Creator or the ineffable is the moment that you start making a god out of creation. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying?
So what type of magic did these people practice? Like, was there a certain, did they have their own system or something like that? I know this guy here is trying to bring in this book along with it.
Oh, of course, man. But it's like some Dungeons and Dragons shit.
Yeah, that's what it kind of.
There's really no real text if you look in ancient Hebrew. I mean, I might not be 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure when they're talking about things like the void and basically casting their enemies in there, putting them in a dark space or something like that. I'm pretty sure what they're thinking, what they're saying is that like the spirit or something told them, which is, sometimes that can be a gamble whenever a spirit tells you something.
Yeah. I heard them say on one of the other Cabal Games like exposed videos that there was something like when they attacked this girl that was in the and the man that's doing the video saying that he had to keep her alive by giving her his energy to stay alive, and said the girl will go into fits at an hour at a time and passing out. Like he casting spells on this girl to kill her. And he was doing something to help her, like give her his life energy to keep her alive. Do you know anything like what was going on with what they were saying? Because it sounded mad crazy. I was like, that's like some real like Dungeons and Dragons shit, like you were saying. Like, so I know what like with magic, but some shit like that where they just killing the motherfucker and like, you know what I'm saying? And the bitch is like bugging the fuck out, acting all crazy and shit. Like bitch, you got a demon on you, like type shit.
And what's so sad too is if you really want to learn magic, say like, from the fantasy aspect, Dungeons and Dragons, there's plenty of people, like you can go buy their books, for 10, $20, and like they're easy to read, and shit. Instead of getting involved with like all these, cults and stuff like that, and people that are like, basically shitting on each other and stuff like that. Right. Like, yeah, go if you really want to, learn about some Dungeons and Dragons bullshit, go buy Taylor Elwood's, pop culture magic book. I mean, why go around join a cult, man? Plus, you know, like this shit just makes you kind of look fucking stupid. Remember how I was telling you about the Star Wars guys the other day?
Right.
Yeah, it makes you fucking look stupid and uneducated and experienced.
Exactly.
Because sometimes, man, the easiest way to just get going on your motherfucking life is just, keep shit simple.
Right.
Yeah.
For what my experience, like so far, it seems like magic is more of a personal thing. Like you could pick up like a foundation, I guess, if I'm saying it right. And then everything else is like what you make of it or what's like in you. Whatever you use it is like in yourself. But like with these people here, like they got a whole rule book to follow. And a lot of this shit is just a whole bunch of bullshit. And they're running these people's lives, but they're powerful sorcerers. But a group is running their lives. And they're afraid if they go outside of what the group is about. This is mad weird. And the black dude that you were telling me about, I've been watching a couple of his videos and stuff. He seemed a little like out there. And yeah, I remember how you were saying like he calls everything racism and shit. Like everything is racism.
Well, the reason why he calls everything racist, there's a lot of, racist shit going on. Yeah, but that's not what I was trying to say, like point wise. Basically, in order for them to cover their ass on the internet, like because they keep coming and going, you know what I mean? For example, VK Johannem, was best friends with this dude and shit like that. And VK Johannem, man, that motherfucker, he talks shit about my patron god. And, my patron god, like when I was talking about initiations and shit like that earlier, you were talking about that, the guy said he's born a woman. There's some paths, and if you understand the Cabal, you understand, basically Norse mythology, like Yggdrasil, similarities. There's certain paths that require you to be born a masculine. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you got to go to the other path. And the thing is, like, these motherfuckers, if you're getting your channel taken down by a tranny, then don't be talking shit about my patron god, because my patron god has made you look like the biggest bitch of your life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
You didn't have to do anything. You just saw into the future. You just basically gave him, you just ticked him off and he gave you the evil eye, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a question I wanted to ask you about Judah Nazareth. There was a time.
Hold on real quick. Yo, I'm about to be out, man. But yeah, I just want to say peace to y'all, because I got to bounce real quick.
Okay.
Hey man, peace out, man.
All right, peace, bro.
Yep. Loki. There was a time Judah Nazareth was all people, and Judah said that he's gonna put demons on Rob Rack to control him, and he says, "You anything you do, you can't do anything without me." He said, "I control the gates." That's what he said, and like I didn't know what he meant by that, but basically what he was saying that he said, "Look, Rob," he said, "everything you do, I'm gonna control, and I can make your life miserable." Like, know what I mean? So he's threatening him with like curses or whatever. But he said, "I control the gates." Like, what type of thing could he be talking about when he was talking about
that? Well, you ever heard of the, like for example, you're talking about, Cabal, or Cable Cabal Gates. You ever heard of the Quillipoth? Yeah, Quillipoth. Yeah. It's basically like the demonic form of the Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Like for example, where Kether is Lucifer, Earth, Malkuth is basically Lilith, and stuff like that.
Oh, so there you go.
And see, the thing is, when you go from the bottom of Malkuth, okay, like when you're trying to ascend, your crown chakra, basically. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I'm just saying when you after you go above, your crown chakra, you get that in tuned, and say like you try to go up through the Cabal, basically through the lines, and get up to the the planet, I forgot how it goes in order. I should actually get a picture, but going from Malkuth up the line, man, you're going towards jinns and, and stuff like that. On one of the minor, scales of it. Yeah. The lines.
I show you some old videos of Judah Nazareth and some of his charts. He would have a picture of Solomon's temple with the sacrificial altar on the outside. And basically what you saying, like you go, it's basically the tree of life, and you start at the bottom, which is the altar of sacrifice. And you're supposed to burn yourself or burn your animal or whatever, and you're supposed to take on the attributes of that lamb or whatever, and you supposed to
I might be wrong about this, but I guess maybe coming from a spiritual aspect, in order to understand the Cabal, you must how to overcome fear.
Okay.
Like, because when you're starting at Malkuth and you're trying to work your way up, there's some dangerous obstacles in order to basically align. Like, for example, like I said, with the jinn and stuff like that. Like, for example, I'm afraid of jinn. Jinn are no joke, man. They're dangerous. They fuck people up.
Yeah. You ever heard my jinn story I said on here about this Turkish guy I knew?
Wait, what?
This Turkish guy I used to work with, right? He was from like the straight up mountains, like the Black Mountains and shit in Turkey. And he said like they're Muslims, right? He's actually related to like the Ottoman Empire, like soldiers from the Ottoman Empire. And he was saying that Muslims don't fuck with cats. Like, don't forever fuck with a cat because the jinn like to be in the cat. So he kicked, or somebody kicked the cat, right? And then that night, there was a knock on the door, like a mysterious knock on the door. It was a soldier, right? And was like, come with me. And the person went, and they put him in a room. They took him to a house or whatever, had him in a room, and was questioning. And just kept questioning. And like basically questioning about, like, why does he kick the cat? Like, you know what I mean? Shit, crazy shit like that. But it was like a dream almost, like. But like it's like a dream, but you know how a dream sometimes seems real.
There's something similar, basically in Egypt as well with the the Egyptian goddess Bast, the goddess of cats.
Right.
There's some similar like omen or something like that. Now, do I believe this omen that say like if like you kill a cat or you accidentally kill a cat, accidentally basically, that you're gonna have bad luck? No, not necessarily. I don't believe that. But there's I was saying, there's a similar omen.
Yeah, and the dude noticed there was a jinn by looking at his feet. Because a jinn's feet are like a person's foot. You know, like the genies, how they had the genie shoes that curl up in the front? And they said, like, a jinn got like 2 left feet. So the feet, they like how our feet kind of points inward, the jinn's feet point upward.
I might be wrong about this too, but I feel like jinn are spirits that people create with their astral forming.
What do you mean by astral forming? What's that?
Like astral forming, like basically like envisioning something and creating it, like with your magical energy, whether it would be like a child, a demon, a jinn, and they harness these powers in basically, jars or, whatever. Similar to kind of how they use shit in Haitian voodoo, I guess.
Huh. That's interesting.
Like, for example, like I was telling you the other night, how, like, for example, Lilith, right. She's infertile. She can't have children, but she still has, demonic, daughters and stuff like that. That's what I mean, kind of like astral forming.
The girl that you showed me a picture of the other day, is that the Star Angel?
Excuse me?
Was that the picture that you showed me the other day of the woman? Was that the YouTube person, Star Angel?
No.
You know who I'm talking about?
So.
There's a
girl from Minnesota?
Huh? Yeah, that added the thing. The girl, like not the first one.
Oh no, man. I mean, I don't know their personal life, but I can just guess it through my spiritual knowledge that they're just some women from a state that like they've have ancestors or they had mothers and stuff who practice magic and they use it on men. That's all that was.
Oh, okay, all right. That was somebody else then. Nah,
like yeah, I was saying like I don't fear very many people and I fear women.
Yeah. That was saying. This person, like, I saw her there.
Because I mean, I guess if I was gay, I'd fear men.
Yeah, like, know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know I'm coming from.
Star Girl, that's her name, Star Girl. She's into like astrology and stuff like that. It just looks like her.
Oh, what's her name? Zeta Starfeather or something?
Nah, the name of the thing is Star Girl, the Practical Witch.
Oh yeah, I know her. Yeah, she's like one of the most popular ones on YouTube.
Yeah, she almost got 1 million subscribers. Yeah. Yep. She did a video and she was talking about Lilith, and that would fuck my head up. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, is that the shit?
Well, I will say this though, there is a reason, and like I'm not the kind of person, I am an underground person, what I mean? Like I listen to a lot of underground music and shit. So I'm not gonna just diss somebody, okay? If what do you call it? They're popular, they're underground or something like that, because there are people out there with talent. And I will say this. There's a reason why she has as many subscribers as she does. It's because she does something right.
Yeah, she's hot.
You know what I mean? She's the Star Girl. Yeah, she's doing something right.
Yeah, she's definitely doing something right. Her shit definitely working. Her shit popping. But we're on her kind of like she did like a commercial, and a lot of people like had a bad reaction to it. Like, bitch, what the fuck is you doing? Like, what the fuck is you trying to do? So she had a video.
I look at it like this, man. It's like, before I got into, like magic and stuff hardcore, I would, that's where I started off at in astrology. And, it's just like, the astrologers all want to talk because, I'm an Aries and, Aries is basically they're supposedly innocent. And, so like, if I'm the only zodiac sign that's innocent, wouldn't that mean like every other zodiac sign is a piece of shit?
Right.
You kind of get where I'm coming from. And like, I see that like a lot of the astrologers were always trying to fuck with my sign, say like, oh, like Aries are innocent, but then again, my favorite zodiac sign is Cancer. And I'm just like, okay. So basically what I'm trying to say is, I started watching astrology. There's all that drama in, bullshit in astrology, but then there's all the drama and the shit and the witchcraft, the occult, the religious community too.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And everybody's doing that same playbook in all these different things. Like you said, like the astrology world. You got motherfuckers got their coach shit going on in there. You got the like witch shit, the same shit.
It's like, okay, and astrologers don't get this too. Like they're going off scientific astrology that was written by man or woman. You know what I mean? When you look into mythology, say like, Greek mythology, the god Hades, the god of the underworld.
Right.
Astrology says that the sun, like is rules over the gold, and Saturn also rules over gold. I have to fucking disagree because if you think about it, what is Hades associated with? He's associated with Pluto. He's associated, I guess you could say, with Scorpio.
Yeah.
And so basically, if you look at it, the sun and the Saturn doesn't rule over astrology. It would be Pluto. Because think about it, gold is expensive and it's really not worth the price. So what is Hades? Hades is, like a lot of people, they think of him as, a god of gambling. They think of him, as a god of, my bad. They think of him as a god of death. They think of him as a god of death, fertility and wealth. But really, he was a good gambler. And so when you're looking at it like this, okay, because gold is so much money, it goes up and it goes down. It's gambling. So this is what I'm trying to say. A lot of astrologers don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of crazy. Oh, I had
I hope that made sense though. Yeah.
Since you're on the planets, Saturn's cube.
There is BS and everything, Malik.
You know anything about the cube? Saturn's cube? I don't know if you ever heard
this, man. Like, because I feel like, like even as somebody who's very spiritual in astrology myself, I feel like we don't understand enough of it. And see, when, we look at planets and stuff like that, when something bad goes in our life, we tend to want to curse the planet just like God. You know what I mean? I've done that before. I fucking, casted a motherfucking curse on the planet Saturn, okay? And like literally I heard a few months later, Saturn starts losing its rings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so basically what I'm trying to say is I feel like we just don't know enough about astrology.
Yeah.
And we like I've always said this too, like if somebody's paying you for a spiritual service, if you're really a true spiritual person, don't, what do you call it, basically say somebody's doomed. Yeah, you don't want to say somebody's doomed. That just means you're a shitty astrologer. Somebody's paying you for something, you're supposed to help them. It's called service.
True.
So there's definitely a lot of charlatans out there. For example, my girl, you know what I mean? Like this girl I was talking to and shit. Like for the whole time, man, she's dating this, guy that's in the mob, and stuff like that. And like she can't even leave the house and stuff like that. I tell her, I help her out, you know what I mean? And now she's got a job. She's about to get her own place. She's about to get her own car and stuff like that. It's because you got to know how to help people, man. As simple as that shit sounds, like you can't just go. Like some of the biggest assholes that I've fucking ever met were some of the nicest people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it helped you.
Big assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with astrology. The astrologers all want to say you're doomed and they can't help you out, or they say you gotta wait. You know what I mean? And fuck waiting. You know what I mean? That's a waste of time.
Right.
Yeah.
You see the thing on the screen?
Yeah. What is that? Saturn worship. Saturn cube worship. Okay.
Judah taught that we supposed to be like a cube, and he had all this stuff. We like, where's nigga get this cube shit from? And then when we left, I started researching all the shit that he was teaching, and this shit all started coming back to Saturn worship. So I don't know if you're familiar with any of this stuff.
What a lot of people don't understand is, okay, Saturn is group domination. Like, if you look at it like in a, for example, the planet, what do you call it? The Titan, what was it in? Cronus, the god, of time, the harvest, fertility, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, Zeus defeating him. If you think about it, in a sense, Saturn really doesn't have relevant worship because it's imprisoned by its rings. So when you're destroying Saturn, the ring, this is, actually I just realized something. When you're destroying the rings on Saturn, you're actually unleashing, for example, the Titans that you talk about in Greek mythology.
The Hebrew Israelite quote GOCC thought that the planets were demons.
I don't know about demons, celestial bodies. Yeah, definitely.
I never got in depth of the actual lessons that they gave on it, but that's something that they taught that was different from the other groups. They taught like the planets and stuff were like demons or spirits or whatever.
Yeah, and that's this is what another thing you got to understand too. I think they said it was, what was it? There's like 100,000 planets in our solar system, and we've only like really got into depth on astrology on like, what was it, 9? Like, we really don't know what the hell we're talking about when it comes to astrology. And this is why I was, I brought up the subject of astral forming, or, you can use astral forming, astral projection, astral all this. Like, you got to go out there and seek on your own what the universe is. You can't just go by what astrology and these planets are doing. And, that takes meditation. And this is another thing astrologers try to say, too. Oh, what do you call it? Like they say, oh, your relationships are bad. Your relationships are crap. Isn't everybody's relationship bad? Nowadays, you know what I mean?
Oh shit! This is another.
That's how you know astrologers and stuff are fake. I'm sorry, we're going on a little rant, but yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm sorry, my bad too. I'm just going through.
Yeah. What you got up here?
I wanted to ask Siberius this shit too. Let's see. Pull it up. It's a ring. You know how people make rings and they put different energies or whatever on rings?
Rings?
Yeah, like the rings on your finger.
Oh, and you know, that's the thing too. You can buy, like, this is what I've realized. Rings are way more powerful than it seems to be chains.
You hear that? Lamar's still here? Nah, Lamar finally dropped out.
Like, cause you know, like, I don't know, like chains and stuff like that, they just swing around, they become heavy on your neck. Like, I feel like rings, they help you harness the spirit easier where it's lighter on your body.
Yo, I'm loving this shit.
It's like, you know, Gucci Mane with that song, My Neck Hurt, My Chain Heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm loving what you're saying right now. Because you don't always wear these chains around his neck, right? And like, they're like stainless steel chains. They're not even, the motherfucker's not even saying that.
Well, you know, back in the Greek, you know, they actually, you know, like we have white gold, okay? Which is basically like some, you know, rhodium or something like that. Then, you know, we got, you know, yellow gold, which is basically like our pure rhodiate gold.
Okay.
Well, in Greek mythology, they had something called electrum, which is basically green gold, which is basically like a mix of gold, you know, in like silver, alloy, aluminum, you know, and all these stuff. Yeah. Green gold. But it's like it'll break easy, if you know what I mean. It's not really meant to be worn that much or all the time.
This thing I have on the screen, this was from a video from this guy. And the reason I made the screenshot is because Judah has a ring exactly just like that. It has a stone in it instead of that cowrie shell. And I noticed he started, when I made a video about his jewelry that he wears, and like, I found out what everything on that chain was. And then I researched it. And comes back, it's all like a book of like the Ouroboros. Like, I didn't know the Ouroboros, right? I learned about the Ouroboros. And then he had some other chains that had some deep occult meaning. But this person is not supposed to be dealing with any of this stuff. And then after I fucked him up on all that shit, he stopped wearing the chains. He took them off. Every video he was wearing those chains. When I made the video, he was embarrassed to wear them. Right?
Oh, and you know what that is too, because you know, like, think about it, just like there's celestial bodies, there's also spirits and stuff in like your TVs. There's, you know, like, you know how we do paranormal investigations. There's spirits in our house. There's spirits, you know, what do you call it, in metal and stuff like that. Ogun, you know, with iron. And think about it, like, that's basically meaning that like you bullied the spirit out of him. Like, the spirit didn't want to even be around him because like he's such a bitch.
Yo, now listen to this. You said that, right? Now I went to Nagy. Me and Nagy always was cool, even though he was still in fucking around with Judith, right? I always like was cool with Nagy. I always stuck up for him and shit. And I was talking to him. He was like, "Yeah, I know it's wrong. I'm trying to talk to him, and he ain't listening." He said, "What makes me sad and fearful for him is that he is like almost like he's like a shaman." He said, "You have a spirit that is open, and when you don't do what that spirit tells you or wants you to do, he starts to make you sick, or to fuck you up." Like, right now, when Judah turned that camera,
not necessarily the spirit, but like, you know, you understand what we do. You know, people take, you know, herbs, people take drugs.
Yeah.
No, I feel like no spirit will really fuck you up more than the spirit of this earth.
Yeah.
And that's a fact. And, you know, like I was talking about in the group chat earlier, you know, if you test this shit on yourself, you will fuck your life up. So, you know, like people out here talking about people cursing people and like that, they don't know anything about being cursed until you've actually tested that shit on yourself.
But
because, and I'm not saying go out and do that, But if you can learn from somebody who's experienced, you know what I mean, and actually experienced something like that,
yeah,
you know better what to fucking get into.
He had when he came back on and he wasn't wearing no chains, this motherfucker whole face was swelled up. Like swelled up like fucking, I don't know if you ever saw the movie Mask. That motherfucker looked like Rocky Dennis on Mask. Like a
Damn.
fucker.
Damn.
And when I started seeing him, he got some new jewelry, right? These big medallions that are like the Stars of David, but they got like the Sephiroth circles on the tips of them. One of them is actually an artifact type of thing, reproduction from Ethiopia. The other one I don't know. But then he started wearing this ring. He had the ring on like a couple weeks ago. And it's the same ring that's on the screen. The same motherfucking ring. And I just found it, and like this is Croatian stuff, right? Or like Enochian magic or something. That the thing that the ring's on.
Yeah.
So he had that ring on. I was like, yo, that's weird as fuck. And then I just saw recently another person that deals with witchcraft and stuff wearing the same motherfucking ring. Wearing the same goddamn ring. So I'm like, what the fuck is coincidence? You know, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of shit because I'm good with details and stuff like that. I'm like, where that motherfucking ring come from?
Know,
like, why he wearing that shit?
I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm almost right on this. 99%. When you fucking with rings, man, stuff like that, bet a lot of times, man, it's just good to keep them the way they are.
Just regular rings.
Yeah, or chains, whatever you're wearing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain, talismans and stuff you can buy that have cool ass. I go to this one place, and stuff like that. I don't always buy like expensive stuff too. That's what a lot of people got to understand.
Yeah.
When they're talking shit, I don't always buy the expensive stuff too. Like I'll go on, there's this website called Enchanted Jewelry, and they got all this cool stuff like Kabbalah stuff, Knights Templar stuff, Nordic stuff, Wicca, pagan, stuff, and like you can't find these symbols, anywhere else, and they're like cool ass talismans.
What's it called? Enchanted Jewelry?
Yeah, Enchanted Jewelry. They sell a lot of cool ass shit on there.
Like, yeah, I would just like checking this motherfucker out. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this shit? Because I don't like all those symbols and shit that he had on the chain. Like, none of that shit had nothing to do with what the fuck he supposed to be teaching and all that shit. So I just found that shit mad strange. And we just adding up shit as I go along. Oh shit! I have a feeling I'm gonna find some of these niggas. I'm looking for something.
But me personally, I don't wear a lot of different talismans or stuff anymore. Yeah. Like I'm fine with like my gold chain or my Thor's hammer pendant. It gets me around, it makes me strong, it helps me fight my battles.
I used to work at a place that sold talismans, right?
Yeah.
And do talismans, like when you buy them from the store or something like that, don't you have to do something to them, like charge them or something like that? Or like you can just rock them?
Nah, that's a misconception. Now, like when you mean you can, but that's a misconception. It's like you buy a stone, okay, and they say you gotta like cleanse them, and all that stuff. Only if you put some negative energy in there, and just because you're in a see, a lot of people are clean freak in this witchcraft community. They don't really get straight to the point, and like they buy a stone or something like that. They think, oh my god, I was thinking negatively. I got to go charge my stone. No, your stone is fine the way it is. It's you. So the only time you should actually, like really, really, truly cleanse something is if you did say an evil working while you're wearing it. And I've made that mistake before. I've had like a pendant, or something on, and I've used it in a negative working, and I'm like, oh man, I can't wear this anymore. I got to cleanse it.
Oh, that's the shit. Like, you look at these goddamn warriors. I was looking at something. Yeah, that's a cool site. You got some.
My suggestion, man, is just get you a pair of like Air Jordan 4s. You know what I mean? And like that's one of my things, man. I love shoes and shit like that. Shoes are spiritual too, man. You can do hoodoo and stuff with shoes. Get you a pair of shoes that you like, man. That like that you're gonna wear every day. You don't worry about getting fucked up. My shoe choice is the Jordan Son of Mars.
Yeah.
And just put some fucking oils and shit in there, man, and go fucking walk it off. Go exercise.
Yeah.
You don't need all these talismans and special jewelry. I mean, they're cool. They help, yeah.
What do you think about the oils? I hear a lot of people talk about like the oils you'll buy from the Botanica and stuff. Really, like are some bullshit. That you should make your own stuff and stuff like that. Like,
oh man, there are some oils, man, that actually do work.
Okay.
Like you gotta look around, man. Sometimes you can make your own, but I wouldn't suggest that.
Oh, you wouldn't? You wouldn't suggest?
I mean, unless you got your experience. Basically, you should never underestimate the power of smell. Like, if if you need something that's strong, okay, mix it up with something that's strong. You know what I mean? If you need something that's like light, mix something that's light. It really depends on, say, like what damage has been done, what you need to go forward, or basically, yeah, just in general.
Yeah, because I always worried about the oil.
Think about it. Our body is,
but it's not just throwing.
You know what I mean? Our body is like a tree. We have blood. We have all these different things in here. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if your body isn't enough in the first place, there's something wrong. That's why, like, yeah, I mean, I fuck with like some love oils. I fuck with some shit like that. But when the real man, like, nothing can do more than what I can do for myself.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. But yeah, like I was talking about the jewelry stuff before, the spirit, like, or what was around him at the time, just was like, you know what? Hey, fuck this shit, man. You can't stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
How you expect me to help you?
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's real interesting. I want you to do it, so
I'll say this, man. Like, there's just people out there, like, you can curse them a fucking 100 times and you won't even see a result on them.
Yeah.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because they have balls. They put themselves out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand that. I can see how it is. Just like Leonard Elmira, right? When Son of a Goose talking, I'm gonna put this on you. You know what fucking Leonard said? He said, shit, you can't do shit to me. He said, I'm a Christian. I'm covered in the blood.
Well, this is also where it gets complicated too. It's like I was talking before, the planet Venus. What is Venus? Venus is love, okay? It's how you form your relationship with others. It's also, like a man's, sex drive, okay? But it's a woman, but it's a man's sex drive, okay? And somebody could look like they're not dying, but inside they are.
Yeah.
So that's where it gets complicated. So, like, my take on it is, like, if you're going to go after somebody, like, as powerful as Elmira, you better go at him. Not just him. You better go after his family. You better go after his friends, because that's a motherfucker that don't play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, also, too, when you do curses on people and stuff, sometimes the people that's near them get some of that also? Or say, like, you curse somebody, it's not wise probably to be around that person.
As my name being Loki, okay? Loki, if you learn, okay, about Loki's job, okay, what is Loki? Loki is the god of chaos. He is the god of fire in some sources. He's also the god of, what do you call it? Homosexual sex, straight heterosexual sex, because he's without gender. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And Loki's job, actually, basically, what his job was in mythology was to pretty much do nothing. You know what I mean? To sit there and do nothing. And so what I'm trying to get into is like, if Loki wasn't pushed, if Loki didn't get off his ass and say like start the fights and stuff like that, it would have just been, you know, people like just sitting there partying, getting drunk and acting like fools.
Yeah.
And so that's what I try to say, you know, like, is there karma in it? There's karma in everything. And I'm not talking about action. I'm not talking about the guru in the sky. It's the karma of basically like, whenever you become too powerful, you do damage to yourself. So you have a certain amount of magical energy that you're casting out. And a curse is, you know, destroying something. It's like a fight. You know what I mean? It's like a martial art. You send that energy out. And then say like your energy comes back. You know what I mean? You know, afterwards. You know, like you start getting it back a little bit, or you go to a spirit. What you're actually doing is you're damaging yourself. You know what I mean? Because you're becoming stronger every time it comes back. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, basically, like, you watch, you know, a TV show or something like that, and you see somebody, he gets all powerful. You know, he's like, but he can't control the power. The power destroys him.
Huh.
Yeah, basically, you know, like some cartoon, you know, anime, you know, like Johnny Depp, whatever that movie was called, kind of shit, where the dude, you know, does the 7 gates of hell shit. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, I would say, do not, like, this is why, like, I don't try to pick on people, you know, but this is why I never want to actually sell spell work and stuff like that, because I don't want to be the person who has to do this stuff for people, because I think it's actually kind of wrong sometimes. It takes away the fun in things, you know what I mean? Like, there's something you got to understand, but eventually there's something better than the occult, and there's something better than witchcraft. And, you know, I sound like a sellout, but no, that's not really what it is. It's basically just mean like get along. Yeah.
No, Judah Nazareth is about to be.
But one thing I've learned, okay, is the law of attraction. You know, like, basically, you know, The Secret. You know, you believe in something, you can have it.
Right.
A lot of the ego, where people want to get into this witchcraft stuff, really actually starts in the beginning, is the law of attraction. Because when somebody fucking thinks, okay, like they can have anything they want, they feel like they can also control people too. And they search for that power that goes deeper into what they're looking for.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's amazing. That was deep what you talking about too. A lot of beginners and stuff have like a good chance.
Well, remember what I was saying is beginners usually actually sometimes are the most powerful, because like they're energetic. They have a lot of energy. They're not damaged inside.
Right.
So like, if you say like you go out here and you throw your first love spell, or you know, your first hex or your first money spell, a lot of times, man, like, I'm just gonna say hex, you know, or you know, whatever. A lot of times you go throw your first hex on somebody, that person could die.
Yeah. Like,
yeah, because like you're fresh off energy, and that's a thing that people don't understand out here. This is why they also say if you're gonna do it on somebody that's like a pedophile or something for practice.
Yeah. Because things that I've like fucked around with, right?
Yeah.
And the intention was, I would say, was pure. Like, the intention. Whether I was following something right or not, but I think the intention and the atmosphere and the energy involved with it is what made the shit happen. And
now the only reason that like I don't really care about, say, like whether it's good or bad anymore, is because we've come into this, you know, day and age where like this past year or two, people have been getting canceled just like crazy. You know, like women coming out, you know, claiming a guy touched their boobs or something like that, which, you know, guys, grow some balls and go touch some boobs. You know what I mean? How
Yeah.
about it? If she says no, she says no. But everybody was getting me too'd, and shit like that. This is why, like, actually, I don't side with nobody no more, because like it's become so bullshit. It's like, okay, think about it. Our ancestors, they pillaged your villages. They had motherfucking power. And nowadays, everybody, it's like cancel culture, cancel culture, cancel culture. And I'm just like, okay, fuck you. Bye. I don't care. I don't even care what side you're on anymore. But as a pagan, I will say I love animals.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. But yeah, shit, I fucked around and scared my goddamn self. I was like, well, goddamn, like this shit actually went down. I was like, in fact, I was like, not like so like next day type shit, but that motherfucker, I was like, goddamn, shit, still popping off. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, and I almost felt bad. I was like, well, shit. I'm like, well, goddamn. And I ain't never fucked with that shit since. I was like, well, goddamn. I was like, well, shit. That shit fucked me up. That shit fucked my head up and shit. I was just like, shit. Like, I meant the intention was meant. You know what I'm saying? It was meant. Like, 1,000%.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and like, I was like, shit, this shit's bugged the fuck out. I was like, this shit is bugged the fuck out. Bugged the fuck out. So, like, I want to learn to actually know what it is instead of experimenting and trying to figure it out. Like, I want to like not try to figure out, but to hone it down to where I got full control of it and I could adjust it to do what I want to do. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I'll be straight up. Like, there's never any way to have full control over it. It's like, I've caught Elmera, what do you call it, slipping before. I've seen his face to where like it was cursed and all sweaty before. I'm not saying it was, great. Then I've seen him before his, mouth was swollen with an abscess. So
yeah,
I've caught the most. I'm not saying he's invincible because he doesn't claim he isn't, but I'm just saying I've seen people out here who are very powerful, and yeah, you're gonna catch them slipping once or twice. Does that mean you finish them off? Hell no.
And what
as a spiritualist, like you're supposed to know these things, but I don't watch his channel. I don't watch his channel no more because like
it
I
lost
don't know,
all.
I'm feeling his days are over with. Like
It lost.
You're coming from me, man. Somebody who's got all these books. I own my own house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I got all these shoes. I got a Cuban chain. I know better. You know what I mean? I know better that like he's not the only one out here doing that stuff, and he can't talk shit about everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
And he changed his content. Like it's more like a glamour thing, sort of. And the voodoo stuff is like second. The Bokor stuff is secondary. Maybe even third with everything like now. Where you look at his old videos was dope as fuck. Like I still watch.
Well, I have to say this. It's like EA co-editing, like he got into this stuff, the voodoo and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The problem, he should have kept his mouth shut and never sold it.
Yeah.
Because even as a white person, man, yes, like Bokor be talking about, oh, Shango, King, what do you call, bless you with gold and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true. And you don't have to be black or you don't have to be white. Shango gonna bless you with gold. You know what I mean? If you do shit right.
Yeah, right.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like, the problem is, and I hate sounding like this because it's fucking prejudice.
Yeah.
You don't want to fucking let people know what your business is.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because there are people from certain traditions and certain paths, certain countries, even if you want to bring race into it, that like they're going to defend their honor. You know what I mean? They're going to defend who they are and what they believe, even if it's not right.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
That's what we've been seeing. Like logic don't matter. If that's what their heart set on, that's just what it is. They ain't shit gonna change that motherfucker. They dead serious on that shit. Even if it's the stupidest fucking shit in the world. Like this dude on Facebook, he's cool. I remember how to pronounce his name, Josh or something or whatever. But he got the little lion icon. Shout out to that dude. I was fucking with him the other day and shit. He got a little irritated and shit. But I let him know, like, yo, I'm like, I don't mean no harm by it. Like, you know what I mean?
You know, are you talking about Elmira?
Oh, no. This is somebody on Facebook that we were talking, like, discussing stuff. And, like, what he was believing in, like, I was like, yo, I don't got no problem with your beliefs and stuff. But I'm just telling you the history of this. Like, so don't, like, go out there and saying, like, this is the all be all, like, or something. And I'm like, yo, this shit is bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? And you're taking that shit to the grave. I'm like, you can do what you want to do, but I'm educating. That's all. You know what I mean? And we like felt some type of way. I was going
like a lot of times, man, you know, like you can get into beef with somebody, and like you gotta understand, people nowadays they're all into, you know, like LGBT, you know, and stuff like that. A lot of times, man, somebody could have fucked you up, and it wasn't even the person. Just could have been friends with that person that like didn't like what you were saying. I mean, women are known for doing that and shit, man. Because women are controlling, they're territorial. They're trying to mark their spot on, you know, their handsome man.
Right.
Yeah, that's why, you know, there ain't no such thing really as a bro code or anything no more.
Yeah, it sure ain't, yo. It sure enough ain't. Yeah. It's crazy.
But I will say this though, as somebody who is a champion martial artist, you know, like in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you know, grappler's quest. As somebody who has, you know, done sports my whole entire life, and you know, my specialty is obviously hexes and curses. You know what I mean? There's nothing more, and also, you know, I'm very good at, you know, with demons too. I can connect with spirits. You know what I mean? That I want to connect with. Yeah. You know, I underestimate a lot of my abilities. It's very draining. It's not like working out. There's people on here that will be sick in their bed, won't be able to get out of their bed, wash their motherfucking hair, or do anything for months. So this is what I'm trying to say. Find a peaceful life. Conserve your energy. Yeah. It's gonna be okay.
And there's a lot coming into that type of community too. Like you set yourself up for a lot of stuff. Like you in it. Like I showed to Siberians.
Well, this is the whole problem. Say, like, for example, comes in the Haitian voodoo community. You know, a white person, you know, like, for example, they want to get into this because they, you know, it's true. Black lives do matter, just like all lives matter. You know, so basically a white person, they try to get into this, you know, whether they want to get into voodoo, they want to get into Ifa, whatever. And they're doing it because they want to show that they're honorable. And it usually they find out the sad reality, and it doesn't work out that way, that they don't care about you and they don't care if you support them.
Right.
As a whole.
For one thing I could say, for like me looking from the outside in, yeah, like a lot of white people respect a lot of these spiritual systems or religions and stuff like that. They respect it, but the people, like the way they go about it, they not understand it, but they want to learn a lot about it. Like, you know what I mean? They want to learn a lot. Like a lot of people, white people, they'll go to India and start finding yogi and start dealing with all this Hindu stuff. Like, you know what I mean? And they trying to live.
I got to rant on that. That's good and all, but like, what you need in order to success in the, you know, the Hindu world, you need a friend, not a guru. You need a friend that's going to teach you.
Right.
A friend that basically knows how to keep his mouth shut and keep shit secret.
Right.
Yeah, because there's India, man, where the Hinduism shit comes from. I've said that before, man. There's so much. It is so diverse. It is, you know, like all the yoga positions, all the things you can do, all the magic.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've seen players out here, man, get married off just, what do you call it, yoga.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with their choice of who they married, but they know some shit. So like the more and more you know, it's like, for example, you got the Indians, and this sounds fucked up, man. You got the Indians that are like, hello, Randy, where you from? Where you from? Then you got the motherfucking cool Indians that look like, with the long hair, and stuff like that. They have the Ganesh and stuff. They smoke weed. They're very culturally devised.
Right.
Then you got like the Indian girls, okay, like with the dot head and stuff. Then you got basically this chick's hot, man. What's her name? BJ or VJ Bonnie. And that chick, man, oh man, she's good looking. So like basically like you got to understand that a lot of this knowledge and stuff is guarded by wrathful deities and beings. It's not like a lot of people, they want to blame the Loa, they want to blame the Norse gods, they want to blame whatever tradition they're coming from. Nope. You got to go look at that Hindu shit, man, because that shit's deep. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of like you see white people go to Jamaica and shit, right? Like the motherfuckers.
White people going to Jamaica?
Fucking yeah, they want to see a fucking Rasta. Like, know what I'm saying? And they want to learn about Rastafarianism and shit like that. Oh, go ahead with that bullshit a little and shit. Fuck you and
I mean, if I'm correct, I don't think you. This might sound like I'm not open-minded, but I don't think you can actually be white and a Rastafarian, can you?
No.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you can practice some mythology, but you can't actually be a Rastafarian.
But the reason I say that is like there's different sects of it. Like this sects that is straight up the meaning of that shit is death to the white people. Like, know what I mean? And but it's been since Bob Marley and shit like that, it has been commercialized. And you got poor people that see white people coming to Jamaica, they want to know about it and stuff, and they make them feel welcome for the money. Like I watch some shows and stuff where these white people, they go to Jamaica and they chilling with the Rasta and shit, and you can see that shit all in that Rasta's face. Like,
well, see,
this white
this is what makes like I said, the Haitians different from the Rastafarians. Okay, whenever you know a fact about something, the Haitians are going to deny it. You know what I mean? The Rastas will not deny it to you. Yeah. And it's like, for example, Jamaica, you got Kingston, which is, on basically the west side. Then you got all the way on the other side. Because, actually, I think in Jamaica, it's illegal to actually practice the occult and black magic.
Hell yeah. There was the Apocrypha in the Bible was illegal in Jamaica.
So you got St. Thomas, okay? And basically people, on boats from Haiti, they go back and forth, from St. Thomas, Jamaica, a lot where like the Maroons and, like Bayo people and stuff are. Yeah. Because there's so many different tribes also in Jamaica too. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's not just Rastafarian.
Yeah.
And they think when they think of Jamaica, they think of weed, they think of, Bob Marley, they think of reggae music, but that it goes way deeper than that. There's some cultural voodoo history there.
Yeah, you go there.
But yeah, it's like my Jamaican friend said, and I believe it's true. The Haitians and the Jamaicans all go back and forth from St. Thomas back to Haiti.
I used to work for this guy. He was like a music exec, right? And they were telling me when they go to Jamaica, they were saying like, "Yo, you can't be wearing like your normal everyday shit. Like you gotta wear some fucked up clothes, so motherfuckers won't think that you got money or that you look like, you know what I mean, you from there and not from there." So there'd be people that would grind up glass, fine glass, just grind it up fine like it was a powder, and it'll come up to you, blow that shit in your motherfucking face, and blind you and take everything from you. Take your motherfucking shoes, everything you got, and leave you. Like in Dominican.
Man. That's known also, in 82 with the blowing powder. Then they got, the drug in Colombia, what do they call it, scopolamine, where basically they blow that shit in your face, the same weight, same density as, cocaine. And it, basically makes you lose all your free will, where they get people to actually willingly, do shit for you. Like basically if you tell somebody to take you to the bank, you're going to take them to the bank if you're under that drug, and you're going to take all your money out and you're going to give it to that motherfucker.
Yep. Ain't that some shit that they got?
But it's also
like
a recreational drug too. People use and stuff. Yeah.
So people use that recreationally. I always thought about that.
Oh yeah, man. But you gotta understand, man. People are into some sick shit. They're into like BDSM, femdom, and mistress dominatrix shit.
Oh yeah.
So they probably use it for something like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's some wild shit right there. Imagine that. Because I know, like, there's all types of shit out there and shit that people be using. But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Definitely. Really crazy.
Yeah, I used to be around this shit for like a while. Before I became a leader. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's just like, if like you can't be a Rastafari unless you're Jamaican. It's like the same thing. You can in Haiti or somewhere like that. You can't be a Mambo, a Hugon, or a Boat Core if you're not Haitian. It doesn't mean you can't practice the mythologies. It doesn't mean you can't do anything like that. But also, like I say, keep your mouth shut. Don't tell people you're doing that shit.
Yeah.
I don't do that. Excuse me. I don't do that shit. No.
Yep.
I could though if I wanted to.
Motherfuckers will test you. Put you right to the test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had people in my house before. They like and stuff like that. They've seen, like my altars. They've seen, what do you call it? Like stuff I had in my house. And like how I was saying, like a lot of, people from other cultures and stuff, they want to get into stuff to be respectful, to be honorable. Even people that like weren't even associated with this shit, they see stuff in my house and stuff like that, and they be hating on me. And they're not even into that shit. Be like, oh, I know real Zopound members. Oh, I know shit like that. It's like, no, you don't. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yep. Like, I don't even let people in my house no more and shit. Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Nobody come in this motherfucker. For shit. I don't even let my own cousins in this bitch. Like, yeah, the motherfuckers is like, that shit. You don't know what type of energies they bring in, what type of shit.
Oh, yeah, man. The last person that, came in my house, man, he was, like, made me feel like an empty husk. I was like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yep. And sometimes it be some of the people you trust the most.
I'm telling you, some of the coolest people you'll meet, y'all, is when you go out of town and you travel, though, to different places, and you actually go out and explore the world. It gets kind of boring after a while. Like, that's why I just stay alone and shit, to go hang out with people and stuff locally and stuff. I think it's kind of boring.
I went to Bedford, Massachusetts one time, right? I was a skate rep. I was working for DC Shoes. I went to and I was like, God damn, these bitches is on my motherfucking ass. I was like, this shit ain't like fucking out here.
You went to Salem?
Yeah, but I'm like, shit. I was like, yo, what the fuck? These bitches is hanging off of me out this motherfucker. I was like, what the fuck are these bitches on?
I've talked to people because remember I was telling you that store Hex Old World Witchery? Yeah. Where they sell like the soaps. I actually sent a picture of it the other day with the cool ass Minotaur candle and stuff. Yeah. They got one in New Orleans and they got one in Salem. I've asked people from New Orleans, what do you think? Like New Orleans and the witchcraft stuff. Like, yeah, it's here, but like I don't really worry about it. And I doubt this is just somebody from the South. If I say this is just a South thing, that's egotistical because I'm from Florida, man, and the shit is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, so if New Orleans is really about something, it's not like that. It's not as bad as you think. It's bad in Florida, but it's bad in Florida because of the cursing and the hexing. Florida's a very cursed land, man. I'm gonna be straight up. But
dude, like all these magic people,
Salem, Mass,
and stuff.
Everybody that I've talked to said, "Oh man, don't go there, man. That place is fucking creepy. That shit's weird." Like everybody that I've ever asked, you never hear about that shit about New Orleans.
I did a skate event in Salem, Mass for one of my accounts, right?
But then again, I don't know, man. I feel like it's like a horror movie, like the whole goth scene and shit. Yeah. Like the more north you go, the more gothic it's gonna be. I feel like.
Yeah.
Because down here in the South, man, it's tropical.
For for people that are like underground, like type.
You actually want to know? I was reading something, man. The people who actually started the whole Gothic scene, kind of, were the Haitians.
That's
I
interesting.
read an article about it.
Yeah, because Leonard is into the whole goth scene. That fucked me up when I found that out.
Yeah, that's not just him acting like that, man. That's actually a thing I've read too. Because if you think about it, man, if you look at the Loa and stuff, okay, and you look at the pictures of them, like Bawan Samzi and stuff like that, you know, like the skull face painting tattoos and stuff, it gives off a very Gothic vibe.
Yeah, it does. It does. Now that I think about it.
Yeah. And
also,
if you think about it, you know, New Orleans, you know, like New Orleans is some old buildings, you know, there's a lot of freaks there and stuff like that. To me, New Orleans, you know, yeah, there's its voodoo and stuff, man, but like it's a party town, man. That place is a party. Hell yeah. Salem, man, Salem, you're partying with the big girls, man.
But New York was a lot of shit go on that's unseen.
Oh yeah, man. In New York, they got a lot of people that do shit. But you also got to understand too, you know, especially in the city of New York City, it's one of the places where there's the most people that speak different languages. So obviously, you're gonna have, you know, the mix.
But they have it's like a scene, like, know what I mean? It'll be underground, but it'll be a huge scene for these type of people. Whoever you kind of fetish or type of thing you into, they got a scene for it there. Like, know what I mean? Like up here, like heck in New York, like say like the hardcore punk rock scene.
Yeah, man, and you know, like that's the thing, you know, like for example, like I'm into all these different kind of like chicks and stuff like that. Yeah. You're not gonna find a lot of hardcore punk rock chicks or, you know, punk rock chicks, you know, in general here where I live.
Yeah,
there's a few, but they're usually like there's not really a scene for it. There's like one bar and it's like a shit. And stuff like that. The real deal people, you got to go to like the scenes and stuff like that. The closest scene is actually Gainesville, because Gainesville, Florida had like a huge squatter scene at one time. So there was a lot of like anarchist crust punks and stuff. I don't know about it anymore, but yeah.
Yeah, like Connecticut had a big like hardcore like skinhead like scene and shit like that, and they actually had a goth scene like for a little bit. New York has always been like notorious for all that shit. Like, and that shit's still going on today. Like motherfuckers that was into the whole skinhead shit, like fucking like 13, 14 years old, them motherfuckers are still doing that shit today. Like you go to the same spot in New York and see these motherfuckers.
That's what, you know, a lot of people, they don't get when you have the subject of skinhead, you know, and stuff like that. A lot of people, they don't get it that actually the skinheads were like mods. They were like rude boys and stuff like that in the 60s in England. And they would wear Doc Marten boots, you know, the suspenders and stuff like that. And it was both, you know, black, white, you know, Muslim. Yep. It didn't matter.
Yep, exactly.
And so usually the word skinhead gets associated with, you know, racism and stuff.
Yeah,
that's totally not true. Here in South Florida, you know, Miami and stuff, there's a whole scene. There's Cuban skinheads, you know, we see, you know, the popular anti-racist, you know, skinhead group, you know, basically that roots back, you know, to all the punk rock and, you know, and stuff like that. And reggae is the Sharpskins. This, you know, Sharp means skinheads against racial prejudice. But here we got there's all different kinds of groups. We got the colorblind skins, and there's plenty of, you know, of them that are Cuban, black, white, and stuff like that. So skinhead is a very controversial term, but it's not racist always. That's a very small amount of them.
And it's a really awesome culture too. Like in my teens.
Oh man, skinhead women too, you know, like with the Chelsea haircut and, you know, the jeans, they look fucking fire, man.
Yep,
that's the rockabilly chicks.
Yep, that's my fucking shit right there. That is baby right there.
Oh yes, Betty Boo in the, you know, in her outfit. Yes, make me some eggs, you know, in my fucking 70s style house.
Yep, hell yeah, that was my shit back then. Yeah, the Jamaicans played a big role in the whole skinhead thing. I was explaining that.
Yes, you know, and ska too. Yeah, it's, you know, that's what a lot of people are not have heard of ska if you're listening. But yeah, ska is like similar to reggae, but it's like kind of originated, I think, in England and stuff.
Yep. And I was telling like somebody, I was like, yo, fucking, they had all these races here in America. They had places in England where white people shit, they wanted to get down with black people and shit. They was listening to Motown. They were listening to ska. Like they was into that shit. And like shit, they'd be happy to find a Jamaican friend or something like that. And like, yo, please let us down this shit. And the thing, like the culture just grew. And then, it started to split off into other things as time went by. But yeah, it was an awesome scene. Like it was something that you wouldn't see in America at the time it was going on. You wouldn't see that. You not see it at all. Yeah, like when I was a teen, I was like, oh, I'm a skinhead and shit. I'm a shark. And motherfuckers be looking at me crazy. Like,
well, yeah, I used to be colorblind skin, like similar to a sharp skin. Because like I was, in a band with this band here, West Palm Beach called The Ruins.
Yeah.
And it was with the drummer at DRI. I was in a band with the drummer from DRI, who was actually my stepdad, which is weird.
I remember you telling me that. That should bug me out when you said that.
Yeah, it's weird kind of how like I was in the band, but like all the people were like 10, 20 years older than me. It was weird.
Yep. I remember that on my first skateboard. I wrote DRI. I made the little DRI grip tape on my skateboard when I was a little kid. That was the shit.
But what I'm saying is like, there was a drummer one? No. The bass player, Tim, man. Rest in peace, Tim, man. Rest in peace, Tim O'Mara. I'll always remember you, bro. But anyway, yeah, he got me into all the, this shit, basically and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, like some of the skinheaded women too, like they were all like, that's what it was. It was a working class movement in the 60s.
Yeah. About having a motherfucking job, work. I ain't had no job and shit, but like I was down. Had my little flight jacket, my fucking oxblood boots.
Oh yeah. It definitely turned into a style. I mean, I was talking about more like the roots and stuff. Yeah. Then you got like DMS. DMS is basically means Doc Martens.
It's crazy that like a lot of
those guys are like the agnostic front guys and the Madball guys, and they're Cuban up in New York City.
Yeah, in Puerto Rican. I know those dudes.
I'll tell you the ones that really pissed me off. The ones that
hang out with all the DMS
straight edge guys. Not every person who's straight edge pisses me off, but like
that's
like okay, you're not gonna catch me at a Cro-Mag show because like if I go order a beer, you're gonna slap it out of my hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, agnostic front and all them, they don't give a fuck. Those guys, what do you call them? They used to party. So it gets very political too, and I'm like, fuck that.
Yup. The motherfuckers bad as fuck. You light up a cigarette and shit, them motherfuckers will cuss you out. I don't want nothing to do with you. I was one of them. Yeah, that shit was crazy. I was like that. I had the flight jacket and I had the X on the back of it and shit with the SE for straight edge and shit. You couldn't tell me shit. I almost got a tattoo with an X on my hand and shit. I almost got an X tattoo on my hand. Oh, yeah. Gorilla Youth of Today, motherfucking Bold.
DYS, Department Youth Services, was a band from Boston. They were straight edge.
Oh, that's straight edge shit. That was Wolfpack. Fucking this was
Wolfpack. Yeah. I forgot the name, but now you mentioned it. Yeah, DYS and the Wolfpack.
Mike Judge and Judge was a bad motherfucker and shit. That was a movie.
Now, bands like, for example, Minor Threat. I don't think Minor Threat were actually straight edge. I think it was just, what was his name? Ian Mackey or something. I think he was the only one that was really straight edge.
Oh, that was my band too. Minor Threat.
It wasn't necessarily that like straight edges and shit, what do you call it, would come up to you. It was the ones that were, basically fans of certain bands because, see, it became so political.
Yup. Like Bold.
Like, okay, this band, there's going to be all the real asshole straight edges too. Or, really depend on what town and all that as well.
Yup. Wearing their New Balance sneakers and shit. They little
ain't nothing wrong with that, but yeah.
Wearing their New Balances and shit.
The ones that really pissed me off, though, I lied. The ones that pissed me off more, I call them the PASP Blue Ribbon punks. PBA punks.
Yeah.
PBR punks, my bad. You know, the ones that wear like the top Irish hat, like they're short and stocky and stuff like that. And then like they all act like they're basically like royalty, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here, man, you poser.
Yeah, one of those little stats. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, the PBR punks.
I'm gonna fuck with him tonight and shit. I just sent him shit. PBR punk. Yeah, man. Yeah, like I grew up with all that shit. Like I started going to shows in like 88. Yeah. 89 was my first show. I saw.
Well, how I got into it was actually my mom. My mom knew basically all like the different bands, like Agnostic Front, Sick of It All, Cro-Mags, Suicidal Tendencies, and stuff. Yeah, and then like once kind of the punk scene died out, because remember how DRI basically came with the album Crossover, and once they came out with that, the punk rock crossed over into like thrash metal and hardcore.
I was about to say that because DRI and Biohazard and what was the other band? What was the name of them? Was it Run DMC? Not Run DMC. Aerosmith.
Run DMC is a rap group, but they did that song with you, obviously.
With a thrash band. I think it was Run DMC or Aerosmith. One of the two. They did something with a thrash band. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Was it MDC?
No, it's
Millions of Dead Cops.
It'll be parallel right with DRI, I would say. It'll be parallel.
MDC, Millions of Dead Cops.
Nah. It's not them. It's not them. The dude name is Ian. The lead singer of the band name was Ian.
Yeah, Ian McKay from Minor Threat.
Not Ian McKay. It's not Ian McKay.
No?
Nah. It's
Scott Ian?
What does it say there?
Scott Ian.
Nope. What the fuck's the name of this band? They were like right on the tip of going like commercial. Fuck. Public Enemy did the song with him. That's who did the song with him. Public Enemy.
Yeah, Anthrax. Anthrax.
Who the fuck was that? Bring the noise.
Anthrax. Public Enemy. Bring the noise.
Anthrax. That's
what I mean. Scott Ian, guitar player.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never really was into the thrash stuff. There was this Mexican kid I went to school. He's the one that put me on the DRI, but I never really listened to him. I was into my Youth of Today and shit at the time. Like I wore Youth of Today out. Like I can recite all them motherfucking songs now on the fly. That's how much I listen to that shit.
Yeah.
So, like you know about Madball? Madball was the shit. Back in like
Freddie Kryson from Madball. Yeah, and those guys, man, those guys from Madball, Agnostic Front, because the singer from Madball is basically I think related to the singer he is of Agnostic Front, Roger Merritt.
Yep. Yeah,
and those guys are like I'm not saying they're like basically like advertisers, but they're pretty gangster ass dudes.
Yeah, that DMS,
Danny Diablo,
a white power skinhead gang. When they first
no, those guys weren't. No, Agnostic Front, Madball, no, they're not white power.
No, they were. I would say they weren't white power, but they were like white pride. I would say, but they were like a race. But DMS was a racist group when that shit first started.
That's funny because Freddie Kryson he's Cuban.
Yeah, but like this shit started to change as time went on. This is what I heard like when I was coming into the scene, that DMS.
Well, the thing is, you'd also have a lot of people that would show up to the shows. It would be the dumb motherfuckers that would show up to the shows and they would give it a bad name.
Because you had like white supremacists or like neo-Nazi skins, but then you had white pride skins. That would
because the only two bands that I know that are like racist, it would be YDL, that's Youth Defense League. And I think they were from like New York. And then you have Screwdriver, which was from England.
Screwdriver and shit. You see that motherfucker. I saw a kid at the bus stop the other day with a Screwdriver shirt. I was like, yo, you listen to Screwdriver? That motherfucker looked at me like he saw a ghost. He was like, how the motherfucker know what the fuck Screwdriver is? Right? Then I was
what's sad? Screwdriver would be a cool redneck band, like basically like country punk band, because that's what they sound like, country punk.
Yeah.
And it's weird they're from England, but the sad man, they're a bunch of racists.
Yeah. Yup. fucking Screwdriver. That motherfucker.
Now I heard when actually Screwdriver first started out, they actually weren't racist. Like when they came out with their very first album, which was actually like hard punk, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And then they, after they did that album, all the members, left. Ian Donald, even Ian Stewart. Yeah, his name Ian Stewart or Ian Donaldson or something. I can't remember what his name is. He got rid of all the members and he got a bunch of fucking white power members in that band. Basically, yep. Then they went it sounded like country punk or some stupid shit.
I used to think Judge was like a racist band at first.
I thought Judge was straight edge.
Yeah, they were straight edge, but they can have white power or white pride straight edge. Because they got white power, then you got white pride. Like a white pride skinhead will hang out with black people, but they were just about being white. That's how you got.
It's funny you say that because I didn't actually know, but it's like similar to the situation in prison. You got people that they go to prison, okay, then they they join a gang because they don't want to get targeted or anything like that,
right?
And then when they get out, you see these skinheads, they're best friends with people from the Bloods or the black people. It's weird. It's because when you're in there, it's different.
Yeah. And we never had any white power skins come to any of the shows back in the day. If they did, they won't come back. Because they just get jumped as soon as they walk up in there. They get their asses beat, and this is white people beating their ass. This ain't black people beating their ass. This is white people beating their ass.
Oh man, I was at a Slayer show, okay, and at the Hard Rock Cafe, at Universal, here in Florida, Orlando. And you're actually not supposed to mosh at this place. So, Slayer, was playing, Suicidal Tendencies was playing, and Exodus.
Yep.
I think it was Suicidal Tendencies and Exodus. Yeah, yes it was. And there's this motherfucker with a bald head, a wife beater shirt and some blue jeans. And let me mind you, there was kids in that mosh pit that were 16, 15 years old. You know what I mean? Skinny motherfuckers. Scrawny. Yep. And this motherfucker was punching them, pushing them and stuff like that, to where he would just stand in the middle, in the pit, where people were going in a circle and do that shit. So I come through and I boom, I punch him and he lands on his head. And I see this motherfucker, get carried out, he's half dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how I used to.
If you're gonna be an asshole, you're gonna get your ass beat.
Yeah. And it was such a tight scene. Everybody knew everybody. So you fall, you got 20 hands sticking out, helping you up. You got a problem, and it's some outsider motherfucker, he getting his ass beat by the whole fucking club. By the whole fucking club.
Well, yeah. It was okay, what made the moshing different? Yeah, there was a lot of people that were crazier and stuff. But I feel like people just back then weren't pussies in general, you know what I mean? Yeah, you had people pick you up, but more people also wore spikes too, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's you don't see as many spikes on people's jackets like there used to be, and the spikes can be dangerous.
There used to be a dude in DMS that used to go to shows and had a motherfucking lock on the end of a screen. Not a lock, a hammerhead.
But yeah, the moshes pits have actually, I don't know, maybe the last few years, have calmed down. But for a while, man, they were getting really dangerous and stuff. The metalheads for bands, like Cannibal Corpse. Then, the Wall of Death, where, then Randy Blythe, from Lamb of God getting, going to prison, and stuff like that for a little bit until he got proven innocent. So, yeah, a lot of people, they've actually had to calm down on the moshing because they, bands would say, get back, and, they would be a big ass, war zone where people would run at each other.
Yeah.
The Wall of Death. You heard of the Wall of Death, right?
Yup, Wall of Death.
Yeah.
Barnes and Run. Yup. And they used to, another one, people that couldn't never come to hardcore shows was metalheads. You might as well be in.
Man. Actually, at one time, not necessarily anymore, but at one time, the punk rockers used to be tougher than the metalheads.
Yeah, right. Metalhead get fucked up. Go to a hardcore show. You got long hair, you getting it. If you got long hair, that motherfucker better be in a spike. You have a spike ball. You get your ass beat. You get your ass beat. Yup. All that headbanging shit. Get your ass up out of here. And then hardcore music started towards like the late 90s, it started sounding like fucking metal. What was like, you had bands like Dissolve,
Earth Crisis.
Earth Crisis. That's what I wanted to say first. Earth Crisis. That's what I wanted to say first. Earth Crisis. And that's
a hell of a band right there. That band was deep.
Yep. Then you got Hatebreed. Now you know Hatebreed, right? Jamie Dosta.
Yeah, Hatebreed. I'm not really into them, but like they got a couple good songs.
My best friends were the Josta 14 band. I remember when they got Jamie to sing for the band.
I was heard, what is it? Propane?
Propane. Yeah. I heard of Propane before.
Now those guys, those guys were like the coolest and funnest sounding band. They were raw as fuck.
Fucking.
It's really hard to find a raw band like that's super just raw and kills it. You know what I mean?
I was there when Hatebreed started. When Hatebreed first formed, when Boulder, who was the bassist, which he dead. He actually like died like down the street from my house. He committed suicide. He did it like an overdose of heroin and shit. Fucking died.
Another motherfucker that was crazy too, Gigi Allen.
Yo, I was telling somebody about Gigi Allen the other day. I was like, "You ever heard of Gigi Allen?" They said, "Who?" I was like, "Bro, I'll put you on to Gigi Allen. That's real shit right there. That's a real motherfucker."
That guy was crazy, man. Just like you have El Duce too. He was another crazy motherfucker, similar to him.
Yep.
Remember how El Duce died?
I
on a train track.
I'm gonna look that
because of the whole Nirvana shit. Remember Nirvana? Yeah, and like that conspiracy of him whether he committed suicide or not.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah, Kurt Cobain. Yeah. And yeah, El Duce was another motherfucker who believed he thought women all should be raped, just like fucking Gigi Allen.
Gigi Allen is shit right on the fucking stage
and throw it at you.
They throw it at you. I'm glad I ain't never fucking went to a Gigi Allen show, not knowing nothing. Like shit.
Man, if I went to one of his shows, like I'd be in the whole back, and if something hits me, man, I'm beating his ass. You know what I mean?
One show on YouTube, and everybody in the crowd was in the back, leaning against the wall.
Oh yeah, he would. Like that was the whole thing, man. He would sing, he would fight. He would do all. He would take laxatives. He'd cut himself. Yeah. He was basically like. Yeah, he was a weird motherfucker.
Yo, I can't even play a video and shit. I'm not even gonna do that shit because I'll get flagged with the motherfucker and shit. I play that shit live. Motherfucker be ass naked, shitting on himself and pissing.
Hell no, I've seen it before. It's like you'll never be ashamed of your dick size when you see Gigi Allen though.
Yeah, right. Nagy should start a punk band and shit. Gigi Nagy and shit. I mean,
wait, what?
I said Nagy should start a fucking punk band called Gigi Nagy and shit. Crazy,
okay,
yo.
what would?
You know about Nagy showing his wiener and shit. Like he got caught showing his wiener. Like that's Nagy.
Oh man, that'd be funny.
You know about that shit? Oh, I gotta put you on to that shit. But that shit was funny. Nagy got caught. You ever heard of 4chan, like the 4chan sites and stuff?
I've heard of 4chan. I never really got into it though.
Nagy is like the most famous motherfucker on 4chan. And all the kids.
Iron Reagan. I've heard of Iron Reagan. I was looking at these comments. Also, Death Angel. Yeah, I've heard of Death Angel and stuff like that too. Yeah.
Reagan Youth was dope too. I'm not about to get Reagan Youth tape. They're fucking dope. Who else? I used to like Bad Religion. Bad Brains. I listen to Bad Brains all motherfucking day. Fugazi.
Oh yeah, Bad Brains is you're not gonna find another band like Bad Brains. Bad Brains is one of a kind.
Never ever. And Fugazi. I think
that was by the singer of Minor Threat. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's a singer of Minor Threat, and they just released their whole record label's discography for free, like recently, like so you can get all their songs for free, like all of them. And what they did, they never they forced the clubs to only charge the people $5 to get in. So they wouldn't play a show if the club wouldn't play. They wouldn't play the show if the club charged more than $5 for entry.
Oh yeah, remember that now, Fugazi. Yeah, see, I used to actually have an encyclopedia of punk rock, and I would learn all these weird things in there. Yeah.
That's how I be testing motherfuckers.
You want to know a punk band that I love?
No, I just
hardcore punk band, Nausea.
Oh shit! I never really listened to them. Like they're
like anarchist punk rock and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they were on
but not like anarchist punk like Crass, because Crass was like, they were true punks, man. Those guys didn't even know how to play their instruments.
Yeah.
The one guy had to play with his hand upside down on the guitar.
Nausea was on the Revelation compilation. Those are the best fucking hardcore fucking tapes ever. The Revelation compilations, Revelation Records compilation, those shits is dope. I'm gonna probably put that.
It's so sad too. You know, when people think of punk rock, they think of fucking My Chemical Romance. And I'm not saying, okay, let me set the record straight. My Chemical Romance is a great band. They are, okay? But what they think of Green Day, they think of Fall Out Boy, they think of Panic at the Disco. Well, not Panic at the Disco, but yeah. And I think Green Day and all that shit. And that's like, that is not what punk rock really was.
Yeah. Like a punk rock band would never be on TV. Would never, ever get caught on MTV. Because that's what happened with this is one of my favorite bands too, Sick of It All. That was one of my favorite.
I've seen Sick of It All, man. They're awesome. They're actually one of the very first people who
I seen them motherfuckers play like 10 times.
Yeah, Lou Kohler, the singer of the band, he's a really motherfucking
and
dude. Huh?
I forgot that motherfucker's name. I forgot the seniors of the name.
I saw Sick of It All at Orlando.
I think wasn't his name Ian too?
Huh?
So I forgot his name. The dude from Sick of It All. But they went on. They did a video on MTV, and they just fell off. They just fell the fuck off. Nobody was fucking with them after. I stopped going. I didn't want to go to their shows no more. And that's what happened with the Hate Group. When they kicked Jamie Josta out of Josta 14, he was in front of the club tuning, sitting on the curb. I remember it like it was yesterday. His bitch ass was sitting there crying and shit, right? And Boulder came over to him like, yo, man, I want to start a new band. I want you to sing. Oh, we can call it Hate Breed. And shit, right? And then the motherfucker got all happy. I was right there when they fucking formed the band.
There's another band called Stuck Mojo, and they have a song called Hate Breed. I put their song on my channel.
Oh shit!
Yeah, the hate empowerment subliminal, to where like basically every time you get angry or you hate something, you become stronger.
Yeah. I think I saw that
Stuck Mojo Hate Breed song on there. Yeah.
And when they got big, they got huge. And I know all my boys from Johnson 14, they was like salty after that. They was like, God damn, motherfucker. They blew up, right? But you know what? They can play Connecticut. And ain't nobody going to that shit. So they sold everybody out. We saw something, and this motherfucker talk about we a metal band. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, we should have beat your ass and shit. That fucking shit. That motherfucker got up on the shit and talk about we a metal band. And then this motherfucker was the host of Headbangers Ball. I was like, well, goddamn. But he got a podcast. We was on Headbangers Ball. I was like, God damn, this motherfucker's on Headbangers Ball. Ain't this fucking 9-finger Jamie? Like everybody up front.
The very last punk band that I saw was Dead Kennedys. They played here in a town called Fort Pierce.
Oh, I would love that. I saw the Cro-Mags. That was the worst show I ever been to in my life. That motherfucker.
Oh, really?
And all he was saying the whole fucking show, he was shit-faced. Only thing he said, he didn't even sing the song.
Well, you got to understand, man. Harley is not a good singer.
He wasn't singing. All that motherfucker was singing fuck shit. Fuck shit.
Okay, John Joseph has always been the singer of that band. And Harley, because Harley was a fighter. He'd like to start trouble and go to people's houses with baseball bats and shit like that.
Yeah.
And he was his victim.
Fuck the motherfucker.
And I've actually talked to Harley on Facebook on my old account back in the day, a long time ago. Said if I ever come up to New York, I'll train with you. Because used to give people the benefit of the doubt. I didn't really listen, didn't care. But now as I'm older and I understand the whole story of the Cro-Mags, Harley is a fucking dick, and he deserves to just kind of you know what people have said about Harley too?
What?
He has the worst breath in New York City.
Oh shit. So that motherfucker got the worst breath in New York City.
That's the punk rock rumor, yeah.
I got one for you here. I got one for you. You didn't mention this one. I'm gonna see if you know this one. See if you know this one. I'm just gonna put the picture up. All right.
And that's the thing too. Harley was also, man, like they were all into that Hare Krishna shit, and it's like Harley was always starting fights, and Krishna, he's the god of love. You know what I mean? He was giving Hare Krishna a bad name as well.
All right, here you go. You know who this is? Nah, that's the wrong image, ain't it? Yeah, that's the wrong image.
Oh, the cube. That's not it.
That's the wrong shit. All right. You know who that is? Small ass picture.
Can you zoom up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to see what they look like. That looks like... That can't be Agnostic Front, is it?
Nope. Warzone.
Oh, Warzone. Yeah, Warzone. Yeah, Warzone was another New York, or I think they were Chicago or New York, yeah.
Yeah, from New York. My boy, I didn't
The Sound of Revolution. That song, Warzone, yeah.
Yeah, well, he used to bring me to
I'm
their
not 100% sure, but Warzone. Wait, they're not racist. No, they're not racist, are they? No.
They actually had
they were
band at one time. I believe they had a black dude, if I can remember. They had a black guy. I think he was like an artist or something like that.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of Warzone. I just don't remember what they look like, though.
Yeah. Warzone. Lower East Side crew.
Yeah. I went to the Lower East Side, Manhattan, by where CBGB's used to be, like Webster's Hall, Brooklyn and stuff. I'm not Brooklyn, Manhattan, because Lower East Side, it's close to Manhattan.
Yeah, Lower East Side is in Manhattan.
And man, that's no place to go fuck around, man. You got people that will follow you around from street to street if you go to those back alleys.
Yeah, like fucking people will do something to you and shit. Yeah, they'll fucking do to you something. They'll do something to you bad. In New York, like especially
and
back
that's
then.
The thing too about New York, man, you got the parking. Oh man,
nowhere. Yeah, like there ain't no parking space nowhere. Nowhere.
Yeah, it's like a fucking mecca in New York, though. Like if you got the money to do shit and all that.
Yeah, you get anything you want in New York City. Anything you want, anything you could dream, they got it there. If they don't got it in New York City, it don't exist. That's what they say. It don't exist. That's for real too.
If they ain't got it,
I remember they used to have the. What was the street we used to go to and shit? They had all the the peep booths. What they call them? Not peep booths. They call them the peep shows. You go in there and you put the dollar in the thing, right? And a window comes up, and you got all the bitches in a room. And you just point the bitch you want, and she came over to the window, and she danced for you. You can grab on her tits and ass and shit. And it's only for like a minute or two, like, right? And then the window starts to roll down. And you're like, God damn it, I'm just having fun. You feel it out of the bitch, and the window starts to close down on you. And then you got to put another dollar in there and shit for it to go back up. Yeah, that shit. You just had a weird motherfucker that worked there that would just walk around. It was like a circle. It was like a room inside of the building. And they just had like these little slots on the side. Like, so this little booth you go in, and the window would be for the room. And there'd be a guy walking around with a mop all night. They had like the porno movie theaters. Yeah, that was the shit back in like the 90s when Giuliani, Mayor Giuliani cleaned all that shit up. He fucked up New York City. He fucked New York City up.
Yeah, Gnostic Front made that songs about him, like how like they fucking hated that dude.
Yeah, he fucked everything up. We used to go to New York, go to Harlem. We go to the incense, the fruit stand.
It's like, one of the big, when you talk about political shit in punk rock, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
A lot of misconceptions, people hated Ronald Reagan. No, actually, a lot of fucking punk rockers actually loved Ronald Reagan, which was weird.
Yeah.
Even though you have songs that were dishing him and shit.
Ronald Reagan. Yeah, a lot of people say, Ronald Reagan sucked this shit. I know. I figured we was doing all right when Ronald Reagan was out. Ronald Reagan's all right with us. Shit. We was balling with Ronald Reagan fucking was going on. But, yeah, New York was a crazy place, dude. Early 90s and shit. We go to Harlem and they got the weed spots. Like you go into like stores, like it's almost every store in like New York City from like Harlem to the Bronx. Like you can buy weed in that shit. It just be like little trap doors. Like you go on the fruit stand and it'd be like a little hook, like on a wall. And you pull the hook and the door just come open. And you walk and be like a little hallway. And the dude that had a little glass window, and the dude that throw the chart. And you tell the motherfucker what you want. Like, let me get a dime of chocolate Buddha. Let me get a dime of hydro. Let me get a dime of Hawaiian. Let me get a nickel of DOA. Like, you know what I mean? You had all these different types of weed and shit. And you stole your money and the motherfucker throw you out the weed. Yeah, that was the shit back then. You had juice bars and shit. Go buy weed at. Hydro in the jars and stuff. Little glass jars. Giuliani 22 shut all that shit down. Nickel bag. You were four fat ass blunt. $5. $5.
$5 for a fat ass blunt. That's pretty good though. But that's really good right
they
there.
Were like grams, dude. For
Can't
$5.
find that shit no more like that. Maybe in like
and
maybe if you go to dispensaries, I don't know. Some dispensaries, like some weed's cheaper than others. I guess you could say. But then if you're going to a high class one, you're gonna find one for $5. It'll probably be 10 or 15 for a fat joint or something.
But what you get in New York City, you won't find that shit nowhere else in America. That was crazy. Like the weed that's in New York City, there's nowhere else that got that shit unless they got it from New York. Like when the rappers be talking about the piff, like you ain't going to California and getting that shit. Like the piff was strictly for New York.
Even like around Pennsylvania, New York area, like those two states. Fucking the mid-grade, you're not gonna find no mid-grade anywhere better either, because like it's their mid-grade, like like how you know what I mean by mid-grade, right?
Yeah.
Basically just regular weed.
Right.
Their mid-grade was green, you know what I mean? You come down here, man, the mid-grade is fucking brown and black.
Yup.
Not black, but yeah, you know what I mean.
In the 90s, you get a QP for $250. $250. You get a QP, $250. You go to New York, you get that shit, $200. The old QP, $200. Yeah, and the motherfuckers hook you up. Like you go there, buy 5 nicks from them. You come back and buy 3 nicks. The motherfucker throw you like 4 more nickels, just so you keep coming back. That was shit back then. Like New York was on fire with shit like that. Like it was crazy back then. But now that shit shut down. You go to New York now and ask somebody what to do that and shit. The motherfucker look at you like you crazy. You know what I mean? You can literally go to any store and buy weed. Like that shit is crazy.
One thing too, I don't know if this is relevant, but like the police up there too are a lot different than small town police.
Yeah, dude. Bro, we used to go to the
like you can act like you're pointing a gun at a police, like not like an actual gun, but like like you say like you can say fuck the police and they'll take a picture with you. It's funny.
Yeah, New York cops didn't give a fuck back then in the early 90s.
Yeah, it's like Hey,
Yo,
the cops be like, "Hey, fuck the police," too.
that ass, they would. Yo, we
Yeah.
go. You know the Brooklyn Bank spot. That was like a famous skate spot where we go skateboard. It was in like the Tony Hawk Pro Skater, one of the Pro Skater video games. They had the Brooklyn Banks, and it was like a big bump. You go over the wall, you jump over the New Jersey barrier, and you land on the last exit before you go over the Brooklyn Bridge. The police department was on the other side of the road. Like literally, the parking lot was on the other side of the highway exit. And I'll be sitting on the wall smoking a big ass fucking blunt, and the cops be getting out of work and sitting out at the patrol cars talking and shit, and looking right at us and shit, skating on the fucking highway. And the motherfuckers wouldn't say shit. They wouldn't say shit. Sitting on the highway wall and shit. The motherfuckers would say goddamn thing. Oh, shit back in the day. Damn, I wish those days was back. Oh, those were the fucking days. But New York was dangerous back then. It was dangerous. Like motherfucker would do something to you. They had all the prostitutes at. And like it'll be like 3 a.m. in Manhattan, and like, there ain't no traffic nowhere. But you hit this certain block, and you will see mad fucking traffic. And you're like, what the fuck all the traffic here for? For hookers. These motherfuckers are literally at 4 blocks. Maybe 1 block.
This might be sad to say though. I don't know if I'd want to go for a lot of the hookers in New York. If I wanted to go for hookers, man, I'd probably go to say like Amsterdam or something like that.
Bro, the hookers in New York City, the motherfuckers wasn't like no motherfucking like crackhead bitches you see like, not right here. Like you go to
oh yeah, we got some really scummy chicks where I'm from.
Yeah, you go to Hunts Point to some raggedy ass bitches.
I wouldn't even touch them with a fucking dime.
I think that was like 32nd Street or some shit like that. Dude, it was like 4 blocks, 4 city blocks. You got 1 block with like the white hookers. You got another block with the black hookers. You got another block with the Hispanic hookers. You got another block with the homosexuals. You got another block with the trannies and shit. Like, right? And you got the pimp. The pimps are pulling out on the corner with the zoot suit. You know how you see like an old movie and the pimp's wearing a zoot suit, like the pinstripe suit with the long jury curls and shit with the tan? Yo, that's just real life. I ain't never seen no shit like that before in my life. When my boy told me, he's like, yo, let's go see the
Oh, and also one thing I was talking about too, on my channel the other day. You know how like, New York and stuff is known for like the mafia, the New York mafia and shit like that.
Yeah.
I was talking about the Greek mafia, like, and like a lot of people don't understand is the Italians, they're all like, they run their fucking mouths and shit like that. You know what I mean? And
Right.
There's a reason why you don't hear about like, say, like the Greek people and shit like that, because none of them actually fucking snitch on each other.
Yeah, the motherfuckers ain't telling. Yep.
And I was saying how like, like for example, you got the Haitians, who practice the voodoo. You got the fucking Palo people, Cuba and all that practice the shit. Those Greek people, man, are no fucking joke.
Oh, they got an ill magic system and stuff too?
Oh man, the Greek mafia is all throughout America. And Australia and Greek in Europe, yeah.
Yeah, I know the
and here in Florida, you got Tarpon Springs, which is a Greek settlement, basically, and stuff like that. It's a small town. But yeah, man, you hear something like, somebody be doing some fucked up shit or something like that, and like around the Greek mother, and like the Greek child would always come outside and the mother would come outside. Greeks are weird like that, they have like their little ritual they do.
Yeah.
And there'd be some fuck shit out there. And like all of a sudden you hear somebody go into jail or they be dying or something like that. And it's like, oh man, them Greeks got you. Something like that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they're all throughout America, the Greek mafia. They got beautiful women that are fucking witches. They got fucking, men, and stuff like that are pulling the strings. They rule the 7 seas, bro. And like that's what I'm saying. You don't hear about them as much because they don't. They're powerful with their magic. You won't hear about that shit.
Damn.
Oh man, yeah. Greek people don't fuck around. I mean, over in Greek, man, they were like getting pepper sprayed and stuff like that, and they were just running through it like it was nothing. like in going after the police?
I was telling you that one of the dudes I used to hang out with, the Jocelyn crew, like Avery, Yanni, this motherfucker doing life now and shit. The motherfuckers crazy, but they had a crazy life. Their parents got killed in front of them. Like they had a home invasion, and motherfuckers just came in there and blew their parents away. And the motherfuckers was some sick fucks after that. Like,
Yeah,
murdered some motherfucker. That motherfucker doing life. And you want to think like Greek motherfuckers be getting into shit like. Yeah,
oh man, the Spartans, they used to, what do you call it, drink pepper spray in their whiskey or whatever they were drinking, ouzo.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah, man.
That's crazy.
And you know, like when I've studied Greek mythology, I've studied the magic of it. You know what I mean? Like all what like the different gods and stuff do. Like because you know you think about it, there's a goddess of the rainbow. You know, there's the goddess of the winds, or you know, like there's all these different gods, and what was their purpose, their magical purpose? And see, the Greek people have got it down to a science. You know what I mean? Because that's who they are.
Yeah.
Like me, I'm supposed to have a science down to Norse magic. Well, they're supposed to have a science down to Greek magic.
Wow. So
yeah, because see, my family, they come from, what do you call it? Scotland, Holland, Germany, and Norway. And so, yeah, like I'm related actually to the Rosencrantz family, which was a family that was, you know, after the Viking Age and stuff like that. They were one of the richest families in Norway. And so, like, yeah, it's inherent that I'll practice, what do you call it? The Viking stuff, and they'll be inherent to practice the Greek stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it's interesting though, like I was saying, how like they have all these different gods, and what were they for? What was their usage? And like, yeah, they got it down to a science. It's like Zephyrus. He's the god of, you know, supposedly spring. You know, and also the Zephyr basically means like a light and gentle wind. Okay. And so basically, what is his job? Well, if he's a god of the wind, that basically means he knows how to fucking make women fall in love, because it's a gentle wind in his throat, his windpipe. And I made a subliminal about that. Yeah. Zephyrus. Like, so a lot of people, they think of Aphrodite, they think of Eros. These Greek people have it down to a science. Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting. But do all of Europe have the same like mythological like type of thing?
Huh?
Say like England.
England, they have the Alexandria witchcraft. You know, you heard of Alexandria witchcraft?
Nah, I never heard of that.
Alexandria Wicca. Yeah, it was the guys from Hex, you know, Old Witchery, you know, they claim to be initiates in that. I don't know what it is. See, one thing you got to understand, and this sounds a little fucking prejudiced. It really fucking does, man. And what I mean is like intelligence wise, okay? Like for example, I'm Scottish. So I might be smart in you know, like a futuristic sense, okay? But see, the English people had the occult down to a science. You know what I mean? It was a political science. It was a group science, you know, like basically kind of like how the Masons run. It was a group science, you know what I mean?
Right.
So like when we try to comprehend, you know, like unless you really, really, really do your deep research into it, you know, me being Scottish, I kind of hate the English. But their shit, the power the English have is to they controlled gravity. Like that's what their legend, their myth is. Because if you look at how complicated their occults are, their political systems. I bought a book on eBay. It was called Miracles and Spirituality, which was like a private book, and I was reading through it. And it's like, oh, this is some weird ass shit right here, because like it's talking about like life experiences, how he was getting together, studying manuscripts of like this shit and that stuff, and I'm just like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? But it makes sense because the occult, you know, you look at linguistics, you look at all these different things out here. The British people really did have it to a science at one time in life.
Huh.
They really were ahead of their time in the occult. And no, I'm not talking about Crowley. Crowley was a sorcerer, you know what I mean? A summoner, you know, like he did stuff like that. I'm talking about something different.
Huh.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's basically what we call that shit Boys and Girls Club, you know, Masonic Lodge, you know, shit like that. What they doing was a lot different.
Now you talking about like the John
So
D.
it's just hard to comprehend unless you really have time.
Yeah. So that's more like the age of like when John D and stuff, right? That what you're like talking about? Or?
And I think that's what it is, you know, like why, you know, because I always wanted to fuck it, you know, like a hot English chick, man. I'll be straight. I dated one, but she actually wasn't from England. She was from Ireland.
Yeah.
And literally, man, like they all hate us. The English all hate us.
Yeah.
And I think that's because like they're the people who gave birth to these people, their ancestors and stuff like that. It's in their blood that like we just don't understand what they were doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Do the Scottish and the Irish do like are they like the same?
Genetically, no. Race-wise, yes. Basically, because you gotta understand, if somebody who lives in Florida, okay, is gonna be different than somebody who was born in New York, you know, genetically and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like people, like you usually get bigger people from up north that are taller and stuff. I would say.
Right,
like women in here in the South are taller, while men are shorter in the South.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Oh shit.
While like in other places, the men are supposed to be tall, while the women are supposed to be short.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean that's a stereotype, but it's kind of true.
You got me, my boy Malachi. He's from Ireland. Like he was in the whole Tour Nights thing with us.
He's from where? Ireland?
Yeah, like he lives in Ireland. Like he's real Irish motherfucking shit.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Like, gotta get
that's
him out.
Another thing too. Like the Irish people, they had something before. Like you had all the, you know, like what do you call it? You know, the conversion into Catholicism and Christianity. Well, it's mostly Catholic in Ireland. You had the Tuatha Danann, which was basically means tribes of the goddess Dana or Danu. And they were basically the kings and the pagans all of like Ireland. So like I fuck with a lot of Irish sometimes. I'll be like, are you Catholic? Or something like that, and I'll be like, you betrayed your ancestors. Okay, you're Irish. Have you heard it to the Tuatha Danann? I'll fuck with them to be funny. And they don't even know what the hell I'm talking about.
But yeah, I think you would like Malachi. Malachi knows all about all that magic stuff. Like I feel that people from Europe have a better grip or a better, like more authentic knowledge of all that occult stuff. Like
yeah, that's the thing, man. Like that's you know stuff. Leonard. He was all trying to say like, oh, white people are terrible at sorcery and stuff like that. But see, Leonard, man, he's just trying to control everything. Like for example, like Leonard says, you know, in his last video, okay, putting love magic on your baby mama so she loves me and not you.
Yeah.
So, you know, I see him in the background with his chains on, you know, lighting the motherfucking red can. He had a red candle lit. You know, red candles are for, you know, for love, you know, and shit like that, passion. Also, red is good, you know, for making you invincible to your enemies. So, like, he's out here talking shit and all that, trying to basically, like, steal all our women and stuff like that, not stay to his own fucking business. And, like, okay, so I go get a red candle. You don't hear this motherfucker on there for 3 days because he's fucking trying to strategize. He's trying to fucking think about what he's trying to do because he fucking knows that like he gave out too much when in that fucking video. Yeah, but you can go fucking buy a red candle and you know like attract love with it. So that kind of hurt. It kind of hurts my feelings, you know, and stuff like that. I'm supposed to be like supporting y'all people, you know, like down there and stuff, showing my respects and helping people out, you know, because that's what a person does. We help people out. We make sure they have a place to stay, eat, and stuff like that if we can, you know.
Right.
And then you call me shitty at magic? Like, okay, fuck you, bro. Then you try to say you're going to steal my woman when you're also talking about, what do you call it, that you have to be faithful to do all these spells and stuff like that? Fuck you.
Yeah. But I think sometimes because he does videos that takes them down, that shit be pissing me off because I'll be doing something and then I see a video come pop up. I'll say, I'll go watch that in like 10 minutes. And I go to click on it, that motherfucker already deleted that shit. I'll be mad as hell. Because sometimes he might say a little bit too much and shit, I think. I love his old videos.
Because this is what I'm trying to say. Like, he tries to control everything. Like, he did that fucking shit with, the red candle. Then I did some shit right after. I don't hear from my baby mama for fucking, 2 days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now I hear from her. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, basically, he's a sneaky fuck. Like, he's narcissistic.
Yeah.
And a lot of us, this is the whole problem when you're doing magic, okay?
A lot of Haitians
are doing shit like this. When you're being a narcissistic fuck like that, and you're stealing from other sorcerers and other magicians, like, you gotta understand, he's a Cancer, so he's a very feminine guy. He just hates men. You know what I mean? Cancers are simps. They like to they love women, and the Cancer women are like that too. They say they're picky, but they're not. Like Tor, he's a Cancer. You remember? Or Judah, yeah.
Judah's a Cancer.
Yeah.
Y'all hear that?
we got what do you call it? Fucking his birth chart, man. I was studying it. I'm still gonna study it though. I want to learn his deep secret. You know what, man? Though that's the thing. If I keep studying it, I'm not gonna overanalyze. I'm just gonna know too much about him, and it's like, why if the motherfucker's dead to us anyway?
I'm gonna throw you into the abyss and shit, all this shit, like I did Siberius today, and shit. You're gonna be like, holy shit, what the fuck? Your whole chair is gonna be fucking filled.
Wait, what?
Your whole chair is gonna be fucking filled. Tomorrow, I'm gonna throw your ass into some shit. Like I think Siberius on the Raw Rack show, and shit, yo, he didn't get a chance to tell you about that shit. Yo, he went fucking nuts. Yo, he was
okay. What I was saying though, like a few moments ago, is when it's like what I was always taught in school. Okay, if one person does something, okay, the whole classroom's got to suffer. So when you have a motherfucker out here, okay, that's basically trying to control everything, like Leonard, other people are gonna follow along and do that. That's why he always claims credit for like everybody's copying him and shit like that, because you're evil, man. You're a fucking asshole, and you're turning everybody else into narcissistic.
Ooh, that's very true.
Yeah, you can't say we copied anything. We were just fucking finishing what was started.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true. Put it on the tapes. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the tapes tomorrow. I'm gonna make a version of that, the tapes of Siberius and shit. Yeah, so the motherfucker was calling, I hate white people. We goddamn KBs, and fucking Siberius got pissed. He put his camera on. That motherfucker looked at his shit. He said, I'll fuck you up. I couldn't hear it because everybody was yelling and screaming. And then I just hear Siberius.
I'm not gonna lie though, the video that Leonard took down of Siberius. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, there was a video that he had of Siberius that he took down.
Yep.
Where basically you had Rodney Coleman and like what do you call it, Siberius in a bar, and like Siberius was like basically this transgender, like Spanish guy. It was the funniest video ever. I'm not gonna lie. I laughed, but he took it down.
Man, that's kind of fucked up because he kind of ran Rodney Coleman off with shit. Rodney Coleman was making some cool videos, like for somebody.
Rodney Coleman's back though. He's still making videos.
Yeah, I saw he made one the other day, but like he was making them more frequent then, like, you know what I mean? And then that shit happened. That motherfucker got pissed. He was like, God damn it! That motherfucker. I was like, yo, how did the old motherfucker get bad and shit? He shouldn't have done that shit. And then that's how I met Siberius. Siberius said some shit, and like, then I found his channel, and I started following Siberius. I was like, oh, this is a small channel. Maybe this is subscribe to this and check this dude out and stuff. Then he showed Siberius used to wear the white mask. You remember he used to wear the white mask?
Kind of like how, what do you call it, Ice-T from fucking Body Count, the band Body Count, he'd come out in the mask. Like,
but I was like,
Siberius.
He had the room with all the shit and whatnot. I was like, oh shit, this motherfucker's the real shit. I was like, yo, I don't fuck with this dude. I was like, yo, I hit that subscribe button and shit. And I was fucking with him ever since. Yep. Every time we make a video, I'll watch that shit. I remember I was,
and it's sad too. That motherfucker, son of a goo. Okay, he's coming. Like, I don't have a problem with him. I'm not beefing with him or anything, man. Like, because he just hasn't done anything to me. He seems, he seems cool at that point. You know what I mean? I keep him at that length. Like, how dare y'all come out here as basically the black savior and say you're gonna come take out Leonard from us, then basically like not do shit. Like, I thought you were gonna do some shit, man. I was trying to support the underdog at that time.
Yeah, that's how I was. Dog, I was like one of his first, like he started his little group. I was like his first motherfucker. Like in his group. Almost like some Judah Nazareth shit. And I was like, yo, this nigga's trying to start a cult. I was like, this motherfucker trying to start a cult. As soon as he did it and shit, I was like, and I started seeing the videos. I'm like, he's talking all this adult shit like we was American Indians.
Well, when I stopped actually fucking rocking with him is when he made a Facebook group, okay? And like he said, what do you call it, that only black people can join. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna stop rocking with you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop rocking with you. I'm just gonna go my own way on this path.
He wasn't dropping nothing. The shit that he was saying, I was like, and I would question him. Like, I would question y'all or Siberians, and y'all give me answers. And if y'all like really can explain it the way y'all want, y'all give me close enough things I can understand sort of. Like, you know what I mean? If you can't really put it in words.
That's a lot of things too. Not just what sorcery, but also in music too. You see a lot of these motherfuckers. They're heartless, man. It's like we're human, man. We all get hurt feelings here and there, man. It's like people become too cool for emotion nowadays. You know what I mean?
And in Siberia, I was like, yo,
I'm not saying I'm gonna cry in your fucking live stream, but you see where I'm you know where I'm coming from.
Right. And I was like, yo, this dude, like, straight up, like, he talked to me and like, you know what I mean? And he was a motherfucking question. But instead of I answered the question, this motherfucker got mad. This motherfucker want to cuss me out because I asked the fucking question. I said, you want us to do this ritual, and some of us never did no motherfucking magic before. So how you gonna tell us to do a ritual and not tell us what this shit is? Or what actually are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? He was on some other shit. And then he like talking all the gangster shit, like, oh, I was out when my boy did, we had the tools on and shit. The boys was about to roll up on us. I was like, what the fuck are you fucking gangster shit? And you trying to do all this, like, I mean, and that shit was just corny. And then he did a video with saying the respirators are killing black people in the hospital with coronavirus, right? And then the motherfucker put up the article. It's talking about the respirators that they give to people in the hospital, not the fucking mask. So he got a respirator with the mask that motherfucker was wearing. I was like, you stupid ass motherfucker. He got to argue with me, and then I put the link to like what the fuck the shit is. And shit. That motherfucker just stupid.
Well, I kind of lost track a little bit. Who were we talking about? I'm sorry.
Son of Ogu.
Okay, yeah. That's who I thought.
Yeah, he was on some dumb shit, man. That motherfucker a fraud. That motherfucker's a fraud. And he sit there and keep fucking with Leonard like he doing something. I was like, motherfucker. He's like, oh, look.
It's like it says in, Sun Tzu's Art of War. You got to become your enemy. You know what I mean? Like, so, people can call people copycat, whatsoever. We're not copying shit. We're just, following the Art of War instructions.
And that's a good thing you said that, too. Because my tactic, I battle a lot of motherfuckers.
I mean, yeah, you can only become your enemy so much. But yeah.
Like, I give people the energy that they bring. Like, they come with that energy. I bring the same energy back. But I feel it's better. Like, it's more, I'm like, it's like, okay, you want to do this? Okay, I'll do it too. And guess what? I can do it better. So, like with Judah, how the way Judah does people, I do the same thing back to him. Like his little techniques of how he try to watch it, but I tell the truth. I tell the truth and do it the way that he does it. And that shit be fucking him up. Like, I ran the motherfucker off there too. We had to take like a 3-4 months break because of my ass and shit. I actually broke that motherfucker down.
Oh, man. All I need to do, man, is go to the... Like, I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, man, all I got to do, man, is fucking go to the store, get some mason jars, some hot pepper, some razor blades, and I'll be throwing this motherfucking picture, this dude's picture, and what do you call it? You know, I'll throw it in 20 mason jars to where he looks like fucking Jesus on a cross. You know what I mean?
Yo, somebody made one. I gotta see it. I gotta find it and send it to you.
Yeah, he'll be looking like he was off Passion of the Christ movie if I really wanted to. He's lucky he got what he got.
Yep. I gotta show you that shit. They put him like he was Jesus. They put his head up on the Jesus on the cross. That shit funny as hell. Yep. But he gonna get his. His day coming.
Help me out, y'all. Go to the store, get some red peppers. I mean, yeah, from the Mexican. Yeah, help me out, y'all. You can go do it for me. I don't care. Yep. Yeah, put some red peppers in there. Like some salt and some razor blades. You know what I mean? Some vinegar, and throw his motherfucking picture in there. Put a black candle on top, and fucking just imagine some fucking black shit coming out of your motherfucking tips of your fingers, or don't. Just let the work do itself. I guarantee you, man. If I did that to him, see, the thing is, man, razor blades are expensive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, yeah. But there are some people out here like, okay, if I put the razor blade curse on them, man, like with the roots and all that, they're gonna look like I said, like crucified Jesus. But there are some people out here like Luciferian witches and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, Luciferian, because Lucifer, that demon, like he's the king of demons. He's no joke. If you got him on your side, there's nothing that isn't impossible. You know what I mean?
Right.
And yeah, so some of these Luciferian witches don't play around, and they're not easy to curse.
What do you think? Like you talking about the picture, right? Of the person. What do you think about when you have actual? Me and Siberian did a show, and I mentioned that. It's called
what's it called?
Contention magic or something. I think the word is. But it's when you're doing magic with something that the person, the target, has, like a part his fingernails, his hair, or a piece of clothing, or something like that that's connected to the person.
That could work, but then again, like, what you also got to understand, if you understand, like I said, Yggdrasil and Kabbalah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your name in heaven is not the same name. What you wear in heaven is not the same.
Right.
The only curses that are gonna really fuck a person up, okay? I mean, I'm a special case, man, because it's like my specialty, but the only curses that are like really fuck somebody up are ones that you do on yourself. Like, then it's like for example, it's like if that was the case, then how would curses exist onto your enemies then, if they're not doing it to themselves? Well, it's like, Odin, my patron god, like he sacrificed his eye, to gain knowledge and to see things clearer. And he also hanged himself on the tree for 9 days and 9 nights. You know what I mean? And basically he acquired the knowledge of the runes. So what you got to understand is, yeah, when you're getting into the stuff for like dark purposes or the knowledge or anything that's good,
yeah,
basically there is some damage that you're going to do to yourself. But what makes it different on your enemies is you get to laugh and watch them suffer. Like it ain't no laughing matter. For us, like if something bad were to happen to like me, if I was doing it, that's no laughing matter. But I can laugh at the motherfucker who pissed me off. That's actually strange too, because right here, man, I got my book, and this is basically the Viking Bible. Okay, it's one of the Bibles. They got the Prose Edda, the Poetic Edda, but then they got the Havamal. Okay, and there's one quote in here. Let me see if I can find it really quick. All right. There's some really good quotes in here. It's basically like a art of war. Okay. It's basically talking about how like we can laugh at our enemies because we should be getting some joy and stuff. Like obviously this one quote talks about you should never be happy when you hear bad news.
Right.
Like it's a bad thing that we actually have to do this stuff. Okay, I'm still looking for the quote, but
yeah, like if Aisato went on the live stream and told him that Judah Nazareth, she woke up and Judah Nazareth looked like a rotten banana and shit. Like, yeah, I shouldn't be like, yes. I'd be like, damn, boy Judah, man, yo, he ain't here no more. Oh, that's it. That's the end of the last Judah Nazareth video. No, and just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Have to be like, yes. It's gonna be hard. Like, yes. Motherfucker.
Yeah. I was just looking for this quote really quick. I know it's in here. Okay.
Damn, got 2 motherfuckers still hanging out with us and shit. Over 5 of the goddamn morning. Shit. That's some troopers. I fuck with y'all. I hope y'all motherfuckers hit that goddamn like button. I know that.
Yeah. Still, yeah. I'm sorry, man.
I got 3 thumbs down tonight. Shit. God damn. Niggas hard out of motherfucker tonight. Looking hard out of motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, but
Did I pass it? I think I might have passed it. Something about happiness. It was basically, I can't remember. But you there? Yo. I think he left.
all right, I'm back.
You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah,
there was a lady that was talking about shadow magic.
Battle magic?
Tuning in. That's what's up, man. Thanks.
You said it was called battle magic?
No, shadow magic.
Shadow magic.
Yeah. And she was saying how it teaches you about yourself, about your inner self. Like when you deal with it, you're actually looking at yourself, and it's not like a spirit or whatever, but it's yourself that you're dealing with. And she said some other cool shit. I can't think of what she said, but it was deep as fuck. Like I wanted to jump up and hit the subscribe button, but fucking my ass was too tired. I was like, shit, I ain't getting up for this bitch. But it was good though. It was good what she had said. I can't think of exactly what it was. I'm tired as fuck listening to it. But I was like, damn, that's some heavy shit right there. She said. Can't think of what it was.
Found it. I found the quote in there now. Basically, like whenever you're doing this, kind of shit out here, you don't want to be happy when you hear basically the motherfucker hasn't repent. He hasn't, done something, honorably. Okay, this is what it says. Havmal 128. I counsel you, Lord Fafner, if you'll take my advice, you'll profit if you learn it. It'll do you good if you remember it. Never be glad to hear bad news, but be cheerful about good news.
Ah.
Yeah, this is coming from the Vikings right here. Warriors.
Wow.
It also talks about how you should never sleep with a witch or anything like that too.
Oh, shit. Wasn't that hard as fuck in those times?
Wait, what?
But they mean a witch like it's a person like spreading evil, right? Not like somebody that's actually practicing magic.
Oh,
right?
just every fucking witch in general.
Well, goddamn.
Like another witch should not date another witch. This is what it says. I counsel you, Lord Fafnir, if you'll take my advice, you'll profit if you learn it. It'll do you good if you remember it. Do not sleep in the arms of a sorceress, or else she will lock your limbs. She will enchant you so that you won't care for advice nor a powerful man's words. You will want neither food nor the pleasure of friends' company, and you will sleep full of sorrow.
Yo, I read that, or I listened to a video. It might have been that same bitch I was talking about with the Shadow Knight. And it would say something like that about how women do things to lock men down. Or that might be
oracles, priestesses are supposed to be virgins, right? In like old times, like kind of like in Greek, like weren't they supposed to be virgins?
I would say so. Like how they say like a eunuch. Like yeah, the motherfucker.
See, it's like this is what I'm trying to say. It's not just the curses you throw and the love spells you throw, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta understand, man. Like there's not much to do, especially with this pandemic and stuff going on. So this is subjects that we have to talk about in order for the future generations to survive, because your life depends on it in the life of others. When you get into the stuff, it seems all cool, the witchy vibes, like buying the candles, the Halloween, the oils, the demons, and the goth, vampire shit.
Yeah.
But don't date another one, because it becomes a fantasy, it becomes a taboo. There's something better, like that's what I'm trying to say. There's something better than magic. Like, do you really want to have witch fetishes for the rest of your life?
You get in a lot of fucking trouble.
Yeah, exactly, man. She's gonna be putting penis spells on your ass, and you'll be fucked.
You fucked up. Yep.
It's already uncomfortable being a man in the first place.
Yeah, right. You be fucked up. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You fucking.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, how do how do men, get themselves away from the whole female, basically sperm vampire cycle?
Yeah.
You have to do things. You know what I mean? And when I mean do things, you got to travel. Just staying in your hometown is not going to help you out. If you don't travel, if you don't go around and experience things, you're going to believe that every single person on this planet is cynical.
Yeah.
And that's what a witch actually told me one time. Don't stop believing that everybody is so cynical.
And what's crazy, every girl that I had younger, I can't say all of them, but I would say 90 goddamn % of them, 95% of them motherfucking bitches were all witches. If they didn't practice it, their mother's dead.
Oh yeah, man. It's the same here, Malik. Like a lot of these women, and Killer B too, they're MILFs and they have big boobs, you know what I mean? They're little chunky, and they seem to be into witchcraft. Not these motherfucking posers you see on YouTube.
And
am I correct?
I was with one chick, right? And she was heavy in it. Like, people were paying her to do work and shit. I didn't really know too much about that shit, but I used to fuck with her shit because I was a Hebrew Israelite, right? So, like, the bitch leave and shit. She got a candle and shit that she doing somebody. I'm like, shit, as soon as that door is shut, I'm blowing that bitch out. I will blow that shit the fuck out. There ain't gonna be no magic going on up in this motherfucker. I'm sitting up in this bitch. Right before she come home, I'll light it back up. So she come over and shit.
Because you gotta see what you gotta understand about Nordic women, okay? Like,
yeah.
and, Viking and stuff like that. A lot of them, they didn't have like I would say the biggest boobs on the planet. Like some of these chicks nowadays do.
Yeah.
These BBW, chunky chicks.
Yeah.
So when another dude was dating like a Viking, a shield maiden, Nordic chick.
Yeah.
She kind of wasn't a witch. It was rare to find a witch.
Oh, okay.
Is that if that makes sense?
Huh. So like a female witch wasn't something that was. I was thinking. I would think that exact opposite. I would think all of them practicing some shit. So they were just like regular women. And there was very
Oh
few that.
yeah, I mean there were some, obviously that basically fitted the category of witches and stuff like that. See, in different cultures, man, the witch was either seen as ugly or beautiful.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
In
yeah,
Scotland,
right.
a witch was like throughout history, obviously, was considered to be like a old hag or a mentally ill woman.
Right.
Hey, not every girl that has double D's is a witch, though. Trust me. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of a witch is supposed to look attractive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was with this chick. Her mom.
It's the illusion. Similar to, like, for example, like I was talking about him the other day, someone in a succubus, okay? Or like working with deities that are like very feminine, like Lilith. They're gonna trick you into thinking you can summon one of them, and you actually really fucking can't.
And you just be fucking yourself up.
It's like even my friends have confirmed this. People who I said that like they're muscular and they fucking in shape, they can get bitches. These guys are like bodybuilders. They'll say succubuses do not reveal themselves like other demons do.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah. Maybe there's a rare situation, but yeah, I doubt it's as real as people think.
One of the chicks that I was with, her mother was like the head of like some big coven, I guess. Like they would celebrate the Samhain or something like that. It's called. Ain't that the shit that's around this time of the year? Where they got on the
to answer your
bonfire?
question, do all witches? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. To answer your question, do all witches have double D's? No, because like for example, in Scotland, a woman that was mentally ill was considered a witch. And I've seen that before. Actually, women that seem to be fucking mentally ill seem to be fucking pretty controlling and crazy. It's weird.
We in the Hebrew Israelites, we were taught that mental illnesses put spirits on people. If you had a mental illness and stuff, that was the demon that was on
you. Wait, what was it called?
In the Hebrew Israelites, if someone was like mentally ill, we was taught that they had a demon on them, that they had a spirit on them. That was control. That the mental illness was actually a spirit, like someone was actually possessed, and not.
Who would want some of succubus, man? You'd be surprised.
Yeah, this is people always trying to do something. Motherfuckers always trying to do some shit. Yeah, but this girl's mom, she was like the real deal. Like she was like, I guess like the head of like the witches like thing in Massachusetts. And like they would have these big like festival gatherings and shit. Like they did the Samhain things where they danced around on the fire and stuff like that, naked and shit like that. They're supposed to symbolize like them being. They would make a potion or something that would make them hallucinate to make them feel like they're frying. And they said that's where the magic broom came from, with the witch flying on a broom. They said that's where that came from. That's what I heard. But yeah, this lady, she was on some shit. And the girl, she was like, yo, I've levitated before. She was like, yo, I've levitated. Like, straight up, came up off the motherfucking ground. But yeah, people like trusted in her
I've
magic.
heard weird stories and shit. Like people go to like, for example, like Job Corps facilities, places that were like haunted and stuff.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like some Haitians casted some black magic on them or something like that. And like they disappeared and was never found again.
Goddamn.
Yeah. And then I've heard stuff in the Middle East where people have disappeared too. Like basically, like they were just there, then they were gone. Like all of a sudden, they just disappeared in thin air.
Damn.
I don't know if it's true. I don't know if people are just, basically like tripping. But then again, like when you believe in nothing, this is a conspiracy of the whole government too. When you believe in nothing, you could be convinced of anything.
What do you think about the occult or witchcraft with Christianity. Francis, like I said, I don't know if you were still on here when I said that. When Son of Goose saw my Christian Leonard was like, shit, you couldn't be tripping. He said, shit, I'm Christian. The motherfucker said, I'm Christian. I don't know what the fuck you
Oh, well, see, that's the thing you got to understand. When, you know, you're talking about witchcraft, you know, like how they have white and they have black magic, okay?
Right.
That's bullshit. To me, like, it goes off color psychology. It's not necessarily... You remember how I was talking about color psychology early on when I first joined the group?
Yeah. Yep.
And then you talk about Linda Goodman astrology. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. Like, a white witch, okay, is supposed to be somebody who hides that nobody knows they're actually a witch, if that makes sense. It's not doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you do good, you only do good. That's a Wicca thing, okay? That's Wicca.
Yeah.
A white witch, like I posted it on my subliminal actually to become a white witch. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like I said, one of the traits is basically you can go anywhere, to any church, any organization. Anybody who threatens your secrecy is erased from existence. And also basically, like, nobody knows that you're a white witch. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's
so a black witch is more of somebody that, like, is like a rebel, like fuck the church and stuff like that.
Right. Because there's a lot of people, like, even like in black churches,
like I don't call myself a black witch. I call myself a purple witch, because see, purple is the color of magic itself. It's the color
that I know. Yep.
So basically, when I'm talking about these subjects, I'm supposed to know 100% of what's going on, at least for the most part.
Yeah.
And now yellow would be basically like the happiness and, you know, beyond the occult. I was gonna make one because Beer said he's blue, but I haven't got to it yet. See, it's hard to concentrate on all the colors. When I'm making the subliminal, it's kind of hard to concentrate on all the colors and, you know, what they mean while I'm recording. Because I don't, like, really script it or write it down like some people. If you don't want to listen to my affirmations, that's fine. It gives me actually gives me, what do you call it? Less. I don't even really want clout on my channel. I just do it for myself. You know what I mean? A lot of times.
Yeah, I was trying to understand, like, your subliminal video. Is it because what I got from it was like the title, and then the music you played basically made the energy or whatever that, you know what I mean? Say, just for example, like, I don't know.
Oh yeah. I would summon a spirit into the video.
Oh.
It's like, basically, I would, like, if it was a video with a god or a goddess or a spirit that I was using, I'd summon the spirit multiple times in the recording.
Oh, okay.
And I would ask them to do a command. I would send them back, and I would tell them, and I would do it again. I'd tell them to come back again.
So the music would play. You would be recording it. So
yeah, wait, while I'm doing the ritual, the spell.
Oh, okay. I got what you're saying. I got it.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of it works fast too, because who the fuck wants it? Look like this. Who wants to fuck to listen to, like, basically a grow taller subliminal? You know, with like affirmations in it, when I can summon a Titan and get the same results. You know what I mean? And grow taller.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do that eventually. I'm gonna make a Titan video where people can grow taller if they want to.
Grow taller.
Yeah.
Goddamn, you're gonna have some 8-foot motherfuckers walking around here.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what it is. The Titans, you know, are powers of strength and, you know, like, tallness and stuff like that. And you know how it is when, you know, like, you eat, you're giving yourself energy. You know what I mean? It's like this is like one thing the Havamal says: a man does not know the measure of his own appetite. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't really believe everything that science says too.
How do you spell that book?
Havamal. Havamal.
All right, I got it.
Yeah, it's basically like just quotes and stuff. The one I got is by Jackson Crawford, who's actually a YouTuber on here who talks about all about Norse mythology and stuff like that. He's a college graduate over at University of Berkeley.
In the mouth of Odin. I got two of them.
You found, what do you call it, Mask of Odin?
The mouth of Odin.
This they also have something too called Masks of Odin.
P. Taylor, and I got one that's by Douglas Dutton. It's called The Mouth of Odin, the new translation of the Havamal.
Yeah.
I got these added.
You gonna be 10 feet? I doubt you'll be that tall, man. Come on, man. We gotta be a little realistic here. What if I can help somebody at least grow like a motherfucking inch or two? Like I have all these ideas. Like I want to make like an Artemis, subliminal to kind of like where you become a virgin again. Like I have all these ideas that I want to do, and I'm just waiting for the right time to put them out. I've already done a lot of them, but yeah. Because I'll be straight up, man. I wish I was still a virgin. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I had a lot of energy.
Yeah, a lot of energy.
Yeah, and that's basically what Artemis is. She's basically like the goddess of the moon. The mistress of animals. Chastity. Virginity and stuff like that. But she also hates men. I'm reading that damn I love double D's on the screen.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, you back? Yeah.
A lot of this stuff in here is like in the Bible also. You find this stuff right in the Proverbs. A lot of this stuff in this the Havamal. You can see that right.
Bible, yeah, the quotes and stuff. You can all find the quotes on the internet.
Oh, basically the same thing. It might be this word, it's just a little different, but it's the same.
Yeah, the wording's just different. They have people because in this Havamal book I have, it's basically the Havamal translated, from what he studied, from the original. Uh-huh. And then he also has a cowboy Havamal as an added bonus in there.
Wow. Oh, that's deep right there. So evil counsel is often given by those of evil heart.
Which one's that?
Number one. They don't number or nothing. It is like then it's got them all like sectioned off and stuff. No number. Greeting to the host. Yes, with speech shall he sit. Rash is he who is unknown, who at unknown doors relies on his good luck. Huh.
Yeah, some of the quotes in here, man, like I'll get to some of these quotes. At every door, this is number one. At every doorway before you enter, you should look around. You should take a good look around, for you never know where your enemies might be seated within.
Mm-hmm.
Like here's the next one. Hail to a see it's kind of different, man. It's it's kind of gets hard to understand sometimes. Hail to a good host. A guest has come inside. Where should he sit? He's impatient, standing on the threshold, ready to try his luck. Like you ever have somebody at your house, man, you invite them over as a guest, man, and they try their fucking luck with you?
Yeah.
Yep. So basically, it's like survival skills, man, like in everyday life.
Like in the Bible, it tells you when with the ruler, it says don't try to sit with. I'm paraphrasing it. It said when you with like a ruler, like a person with high status or whatever, don't try to sit down with him and meet. So don't try to be all up in his face. Like you gotta get it to his house. Now don't try to sit like you're like him. Like be humble. Like go sit regular people at. Don't try to sit with him, because if you try, it's better to sit with the lowly people, and for him to say, "Hey, why don't you come eat with me?" It's better for him to do that than to go sit with him off the rip
Oh yeah, man. It's like people who mock people. It's like like it says in Hobmon 94, no man should mock another for falling in love. Love is strong enough to make a fool out of a man who once was wise.
Woo! Yep.
Yeah. Yep. A wise man is not showy about it. This is number 6. A wise man is not showy about his wisdom. He guards it carefully. He is silent when he comes to a stranger's home. Harm seldom befalls the watchful man, for you can never have a more faithful friend than a good supply of wisdom.
And this just shows his wisdom all over the world. All over the world.
The thing is, like, when you go to the gods in Norse mythology, okay? None of them are going to help you. They're going to empower you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're going to empower you so you have the strength to overcome what it is that you want.
Right.
They're not going to just give it to you on a silver platter. But if you do ask for something, if you truly are asking for it, okay, if you're asking for something, there is times that, like, if you ask Nodin, you'll sacrifice whatever you have to sacrifice in order to get knowledge, and you make a term and conditions, of what you won't sacrifice, okay?
Yeah.
You can say, like, okay, let's say if you go to Goddess Air, let's just say, man, like, you got some fucked up motherfucking problems, okay, in your body that you got to fucking heal spiritually because you're too afraid to go into the motherfucking doctor, or you just don't want to go to a doctor because you don't trust doctors in general. Because you got to understand also, too, man, nurses and doctors, they're actually some of the most cursed and haunted people. You know that, right?
Sickness and shit.
I made a video about that, how nurses and, doctors are a lot of them are cursed and they live haunted lives. Because they deal with a lot of people.
Yeah.
That are going through traumatic experiences.
Like I said before, how we was taught in the Israelite school that people with mental illnesses or any kind of sickness, that's the spirit that's on.
But basically, in order for you to get what you want, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In order for you to get what you want in the Norse mythology, there's been people who talked about this before. Some will disagree and some will agree. You're gonna have to go through hell. How much are you willing to give up in order to gain?
Yeah, they want you to work for that shit.
Like, see, what makes the gods different? What makes the voodoo gods different than, say, like the Norse gods or any other god? When you go into an altar, you're feeding that spirit, okay?
Yep.
You're feeding it, you're giving it, it's offering. You get what you want, a lot of times, or eventually. A lot of people, they come to the Nordic gods, okay? This is quoted by Ashborn Torbull, from E.A. Quetting at one time, who has been chased off by the cable group, by the way. He got chased off by the cable group. The Marcus McClarty, the Magi and all that, yeah.
Wow.
So I'll quote this. Wait, what was I going to say? Basically, he was talking about how, like, if you really want what you say you want, there has to be a sacrifice. You'll get everything you want, but you're going to have to deal through with hell. Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I ain't going to just give you anything. What do you think?
These gods are not going to save your life. Because think about it. If Odin or Thor came down from the heavens, okay, and you asked them to take out your enemies, it would be an axe to the head. It would be simple. You know what I mean? You'd be over with.
Yeah.
That, quick. So you have to kind of deal with that. Every person that I've ever met in Ossetru, like, that's truly in Ossetru. Ossetru is basically the Viking religion, okay?
Okay.
Is a miserable motherfucker. They're how, like, they say Germans and stuff have no sense of humor, yeah.
Yeah. And that's funny you say that, because as soon as you said that, I pictured like a Viking or whatever, and that motherfucker always looked mean. That motherfucker never looked happy. That motherfucker always looked pissed off and shit.
Oh yeah, man. It's I also, like, you become kind of like the gods, okay? Think of it like this. You are a god, but the gods are going to mold you. They're going to shape you into who you want to be.
Yeah.
Like, so for example, Thor. for example, we see Thor, in comic books, okay? He's a guy with a hammer. He has lightning. He has powers. He's the protector of mankind. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the mythology version of Thor is basically like, Thor had a runestone in his head. You know what I mean? So like, these motherfuckers that I've seen in the Austrian community, I've seen their hair motherfucking itch, and all that stuff. You know what I mean? They got Thor's runestone stuck in their head.
What do you think about this? How we was talking about earlier about the voodoo and how they don't want to teach white people and stuff like that. What do you think? How I know Siberians said it's nothing like that. What do you think about like the Norse mythology or that magic system or whatever? How do you think the gods would treat people of other?
Well, I'm gonna set the record straight. Anybody can practice it. Trust me. Okay. Because you got to understand, and up in Scandinavia, like Sweden, Norway, and Finland. We're not gonna go Denmark, but yeah, you had the Sami tribe. Okay, the Sami tribe were basically like they kind of looked like Indian. A lot of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Alaska was a part of Russia. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And how you have the the Indians and all that up there. Then in Greenland you have the Indians. Basically, what do you call it? Eskimos. Like people like that. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of there was some, I don't know about a lot, but there was Eskimos and stuff, obviously, or Sami. That's what they call them there. Sami that converted into being Vikings and stuff.
You know what? That was funny. You can laugh your ass
So, like,
off.
to say that like white people can't do this, black people can't do that, it's basically it's a fucking insult. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's basically it's bullshit. There's both sides of the story where there's racism, and there's racism with Africans. There's racism with Scottish people, Viking people, and stuff like that. Yeah.
What I was gonna say, it was on the tip of my tongue. Something about that area. I forgot what it was. Shit, I forgot what it was. What we call not? You got Norse. What's another name for that?
Another name for what?
I'm in a book right now. I remember they mentioned something about putting in Druid. Norse ain't working. Scandinavian wouldn't be the word. It's another word that like ties in with all that. That slipped in my mind. Period. Period. You can use that, right? No. Nope, that ain't working.
You're looking?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the word was, man. Because we was taught in the Hebrew Israelite school, you're gonna laugh your ass off and shit. We was taught that the Vikings were black.
That they're what?
That they were black. They said the first Vikings are all black.
I mean, that's something that a lot of people don't understand is Vikings traveled a lot of different places, man.
Yeah.
And they're, could have been, that were black. It could have. Definitely. See, it's like, you gotta understand, it's like basically, it's the whole center of love, okay? When you're in the north, it's actually a lot of times because like your aura is set differently when you're from the north. It makes people fall in love with you. You know what I mean? Easier than say like if you were from the south. And the gods, okay, Odin, Thor, they're not going to help you. You know what I mean? They're going to empower you. But when you start going into other cultures, okay, you realize that these gods will, like Greek gods and all these different beings will actually come to your aid, assist, and help you. Even demons and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, how do I say this? Like, basically, the Norse gods are not slaves. They're not magical servitors like other gods.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, every once in a while you can ask them for something. I don't see a problem in that. I think a lot of people, when they get into stuff, they get scared. It's a very scary path. You know what I mean? Because it's not everybody's. I feel like some people feel like not everybody can make the cut for being a Viking.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, like, basically, a servitor is not a slave. You know what I mean? A servitor is basically, serving you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Motherfucker, you get.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
These other gods besides the Norse gods, it makes them different. Is they're not servitors. They're not going to serve you. Like you think.
Like you said, they empower you.
They empower you. Yeah. They're supposed to help you do for yourself.
And that could be a little safer, right? Dealing with entity like that, wouldn't it?
Well, the only deity that I feel like it was hard with, and I think the reason why she did it was she was trying to teach me a lesson of what's going on. To me, because this is my faith. Like, I believe that I live in a time. There's a story about, okay, you have Asgard, which is basically like Odin, Thor, and a few other gods. You know what I mean? Then that's basically, the top of the Sephiroth, you would say in Kabbalah, Asgard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Asgard, Kether. You know what I mean? Then you got Vanaheim. And Vanaheim is another world, okay, where basically they're not just of war, but they're of love, beauty, fertility, and animals and magic and stuff.
Yeah.
Nature. And see, there was actually a story about how these gods, from both Asgard and Vanaheim, fought with each other. Okay. And one of the goddesses, the deities that come from Vanaheim, Freya, she can disguise herself. It's like, for example, in Haitian voodoo, okay? You got, Madame Bridget, the wife of Bawan Samzi. Okay, where does Bridget come from? She comes from, Ireland. She's an Irish goddess. So basically, it's a reincarnation of the Irish goddess, Bridget.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is, Freya is Ezerly Danto, if you think about it, in certain ways.
Oh, okay.
And Freya will fuck you
I
up.
was about to say that. Freya is supposed to be like a pretty intense.
Oh man, she is.
That's like
that is one. That is. I love her to death. Don't get me wrong. I love her to death. She's beautiful. She's a very beautiful, goddess. Okay. But she's basically a mean mother, like Ezerly Danto. That's supposed to be your mother, if not your lover. Yeah.
Yeah. So she'll fuck you up.
She'll take your kids just like Ezerly Danto.
That's the voodoo.
I mean, I don't know about Freya would take your kids, but like, I feel like that's a misconception. I feel like whenever a man serves a feminine spirit, there could be consequences. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's different for when women do it. It's like women are naturally better at love magic, I would say.
That Loa is isn't it supposed to, people said that was the gay the Loa for gay people, but isn't that the one where it's the woman, she has like a manly attitude, like she's nice.
Wait, which Loa?
Because the Loa is a woman, but she's
yeah, Madame Bridget, the wife of Bawan Samzi.
Yeah, that's the one that's real boss. And a lot of people try say that that's the Mawad, like the homosexual, because they said she acts like a man. She's a woman, but she acts like, you know what I mean?
Oh, redheaded women are just fiery in general.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she's a redhead. She's like one of the only white Loa. Like she's actually a white. That's why I say white people can, what do you call, practice voodoo, because there's obviously white Loa. There's 2, I'm pretty sure, or 3.
Now I heard this too, that the white. No, I think I heard Leonard say that about.
No, I'm pretty sure he's never talked about Madam Bridget.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, he talked about Madam Bridget, I think, in one of his videos. I believe he did. But no, I mixed it up, like from what you were saying and what I was thinking. Leonard had a statue that he was using, I guess, for some work or something. And he said people would ask, like, why are you using a white man and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah, Bawan Samzi. That's Dr. Jose Gregorio from Venezuela.
Like a white man. He said, but
yeah, that's basically a doctor from Venezuela. That statue he's using.
Oh shit! And he was saying
it looks like San Simon. Can I show you something real quick, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna actually pull up the camera real quick, okay? And you'll see what I'm talking about. Because I actually have those statues. Okay, let me open this mic up. This cam. You see?
Yeah, that's the same one.
But see, there's another one too that looks similar to him, but he's different. He sits in a chair.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oops, let me shut this mic off. Okay. So yeah, basically there's 2 of them, man. They got one that they look similar. But they're not. Okay, Maximon or San Simon, that's the one in the chair, okay?
Yeah.
That's something they worship in Central America.
Oh, so they'll use him. Okay.
Yeah.
He might have even
he
mentioned
was like a
that.
pagan god, then he became a Catholic saint over there.
Huh.
Yeah,
that's crazy how stuff like that just follows around and stuff.
But nah, man, San Simon, he's cool. I mean, that guy is basically like, if you think about it, the Latino gangster.
Oh.
People give him smokes and beers and whiskey and stuff like that. Yeah.
That shit dope as fuck. That shit fucking with my head. Now I was reading this thing, like one of these stupid.
Yeah, but see, man, like when you doing research on what these statues are and what they synchronize, you got to do your research and see which ones they come from. People do some confusing shit. Like I used to have a whole shrine set up of Santa Morte, and you're not, actually, this is what a lot of people don't get. You're not supposed to worship Santa Morte. You're not supposed, or not, and I don't mean worship, like, because some people just use her as, like a saint, you know what I mean? God is obviously above, and, obviously all of it, you know what I mean? And Jesus, or the Virgin Mary. Santa Morte, but with that being said, she's not a spirit you want to put on an altar at all. Because I don't know if you noticed, man, everybody who has ever worked with Santa Morte has gone through depression, illness, or they're in prison, or they're in a gang, or they're in a very violent life. The concept of, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm listening.
Yeah, the concept of Santa Morte is to get rid of death for as long as possible. Which is actually, it's very addicting. So, like, if you have a problem with love, you light a Santa Morte love, a red candle for love, okay?
Yeah.
You got to know what the fuck you're doing, though, because, like, there's a science to how you work with the candles of Santa Morte. And not what these people are talking about on YouTube.
So it's not just getting the candle, putting herbs or oils on it and lighting it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't put herbs or oils on those, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, they're just, They're for magical purposes. You know what I mean? Nothing else.
Oh, okay. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, just energy work. That's it. It's an energy work thing. It's like Hecate, the triple moon. You gotta understand that philosophy right there.
All right,
I don't really want to get into too much, but you see where I'm coming with that. The moon goes from what do you call it? Full to low. Where full to where you can't see it. Then like it goes back around and around and around.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what Santa Morty is supposed to do. She's supposed to be the triple moon, the one that you get rid of. That you're supposed to get rid of the death. Yeah.
So somebody that had a risky job or something like that, or that stayed in the streets and stuff, would deal with a deity like that, right?
Well, you start working with Santa Morta, man. Like, she's supposed to help you. Like it's not a spirit. It's an aspect. It's not even a saint. It's not even a spirit. Because the real Santa Morta was, what do you call it? A pagan deity. Yeah, it was an Aztec deity.
And that's the real Santa. Wow. Yeah, look that up.
Yeah.
That's shit right there. Okay?
It's like you were talking to me about the bowl. You know what I mean? The other day, how people use the bowl and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, there's a whole science to Santa Morta. She's not a spirit. It's an aspect. The skeleton is an aspect. It's not a spirit meant to be worshipped. So when you buy one of these candles, if you know what you're doing, it should get rid of whatever is bad going on in your life. Hex, curse, illness, whatever. But you got to keep doing it, though, or the spell wears off.
Oh, ain't that a bitch?
Oh, yeah, man. It can be very addicting.
Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah. So all y'all people out here buying the Santa Morta statues, you bunch of frauds. Calling you out.
Damn. So the only way you could serve it or use that is by burning candles, or is there any other way?
Yeah, only by burning candles. See, everybody's got their own technique, trick, or secret. Now, okay, the Argentinian spirit, San La Morte, now that's a different story, okay? That spirit's good.
Wait, I'm still trying to get with this. Damn, that's deep. So that only can be dealt with candles. And oh shit.
Oh yeah, man. You could buy the candles for $2, right down the street from me, man. I have hundreds of dollars worth of Santa Morta candles.
So basically, it's
probably actually over $1,000.
So like you said, that like there's other shit to do it, so people find a sweet spot for that motherfucking candle and burn it on certain times or whatever they do. They make like their own thing, whatever works. Almost like catching the Wi-Fi signal. Like you walking around the house and shit, you can't get it anywhere in the house. So you walking around the house trying to find that spot that catches the Wi-Fi.
Wait, example. I'm trying to follow. I'm sorry.
Trying to say too much or whatever, but like it's almost like you got the candle, right? So it's not just burning that motherfucker. Well, I guess you could, but isn't there, like you said, there's more you have to do with it to make it effective?
Wait, so to make what effective again? Say that one more time.
Candle. Santa Morte candle.
Yeah, you have to know what you're doing. You have to know how to make it effective.
So is it your own way of perfecting it, or like is it something else, like something that I got to be known?
Like I said, I'm not going to give too much of the secrets.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say.
I'm going to say something.
Yeah, you just leave it at there.
The first way I worked with her is the only way I'll work with her. Just like, how like people try to, pick a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
I will not fucking work with her any other way because I know what way works.
My boy, he does is like he's an artist and stuff. He does like crazy merch. Like everything he do has something to do with Cinemorte. That's his thing. I'll send you the link later for that.
But I don't know if you noticed that, man. Everybody who's worked with Cinemorte has had one fucked up situation or more. Haven't you noticed?
No, I never know nobody that dealt with it. But this person, like, I haven't seen him in a while, but I just see him like online and stuff like that. He got some good stuff. But,
yeah, man. I've had.
I don't know if
I've
he
had
like.
an alter she doesn't like that. No.
So it's only candles don't like that motherfucking statue. Oh,
one
shit.
thing there's people doing is they would offer, which is actually illegal. You go to federal prison for doing this. Is when you would light money on the altar. People would do that to her.
Oh shit!
Which is a fucking waste.
Yeah, huh? I ain't into burning no goddamn money. I said I don't need luck like that. I gotta burn money. Fuck that.
Yeah, like, are you fucking crazy? Are you stupid? Why the fuck you gonna do that?
Yeah, right. Like burning money and shit. You try to make money. I heard it spending money to make money and shit, but fuck that burning money. It was that shit. I don't need luck that goddamn shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look at that. That's gonna be my new thing, Cinemorte. That's what I'm gonna be looking into. That's my new thing.
Yeah, man. But I mean, don't get me wrong. The statues of her, they do look cool. They look cool. Maybe you can buy one as a decoration. But here's the motherfucking problem with that: is when you buy a Cinemorte statue, sometimes the herbs are packed into the altar. Like there's like a little plastic thing or glass thing or whatever it's made out of, and you can see there's a hole, and it has herbs and stuff in the altar, the statue.
Oh shit!
Yeah, go look at a Cinemorte at a store, or like where they sell a bunch of them.
Yeah,
and look at like say like the bottom or the back of one. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe mostly the back probably.
Back in the day, I had things like little statues and stuff like that, and they all would have a hole with like a plug in it back in the day.
Yeah.
They'll like be ceramic or whatever, like you have a ceramic elephant or whatever. It wouldn't be a goddamn piggy bank, but you flip it upside down, it'll have a hole with a plug, like a little rubber plug or plastic plug. So I guess, yeah, you can put herbs or whatever like inside. I always used to wonder, like, what the fuck this shit need a hole for, like with a plug in it. I thought it had something to do with like when they fired the ceramic or whatever, something like that. Or even plastic. I even had like little plastic like figures and stuff like that. And it used to have that on back in the 80s, early 80s. A lot of shit was like
it's like for example, okay, it's like I was watching this thing on TV the other day. There was like basically somebody did an exorcism, okay, in this house. And basically they had a Virgin Mary statue in the house, and after the demon, left, anyway, mysteriously the hands of the Virgin Mary melted off. Okay. So basically, the demon, I think, or whatever, the ghost got entrapped into the Virgin Mary altar.
Yeah.
And see, that's the thing about Cinemorte is a lot of people try to mix Catholic saints with her. And it's not a saint. You're basically defiling the saints when you work with Cinemorte, because it's a satanic. Cinemorte is a satanic thing. I don't even want to call her Cinemorte because it's not even what it's not even what it is. It's the bone lady in English. Bone lady, not Saint Death. Saint, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a skeleton of a lady.
Bone lady. God damn.
Yeah.
Shit, I never knew that shit. Wow, yo. That's the wild shit right there.
So if you think about it in spirit, man, Santa Morte, I mean, the Bone Lady, makes it to where actually females don't act stupid. Like how, like a lot of females and shit be acting stupid nowadays.
Yeah.
The Bone Lady is supposed to keep you away from that.
Damn.
And that same thing would be what, like it's similar but not the same. Like how we were saying, they have Santa Morte,
yeah,
which is from Mexico, and that's a woman. And then they got San La Morte, which is from Argentina, which is a man.
Oh, so the man, so what, like, he represent?
San La Morte, man, that guy's a gangster, bro. Like Bawan Samzi. That guy don't fuck around. He's a little different, though. Like, I would say Bawan Samzi is more of, like, poisons, obviously, and, dark work. And, he's also does sexual stuff, too, Yeah. But, nah, San La Morte, yeah, he's more of just, like, getting shit done, taking out your enemies. He'll fuck all your enemies up, man. He'll destroy them.
So there's a book for Santa Morte?
There's a what?
A book. Santa Morte.
I've read all the books about Santa Morte. I have actually a few Santa Morte books. I never read them because I just know they're bullshit.
Oh, okay, all right.
I just had them to collect. I'll probably actually donate them, or I don't know, or something like that, because they're just taking up space.
So the Great Secret of the Holy Death. Santa Morte statue at cemetery behind it.
It's like, if you want to think of how to worship Santa Morte, think of the song from the band Ghost, Monstrous Clock. To the sound of the monstrous clock, Eris cleanse the symbol flock, but black candles burn, all minds align. And you know what I mean? Basically, like, it's a clock. It's the moon.
Oh shit! It's talking about the having the shit in the bottom of the fucking statue. Oh shit! I guess somebody put one in the cemetery or something. Stuck some parts to it. What's the owl at it all about? This one got an owl at its feet.
Yeah, Santa Morte, the picture of her, it's an owl, and the Lady Justice, with the scales, and she has the world at her feet or her hand, depending on which one it is.
Dang. It's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be reading that. Does your work, when you stop dedicating the candles to it, does it what I was gonna say, does it shit does, like, say, like, your bad luck, right? You got bad luck, you use the bar, Santa Morte take care to get good luck. When you stop using it, does your luck get even worse?
Oh yeah, man. When you stop using Santa Morte, man, that's when females start acting jealous and crazy. That's when they start acting like fucking bitches and witches and feminists. Like, it's death. Understand that. It's death. It's a skeleton. It's a woman. It's supposed to get rid of what makes these women stupid.
Yeah.
Like, you start working with Santa Morte, like, you'll start noticing that females want to do things for you more, okay? Like, or the skeleton. And basically, like, you start getting Amazon cards, you start buying nice clothes, you start looking better, you feel more energetic, you feel taller, you know what I mean? Yeah, you feel thinner. You feel healthier.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's like it's supposed to be. It's really a happy spirit. It's not a spirit. It's a spirit of the skeleton. Like I know we call it Santa Morning, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's a little annoying. You know what I mean. But yeah. It's a good tool. The Santa Morte candles are good tools.
Shit. Yeah, that's deep. I always wonder like what Santa Morte was about. I thought that was just like some.
It's like if you worship Papa Legba, you're gonna start feeling like an old man.
Yeah, right.
You know
That
what I
kind of
mean?
sucks. Yeah, that sucks.
Like, yeah, the same shit goes on with you work with a spirit that's like a skeleton. You're gonna start seeing things similar to the skeleton. Yeah, and you don't want to see things that are similar to skeletons. That's not a pretty sight, unless you're going to a museum.
Yeah. Santa Morte. Yeah, that's my new shit now.
That's why they have Calfu over Papa Legba. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because Calfu is supposed to be the powerful version.
I hate downloading fucking magic books. None of the motherfuckers are in English.
I mean, the god that I've worked with the most would have to be Loki and Ares.
And Loki is a wild, like, I read a little bit on Loki. Loki is like a wild ass.
Oh, yeah, and so is Ares, too. And also, actually, the other god I've worked with the most, too, is Hermes.
Hermes?
Oh, yeah, man. Hermes is great. The more you pray to Hermes, the better your life gets. It's like it's guaranteed. If you if you pray to Hermes, enough, you will have good luck. Like every day, or whatever, something like that. Or not necessarily every day, but just like when you have to, you need to. You're guaranteed to have good luck. See, nobody would start a fight with Hermes. If anybody ever started a fight with Hermes, they would have bad fucking luck.
Wow.
But I like Ares because see, you gotta understand, Ares, he's the father of Eros. Okay, so Ares is also, I'm not saying he's a love god, but okay, when a guy, okay, is trying to court a female, you know what I mean, or trying to get a female's attention, whatever, he's gonna do whatever he has to do to get that female's attention. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's war. All is fair in love and war. So Ares is also, he's not just a war god, he's a god that fights for love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Ares is the kind of god that's going to destroy all your enemies and bring everything you want to your fucking front doorstep. Like if you're like, it's like, think about it. It's like the military, okay? Like Ogun. If you're working with a war god, okay, I'm just gonna say something to y'all. This is how you know somebody's the real deal. If you're working with a war god, okay, and everything you want doesn't come to your doorstep, whether it doesn't happen overnight. Obviously, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, I've worked with Baron before. He's actually pretty cool, man. Very cool. Very cool blowout. He's actually one of my favorites. Somebody actually told me that Papa Legba. See, okay, I'm not going to get into that. We were talking about that before, but where was I going again with this? I got off track when he asked about the Baron. I see that thing pop up and I look at it. What was I saying again?
That's Hermes. That was a while ago.
Hermes, yeah, Hermes is a good god. He's definitely one that you want to pray to. Hermes will teach you some mad astral travel too, man. That god knows astral travel like nothing. He's basically like the Flash, and he flies at the same time.
Astral travel. I gotta do a show on that. Astral travel.
Yeah. Hermes is like that god is on a whole new level compared to all the other gods. Hermes knows how to Hermes is like the Star Wars of all the different gods. People don't understand how badass that god is. He's basically like, think about it. He's a Papa Legba. He opens the gateways to the spirits, okay?
Yeah,
to Mount Olympus and all that, so you can speak to him. Same like St. Peter, with the keys to heaven. And like, think about it, man. Like he's not like he doesn't have a limp. He's not with a cane, a cob thing, or a smoking pipe. He is fast. He's a Flash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so he is just that God, I'm just saying he's on another level. That God.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into all of this, though. Yeah, thanks for all the information. Shit.
And he's the god of sex, hospitality, friendship, reconciliation. Like a lot of people, they look at him as a messenger god. Nah, he's way more than that. I mean, obviously, you look at the strongest gods, okay, in Greek mythology. You look at Zeus, Poseidon. You look at Athena, and Ares and stuff like that. Then there's some minor gods that are actually pretty powerful too.
Yeah.
Like the wife he was either a wife or a sister Ares. Enyo. I was telling you about her. When you summon Enyo, she starts destroying cities and stuff like that. That's her point, you know what I mean? She would go and attack cities.
Yeah, dude, I got close. I'm about to pass out on this motherfucker. I just glimpsed into the chat. Yo, talking like a motherfucker. I forgot I didn't have it on. All right. Oh, yeah, I'm crazy.
All right, man. Well, this was a great fucking podcast, man. It was long. We got to talk about some punk rock. We got to diss, the gay motherfucker Torah. I mean, and all that. It's a good podcast. Good stream.
That shit out the way. I was gotta get that shit out the way. That's what to come see that shit. Like, you know what I mean? And I like to wrap it up with all this.
He's gonna miss the smell of Neji's cotton
and see where it goes. But shit, I think we're gonna be doing some more of these streams.
That stinky virgin nutsack.
This 6 in the morning here. So you like me. So we're probably gonna do a lot more of these streams.
Yeah. Well, I have a feeling. I don't know. After I get off of this, I'm gonna see if he did a video.
Nah, he didn't do one. He didn't do
one tonight. Yeah, where's he hiding, man? That bitch is hiding. That Judah bitch is hiding. Like, where you at, man? Yep. Where the fuck are you at? Come on, bring it, man. Show us what you got. Are you a man? We want to see how fucked up you look. We want to see how ashy your face is after you have to wash it like fucking 5 times.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude. Fucked up. Peel banana. Motherfucker be rotting the motherfucker and shit. Looking crazy. Mushy Judah.
Yeah,
but he's fake all the time.
Thing, man. I don't care who he is, man. I don't know. I don't care what he does. I'm a part of y'all crew, man. Fuck him. You know it's my pleasure.
You gave me a second win.
It's it's just unfortunate that what do you call it? The motherfucking magical psychopath is, me on your side.
Yeah. You gave me my second win, this shit. You said you the Nazareth shit. My ass jumped up. Nah, I ain't tired no more.
He's gonna look up in the sky, and he's gonna envision that whatever I look like, God or whatever, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, come on, please teabag me, please teabag me," and I'm like, "Nope."
Shit. Oh shit, man.
Kill a bleed. What does that mean?
Damn, motherfuckers still hanging out. Kill a bleed. Board of Ministers. Oh, that's
who's that?
There's some dude from England. I
Okay,
think.
okay.
I believe that's him.
All right. But yeah, man, I'll let you wrap it up, and we'll talk the shit soon.
Yep. All right. Right on.
Hell yeah, man.
Good.
Peace.
You got a witch? I'll burn their asses up.
Every single one of them.
Yep. Every single one of them.